Okay.
Let me just paste the link out.
I will go ahead and start recording over on
I'm
my
not recording
end.
my audio yet, so
Okay.
just give me a sec on that. I'm excited about this, Flicky. I'm really looking
I am
forward to
also.
this.
This is going to be a good time.
Yeah. I have no idea how long this is going to take. I think we should allot ourselves rest breaks as and when we need them.
100%. Yeah, I'm in for the long haul for this. I'm comfortable. We're starting now.
Mm-hmm.
I've booked like 4 or 5 hours max to go through this, like just to
Okay.
make sure we've got enough
It's
time.
just
Like
that we
I'll be
get
good.
everything. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I'll probably need to take a water break at some point, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah. I will be full transparency scrolling the Memory Alpha wiki pages
Go
for
for
each
it.
episode as we talk to
I,
catch myself up for ones that I don't remember as well.
I was really tempted to look up because like I would watch the episodes and I would see. I was like, oh, okay, there's a bunch of guest stars in this episode, right? I should look up who those people are, because a lot of them are like working actors. They would have been in other things. And I was doing that for a while, and then it got to the point where I was going on the IMDb pages, and I was like, okay, anything notable? No, all right, moving on. I'm not even gonna I'm not even gonna stop and look. It's because it was always like, oh, they were in an episode of Matlock, right? Or something like that. It's like, okay, I kind of don't care. Which is really mean to say about someone's career, but
yeah. You've already looked at his IMDb, I know that much, but are you familiar with like Brent Spiner's TV career prior to Star Trek TNG?
no, I'm not. I mostly know Brent Spiner for
that.
after TNG.
I'm gonna get into that because it's really funny.
If you ask me what else was Brent Spiner in, I would say Independence Day. Independence Day 2.
Yep. Where they revived him after he ostensibly died in Independence Day, but they were like, we like him, we're gonna bring him back.
Yep. And that's it. I cannot think of anything else that Brent Spiner was in.
I'm excited.
We'll get into it then when it you know what, that might be a data law discussion when we get to data law.
No, 100%.
I had noticed actually there's a couple of actors in TNG who in their trivia were listed as they auditioned for the part of Data. I've got 2. There's
a lot of shuffling around of people.
Okay.
They liked during, but they didn't like for the part.
Yeah, you didn't get the main crew part, but thanks for coming in. We'll make you an engineer in an episode.
Yes,
right. Oh man. Okay, hang on. So posted out link to the streams. We're live on Twitch. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, I guess we're good to start recording audio. I'm now recording on my Audacity.
I am now recording on mine.
Okay, I'll count in and then we can sync up, right?
Sure. What is real quick? Where are your audio peaks ending up for when you're talking? Just on your board over there. We're doing an actual this is a podcast recording, folks. We're sitting in on this
for OBS or for Audacity.
Audacity.
I'm not maxing out. I'm not peaking.
Okay. Cool. Just making sure. I think mine's going to come in a little quieter than yours, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I can tweak.
You'll be able to adjust it.
I can tweak. I set mine to 48 kilohertz, same as yours. So,
hell yeah.
Okay, we'll count in. So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, there is a delay, but that's fine. We can tweak that.
Yeah, we'll figure that out as we go.
Flicky, we're discussing Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1.
We are. We're doing something that I've known for a long time somebody would ask me to do. And yet, as we're here staring down the barrel of discussing an entire season of television, I find myself wondering what directions we could possibly go when we are 40 years on from the show.
40
and there are so many
years.
new ways that we can... So many takes on so many different episodes, both new and old, things that have not been said yet, things that have been said a million times. We're coming in about 4 decades late.
We're a little late to the boat on this one. Okay, well, before we begin, shall we establish our Star Trek credentials? Because from my understanding, you are what would have been called a Trekkie. I don't know if Trekkies
Yes.
still exist.
So there are people who are in either camps of being referred to as Trekkie or Trekker. I think there's nothing wrong with Trekkie. I
I've
usually
only
use
heard
the word
Trekkie.
Trekkie. Some people think it sounds like infantilizing. They'll be like, "That sounds babyish. I would rather you call me a
That
Trekker."
that's such a Trekkie thing.
Thoroughly do not care. Yeah,
That's
no,
such a Trekkie thing to
100%.
say.
I thoroughly do not care. So
Yeah.
I usually go with Trekkie. But yes,
Okay.
I would be what is described as a big time Trekkie
So
back in the day.
you've always been a fan.
Yes, I grew up watching it. I have a tattoo of the
Oh,
communicator
really?
badge on my chest,
Wow. Okay.
and I have watched a majority of Star Trek content. Not all of
Mm-hmm.
it. There are definitely gaps, but I
Yeah.
have watched
Maybe
at this
the
point
Kurtzman era.
enough. It's not just that. I also have gaps on Enterprise
Oh, sure. Okay.
and some TOS I need to clean up. But like
Mm-hmm.
for the most part, '90s Trek I've watched most of it, all of TNG, all of DS9, and a majority of Voyager.
Yeah. Okay. I was always a much more casual consumer of Star Trek, so I was, I grew up in the 90s, so it would be a case of, and we had like satellite TV for a lot of my childhood, so I'd be like, oh, okay, Star Trek's on, I've heard of that, let's watch an episode, and because
Yeah.
of the age I was, it was typically Voyager,
Hmm.
and I'd catch an episode of Voyager here and there. I remember liking The Next Generation more, but as a
Hmm.
kid, I couldn't really articulate why. And eventually, when I was a little bit older, they started showing Star Trek Enterprise. It was this kind of big event. It was like, there's a new Star Trek coming out. It's got the guy from Quantum Leap in it,
Hmm.
Scott Bakula.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, cool, yeah, I'll watch Enterprise. And I think I made it halfway through season 1 before I stopped.
Yes. Season 1 of Enterprise,
It's
to get on it very briefly,
mhm.
is the product of when you have been running the franchise ragged for 15 years,
Yeah.
and your first season is very much showing the old tired ways that they are continuing on.
Yes.
Enterprise does pick up. Season 3 and 4
Okay. All
goes
right.
crazy compared to the earlier stuff, from what I understand.
Okay.
But by then, it was too late, and the ratings were too low.
So yeah, what really got me into Star Trek was lockdown.
Hmm.
Lockdown happened. I was working from home, and next to my kind of work laptop in the living room, I had like a tablet that I would just put like YouTube on, and I'd Netflix on it. I was like, you know what? I need a long show to watch. I'm just gonna start watching Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yeah.
And I watched almost all of it at my work station.
Yeah, it's a very common story from that era. I know a lot of people who used it as background noise while they were either working or developing hobbies that they finally
Yeah.
had time for. It's really just like that's part of the whole vibe of like TNG, especially. I know a lot of people feel very comfy and home.
It's
like,
very comfy.
They feel like
Yeah.
they're home when they're watching it.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's something comforting about TNG, especially compared to... Because TOS is a little too campy and a little too scary sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
some horrible stuff happens in TOS.
Yeah, no, there's some of the most horrific deaths in Star Trek prior to the modern era were in TOS.
Yeah, DS9, everyone's filthy and poor and they don't want to be there. And everyone gets political.
Me and my wife, JJ, also another streamer on our Twitch team. She bailed on Deep Space Nine after
Really?
4.5, 5, because it was starting to just get too depressing.
It gets bad. The baseball episode of DS9, I clung to that like a man clinging to a piece of wood in the
Yes.
middle of the ocean just so I didn't drown. I just needed
That's what it's
something.
for.
I
The best part about it is they used that as the moment of levity because, brother, next week you're sitting down and you're watching a character lose a fucking leg.
yeah.
Like-
But we're not here to talk about DS9. We're here to talk about the next generation. This was 20-something years ago after the original series.
Yeah, this is TOS ended in 1969, and I believe TNG started in either 87 or 88.
88, yeah.
So about 20 years.
It is, by all stretches of the imagination, something for a Star Trek for the next generation. If you picture, 87, that'd be Gen X's, probably earlier, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, Gen X's. Star Trek was the thing your parents watched on TV.
Yes.
So, you probably there were probably audiences that watched it, but it was through
Yes.
the context of like, oh, this is the old TV show that my mom and dad liked.
Yeah, and
Um,
well, syndication too. It was also not it was very popular while it was airing, but after it stopped airing, there was a period of kind of like, not so many people except for the diehards talking about it. And then in the 70s, they started picking it up for syndication.
right.
And
Okay.
that was when Star Trek really started getting new life, was when it was on syndicated TV, multiple different stations just airing it in reruns throughout the
Okay. All
70s.
right.
And
Yeah.
that's what let them have a movie.
Oh, the
And
motion picture.
then
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, because that was 79. That was 2 years after Star Wars,
Mm-hmm.
and they were like, "Hey, people like the Star Trek thing on reruns. Let's bring the gang back and make a movie." And then they made 3 more movies. They
Mm-hmm.
made, Wrath of Khan, Search for
Mm-hmm.
Spock, and then finally Voyage Home. The
Mm-hmm.
success of that movie, because that was a wildly successful movie, it reached audiences beyond Star Trek fans. It's
Really.
one of my favorites. It's a really good one,
Mm-hmm.
and that was what gave Paramount the faith in getting a new show off the ground.
Interesting, because I do know that a lot of sets and props from season 1 are movie holdovers. It's stuff that
Yes,
Paramount had from making the movies, I think.
there's
Right.
that, and then later it kind of reverses, where later TOS movies started reusing stuff from TNG that they had
Really?
built.
Wow.
So it's
Okay.
all just kind of one big kind of blend of like, well, we've got this Star Trek-y stuff, let's keep using it.
It's almost like it's this big incestuous project where they tried to make it as cheaply as possible.
Well, it's crazy because this was an expensive show.
Oh,
Back in
really?
the
Even
day.
season
This
1?
was a season 1 too. Yeah, I mean,
Oh man,
it
because
was
we'll get
really
into
crazy.
it. We'll get into it, but
Yeah.
because so from my understanding, Paramount gets on board. I think Paramount getting on board is when Rick Berman comes into the fold, right?
Yes, and in
Mm-hmm.
early TNG, he's not as powerful as he is in
As
the
he is
later Star
eventually, yeah.
Treks,
Rick
but
Berman
he
casts a
is.
long shadow over the show.
Yes.
Yeah,
Gene Roddenberry, coming back from the 60s, was very burned because he was basically kicked off the movies after a point because he
really.
was trying to get his fingers too deep in the pie.
Oh,
And they said, no, you are the creative consultant now. You sit over there. Your name is in the front credits, but you have very little impact
you
on this. So
okay.
TNG, he was like, no, I'm going to come back with a force. And then Paramount was like, okay, Rick, you're going to be around so that we can have
You
like an
keep
inside guy to kind of
keep an
help
eye on
figure out
Gene.
what's
Yeah.
going on, keep an eye on Gene.
Mm-hmm.
And he would later pick up where Gene's role was as executive producer when Gene
Yeah.
Roddenberry would die a few years later.
Now, from what I understand, keeping Gene at arm's length was probably the correct decision to have made.
He's a lot of the weirdness of TNG season 1 can be
It is
attributed
directly
to Gene
because of
having
Gene.
as
Yeah.
much influence on the show at that point.
Gene
as he did.
and I don't remember the guy's name. What was the name of his lawyer?
Leonard Maislish.
Leonard
All right,
Maislish. All right, let's get into Leonard
brief
Maislish.
on this as possible because this is a whole thing. I cannot recommend enough, if you are listening to this and you have not read it yet, the Star Trek wiki page, Memory Alpha. There is a page on Gene Roddenberry's lawyer. His name was Leonard Maislish, and reading this wiki page, it is unlike any other wiki page on Memory Alpha. It is basically a story from top to bottom. Of
You
his
say story,
influence.
I say hit piece, and it's
It is
rightfully
100%
deserved.
a hit piece. Yes,
But-
because he was basically through Gene enforcing his own ideas on top of Gene's ideas.
Yeah.
And of all of them, there is exactly one that is impossible to ignore, because a lot of them are like, no, we're not going to do an episode about gays. No, we're not going to do like any of this stuff about like equality. There's certain things that he nixed, or that he would physically rewrite parts of scripts in his own handwriting, pretending to be Gene's notes.
Which I believe was illegal at the time due to union laws, right? Yeah.
Correct. But the one thing that's impossible to avoid, he is the person who decided that Q would be cast to John Delancey.
Yes. Interesting.
And
That's probably
that is an impossible to avoid thing throughout the entire series. Is that technically that is the one thing we have to quote unquote thank
Leonard Maislish
for.
for. Yeah. I would just like to read a couple of quotes about Leonard from the Memory Alpha
Please.
page. John S. Pike, Paramount Television executive, said, quote, "He himself could be a movie of the week. I can recall one day when Leonard was almost clutching his chest, and I'm saying, I hope you die." David Gerald, writer and producer, when he chanced upon Maislish before an open window, thought to himself, David, go do it. Go push that bastard out of the window. They'll give you a medal.
Yep. Yep.
And
He was hated.
Justin Olsen, editor of Trek Core, said, and honestly, who needs Klingons, Romulans, and Borg when you've got a real-life villain like Leonard Maislish? No one liked him.
No one liked him. This man was as much of a behind-the-scenes villain to early Star Trek as there possibly could have been. And he's also, to just touch on, again, we're not going to get too deep into it.
Sure.
But TNG, when it was getting started, Gene reached out to a lot of his TOS contacts, a lot of the costume designers, producers, writers.
Yep.
And they all were happy to come back and work on Star Trek. But he, through Leonard Maislish, was very impersonal, and Leonard Maislish especially was aggressive toward his old friends.
Really
and
aggressive,
pushed those friends away from him. And some people, I don't know if it goes necessarily this far, but Gene started feeling very lonely because a lot of his friends who he had brought back on left, in part because of how they were being treated through Leonard.
Yes.
And some people attribute Leonard Maislish to Gene's health problems and like his general like slump as he was dying.
Yeah. And there's something to be said for that. You know, you hear stories about like people who are married for a very long time, and when their partner passes away, they die very quickly. You know, like isolation does affect your health. I don't know much about Gene Roddenberry. I know that he can't write a theme song to save his life.
Sure can't. But he can to save his wallet.
And he strikes me as someone who's really perennial people pleaser.
Yes.
So sorry, I'm just going to adjust myself down a little bit in Audacity. And he really strikes me as someone who couldn't say no to people. And he needed someone like Leonard in his life, which is a little bit like me running a nightclub, and I think, oh, I need someone to be a bouncer at the door. I know, I'll hire Genghis Khan.
Yeah, it was also, he needed someone to, after being bullied off of production during the movies, he wanted someone with a legal background to enforce that, no, you're not doing this to me again. I'm in charge of this.
Yeah, I've got my own bastard here to fight for me. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, so what Flicky and I have done, I've rewatched all of the episodes. Flicky, you're just very familiar with most of them,
yes,
I would say.
I've seen these episodes multiple times. I did some rewatching of specific episodes that Ash let me know that were kind of ones I want.
Yeah.
We will be going down the top to bottom, like down our own lists of our preferred, our favorite episodes to least favorite episodes.
A trek to the top, as it were.
Yes, and we're coming at this with me as a longtime Star Trek fan with context of the entire franchise, along with Ash, who is this your first time through TNG Season 1?
No, I watched it during lockdown, so I watched it five years ago now. Yeah.
I don't know why I'm saying correct at you, like I'm quizzing you on your own past. Yes. No, right.
Yeah,
my first time watching through TNG was when I was a teenager. I had been watching like reruns on television for a long time, but then when I was a teenager was when the remastered Blu-rays came out, and that was the first time I sat down front to back watching through it.
And I have to say, these remasters for the Blu-rays look incredible for the most part.
They do.
Actually, genuinely, and I'll bring this up a couple of times, they look too good. There are points
where you can see some shit.
you can see some shit that they did not think you should be able to see. So yeah, I've ranked mine from least to most favorite. Flicky has also ranked his from least to most favorite, and we'll just we'll go up the list and we'll compare as we go. But I'm confident that we both have the same least favorite episode.
I think so too, and you know what? I think we should say the name of this episode on the 3. All right,
okay.
1, 2, 3.
Code of Honor. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay, Code of Honor. Season 1, Episode 4. Whew.
The most, fun fact, accidentally racist.
Accidentally racist. That's what's incredible about it. Yeah, no.
You're looking at me and being like, how could this be
accidental? No, I know. I know the story behind this, yeah.
So to give the biggest log line of this episode that I could possibly give, And this is perhaps intentionally a bit reductive and shocking for
Mm-hmm.
how I could phrase this episode. They need a vaccine from planet black people, and King of the Black People steals a white woman from the Enterprise to cheat on his wife with.
Yes.
Uh, and that is what happens in this
Yes.
episode of Star Trek.
In my notes, I specifically listed it as Planet Africa.
Yes.
And okay, so I kept notes for all of my episode watches, and the first line under Code of Honor is just "uh-oh!" exclamation point.
It's really something else. It's kind of incredible how yikes this
Yes.
episode is.
So there is a line early on in the episode where someone says their history is remarkably similar to ours, and they don't expand on that.
Nope.
And someone also says, I have the line here, very similar to an ancient Earth culture that we all admire. And then they don't go further than that. I guess because the writers did not want to name one, but also I think you can go a little more into this. But originally, it was meant to be Japanese space reptiles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that might be the Earth
they
culture
kinda had
that they were
pivot.
going to.
Yeah, they had to pivot for budgetary reasons, and also just like, again, this wasn't written to be a planet entirely populated by black people in African-esque garb. This was a casting and costuming decision that played into it that made everything so much worse.
They have like spears and like headdresses and shit, and it's like, they're all
bad,
black,
yeah.
and it's like, what are you doing, guys?
Yeah. There's a quote from Jonathan Frakes, I think maybe within the last 10, 15 years at a convention.
I have it in my notes, but
please,
no,
let's hear it.
Jonathan Frakes referred to the episode as a, quote, racist piece of shit at a 2007 science fiction convention in Toronto, Canada. He then went on to call it the worst and most embarrassing, and one that even Gene would have been embarrassed by was that horrible racist episode from the first season, Code of Honor. Oh my God in heaven.
Yeah, so it's natural that this is the bottom of both of our lists.
Brent Spiner regarded the episode as the worst episode they ever did.
Yep.
Michael Dorn said he wished they had not done the episode and was glad he was not in it.
Yes. Conspicuously absent, Lieutenant Worf.
Yes. But the director, Ross Mabry, was actually replaced partway through filming, from what I can tell. Now, I don't know if that's because of the optics or because there were some other issues behind the scenes. But Tracy Torme, I think, was the staff writer on this one.
Yes. And funny thing about the writer here is that it was also written by Catherine Powers.
Yes.
And Catherine Powers would later go on to write almost a dozen episodes of Stargate, specifically SG-1.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
And one of those episodes is also considered one of the most racist episodes of Stargate SG-1.
Despite the fact that when she wrote it, it wasn't Planet Africa with the black people.
Correct.
Oh, how does this keep happening?
I don't know how it happens, but it just happened like that. It was the episode is titled Emancipation, and it is also an early episode of Stargate. It's episode 4 of Stargate SG-1. So I think she just has a specialty in coming in and being like, let me write some interesting sci-fi to get this off the ground, and then either through background, just passive how she wrote it, or through decisions during filmmaking, end up being very racist.
Yes. I do have a couple of observations about this episode. So my understanding of the Prime Directive is for the Federation to be interfacing with this planet, they have to be capable of warp travel, correct?
Yes, it is. The Prime Directive is mostly based around not interfering with pre-warp developing cultures, which it gets a little fuzzy. The words Prime Directive get thrown around a lot in a lot of different contexts, and not all of them follow that, but generally, yes. So
the Prime Directive is not referred to in this episode. It's just, this is the planet that we're going to for the vaccine. I will note that when the are they Ligonians? I think they're called.
Yeah, the Ligonians. Ligon 2.
The Ligonians of Ligon 2. When they show them the holodeck, they act like cavemen looking at it. which is
Yeah.
awesome.
Well, okay. To be entirely fair, later in the season, Picard also practically acts like a caveman
Oh,
when he
sure.
first goes
Okay.
into the
We'll
holodeck.
we'll
Well, no,
get to that episode. Yeah.
it's meant to be like early TNG. They really want you to be like, wow, it's so almost magic, and I feel like they had a much more intent to use the holodeck as they
Mm-hmm.
went. They really wanted to make an impression.
Sure. It's this episode immediately follows Naked Now, which we will get to.
Yes.
I can't imagine being a Star Trek fan watching those two episodes back to back.
Mhm. It's frankly a miracle that we have a TNG season 2
Mhm.
and rest of Star Trek as we know it at all, because season 1 of TNG could not have gotten off to a rockier start.
Yeah.
It's painful.
And what really doesn't help the optics as well, because so it's Tasha Yar is the object of affection of the leader of the Ligonians, whose name I do not care to remember. And Counselor Troy even says that there is a sexual component to it. So it's almost like they're leaning into these kind of horrific stereotypes that were antiquated even by the late 80s, let's be honest,
Yes.
right? This is like, I don't want to cite it, but this is like Jim Crow era stuff, right? Like, this is really fucking bad.
It's rough. It's definitely, and again, I don't know how much of it is coincidental through the casting or was made decisions like, because imagine if they were saying this stuff about Japanese space lizards, like
Yeah,
that
exactly.
would be
That would also be
incredible.
bad, but not like...
No, if it were the lizards part for me, I think having them be like overtly like, wow, these guys are fucking crazy. I think for me, again, the cultural parallelisms part is where it gets weird. But it's like if they had written this after those casting decisions were made, it gets even worse.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just this perfect soup of just ugh.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking up something quickly because there is a part in the episode where they let Wesley ride at Ops, I think, in
Yes.
the which, the Enterprise at that point is the flagship of Starfleet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, I'm just looking this up. Yeah, have you ever heard of Aeroflot Flight 593?
Yes.
You know
Yes, I
about
have.
this. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, it's and Picard reacts what I would describe as entirely rightfully when somebody other than him says that you can fly the ship or even sit at the console where the
Yeah.
ship gets flown from.
Okay.
Uh,
There is a part
Yeah.
where Dr. Crusher brings her son Wesley up and says, "May I speak to you about my son Wesley?" And Picard's just like, "No, fuck off. Get out. I don't want to speak to you about your kid." There is one part in this where the Ligonians make reference to, again, I mean, what is this, 23rd, 24th century Star Trek takes
yeah,
place?
this is 24th century. In
Okay,
this one.
24th
Yeah.
century, so of course they make reference to the American Indians.
Which again, I sidebar about Memory Alpha. If you go on the wiki page is titled American Indians because that is what is frequently used throughout Star Trek. And at the very top of the page is a blurb saying, "Hey, this sucks.
This
We
sucks.
recognize
Yeah.
that this sucks, but this is a sore spot that Star Trek has been bad about, and we are using what they use in the show, in the universe to describe it. But we also recognize this is all stereotypes all the way down."
I'm looking up right now, Flecky, and I can see the ghost of Chakotay like floating over me.
Yes,
Get out
right
of here,
over our
Ghost
shoulder.
Chakotay. So we have aliens from the planet Africa talking about American Indians. This might be the whitest episode of Star Trek ever concocted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You can tell that on staff it is 99.9% white folks who are from California in the mid-century writing and trying their best to be like enlightened, but not.
Very
Not
well
effective.
meaning, yeah. It has some real, excuse me, his pronouns are they, them energy to it.
Yes.
There is, so this is a episode that very heavily features Tasha Yar, played by Denise Crosby, who I maintain was a fantastic performer and a real trooper through the whole thing, and it's such a shame that she didn't stick around longer, but also I don't blame her for jumping ship from the show.
No,
as
not
early
at
as she
all.
did.
And I think I think we owe a lot of the growth that TNG had to her thinning the
Yes.
cast out a little bit, because
Hmm.
there were too many people on the
I
cast in season
I,
1.
I'm actually I actually have this as a note later in late for later episodes. The cast has one too many people on the bridge, and they fixed
Yes.
that by axing Tashiar, and Geordie was
Mhm.
exiled down to engineering forever.
Yes, because
Um,
they don't have a chief engineer that's consistent in season 1. They needed
yes,
somebody.
yeah. It's a little bit of a shame because Geordie can be fun on the bridge, but
Yeah. But
anyway.
he's also
Mhm.
real early. We'll get into it later in another episode. He also, they plant that seed of like, he's really good in engineering, and
Yes,
I
yeah, yeah.
think I don't know how much that is planned or how much of that was, hey, this is probably a good idea now that we're going into our second season, but we'll
Hmm.
see.
Yeah. Tashiar is what is she? She's tactical.
Yeah, she
Is
is
her
the
position?
security chief.
She's security chief, which means that she also gets to fire the phasers sometimes.
Correct.
But she's from the planet Rapulon 5. I don't.
No, you're correct.
God help me. Season
It
1.
is
Oh my god.
it is a very overtly just like, it's we're watching Star Trek, right? And Star Trek is generally lauded for a view of a hopeful future. So
It's
them having a character whose backstory relies on the words rape gangs is
it's
truly
awful. The
interesting.
Federation is like this wonderful utopian society because they take all of their psychopaths and send them to whatever planet the Tashiar is from.
I think technically it was a failed Federation colony or a failed
Right,
Earth
okay.
colony that didn't
Hmm.
reintegrate into the
And
Federation.
it just made everyone
Uh,
go. It's like the purge all the time there.
yes.
So she is. Her whole thing is she's kind of like this kind of hard nosed security officer, right? Like she can handle herself in a fight. She's cool while she does it. She has this incredible special move she does in a fight where she can actually transform into a stunt double to fight someone.
Yes. It's remarkable.
It's remarkable how that works.
Yeah, and you can also see it on display at various other points with certain characters, but because she is the I punch people character, you see a lot
Mhm.
with her.
Yep. Um, and also, what's really funny is so they're on the holodeck. So this is the scene where they're showing the Ligonians around. They show them the holodeck, and they're like, "This is the holodeck. It can conjure up any kind of environment that you can think of." And it's like, "Oh, really? Well, how about you show us some combat stuff?" And you think about right, the Matrix. What the
Mhm.
Matrix training program takes place in a dojo, and they're both wearing like.
Yes.
So you've got this incredible holodeck, and what you use the holodeck for is to make some nasty gym mats in an empty room that they can
Yep.
fight on.
Yep. You put some stuff on the floor, you don't put yourself in an interesting environment, you
Yeah.
keep the weird
Mm-hmm.
yellow grid lines on the wall, you just
Yeah.
slap down a ringworm mat. It's again, they had such ideas for what the holodeck could be, but then when it came time to like make it for this episode especially, like let's make a statement about what you can do with here,
Mm-hmm.
throw a mat on the floor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There is a part where you see. Oh, Lutan is his name. Is the head of the
Yes.
Ligonians. They had to make his room like his throne room or like lair or whatever, and it's just
His
full of.
lair.
It's just full of random, and I've written here very specifically ethnic weapons and statues. This
Yes.
is the whitest episode ever made.
Yes. All kinds of weapons, including
Uh,
a
um,
big spiked ball at the end of your hand,
that's covered in
uh,
poison.
covered in
Um,
poison.
it's the claw. Yeah. Leads to one really funny scene where the gauntlet flies off and lands in the guy's lap, and he just dies in the crowd.
Well, okay, for being what my least favorite episode of the season,
That's
that is
funny.
one
No,
of my
that's like
personal favorite bits of the show, of the early
that's like the
show.
one saving grace of the episode is that one guy just gets like randomly killed because
Mhm.
he was like, you know what, I'm gonna sit at the front of the deadly UFC fight where both fighters have like syringes filled with ultra poison on their fists. Um. Oh man. Yeah,
Yeah,
and also
it's
I have
mhm.
the note here. This fight sucks, and I
It's
didn't
a
go.
bad fight.
It's a bad fight. Yeah.
They're fighting in a jungle gym. So
Mm-hmm.
the context for this fight is, as we previously mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
Tashiar gets stolen by the king
Mm-hmm.
for property reasons. For
No, he wants to kill his
a
wife,
weird,
doesn't he? He wants to
yeah,
kill
his
his
wife.
wife to inherit her land, I think.
Correct, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense, yeah, and the wife is not having it, the wife challenges, and now she and Tasha need to fight,
Yep.
obviously.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, "I don't wanna do this," but everyone
Mm-hmm.
else is like, "You kinda gotta do this."
Yeah, yeah.
And then there's another layer to things where the wife also has a side piece, and
Yes.
the
Yep.
side piece is, hopeful that, things will work out and that he can swoop in and kind of take over, some stuff Luton's got going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
and so they have a fight in a jungle gym, using a boxing glove covered in glass, like from Bloodsport. The
Mhm.
Is it Bloodsport, the Van Damme movie? Anyway,
I think so, yeah.
and what's also really funny about it is there's like these poles in there, and these poles move a lot when the
They
performers
do.
it looks really
They are
unsafe.
not steady. There's a lot of season 1 prop work where there's things that really should be, like, screwed into the ground and somebody
Mm-hmm.
will lean against it, and it's like, "That thing moved too much
It
for
moved
what it's
too
supposed to
much for
be."
what it's supposed to be. Absolutely. I would not feel safe having a fight to the death in that arena. But yeah, so we're both agreed. This episode sucks. It's like the worst
Yeah.
thing about season 1. And you know what? It's so good that it's at the start of the season.
It is literally and you know what? It's
Oh.
funny because the early season Encounter at Farpoint, we'll get into it later, not the
Mm-hmm.
worst, but also just kind of a weird start. Like,
Very
it shows
weird
you how
start.
weird TNG can get,
Mm-hmm.
and then it shows you how bad TNG can get right away.
Okay.
Because
Sorry.
I don't
Mm-hmm.
know if you and I might agree or disagree on our second bottom
Ooh,
episode of the
okay.
list.
I'll say mine and then
Uh,
you say yours. Shall
uh
we? Number 24 for me, The Naked Now.
The Naked Now, my number 24.
Okay, we're
Yes.
both in agreement. Okay, so this is the episode that immediately precedes
Yes,
Code of
this is
Honor.
the second episode, if you're not counting TNG's premiere being a two-parter. If you consider
Mm-hmm.
those one episode, this is the second episode of the show, and we are immediately remaking an episode of TOS.
So this is what really baffled me, right? You know, you're coming back. You're like, okay, we're making a new Star Trek. This isn't your Kirk and Spock Star Trek. We've got new characters. We're really trying to establish an identity for our show here. Let's rehash a TOS episode in episode 2.
Yes, and not only that, let's rehash a TOS episode that hinges on characters acting strangely and out
Yeah,
of the ordinary when we barely know how they act
yeah.
ordinarily.
Okay, so this is a real staple of Star Trek, right? Is you take these characters you've established and you make them act weird, right? You make them act out of character, and then that's where the fun is. You don't do that when you're introducing them. What are you
Yes, we
doing?
don't know these characters yet, truly.
Yeah,
We know their initial backstory and how they initially appear in the first episode of the show, but now we are remaking an episode, which I think in TOS, it was also early in the show, but it was like episode 7 or 8.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
like, by then you have about, what is that? That's a couple hours of Star Trek under your belt if you're watching it front to back, and you can kind of get a vibe for everybody, and it works. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But here, everybody discovers the same space virus that turns you drunk, as was in a TOS episode,
Yep.
The Naked Time.
Mm-hmm.
And we are watching them all go through it while also being unfamiliar with, like, how just out of the ordinary this is for everybody. We don't really know. This is
Yeah.
episode 2. They could be, like, a degree removed from this when they're not drunk, but,
Mm-hmm.
like, it's just baffling that this is so early in the run.
Well, to illustrate a point here, so let's run through a brief plot recap of Naked Time from the original series. So
Mhm.
the Enterprise is exploring, and they're responding to a missing team, I believe,
Yes.
on a planet, and they find it's
Mhm.
it's on a planet that's actively imploding, I think, and it's deadly cold, and they find
Yes.
that the entire science team has frozen to death.
Yes.
They're all dead. Meanwhile, in the Naked Now, the Enterprise investigates something, and they find an entire team has been frozen to death.
Yes, next to a star that is
Next to a star
imploding.
that is imploding. In the original series, what happens is someone is exposed to a pathogen among the dead bodies, and he starts acting irrationally.
Mhm.
In TNG, someone is exposed to a pathogen, and they start acting irrationally.
Mhm.
The pathogen in question in TOS makes you act drunk and Irish. And
The
you,
pathogen in TNG, it makes you act drunk and horny.
yeah, You also act horny in TOS as well, but yeah. So yeah, in TOS it makes you act drunk, horny, and Irish, and in TNG it just makes you act drunk and horny.
Mhm.
They had the good judgment to not have someone singing Kathleen over the radio constantly in TNG.
Oh my god.
There's a real
I like the episode a lot, but I brace
oh
myself for like 5 minutes of that every time I sit
it
down to watch it.
there's a really underrated Kirk moment in Naked Time when the guy's on the radio and he's like, "I'm gonna sing it one more time," and Kirk just under his breath just goes, "Not again." It's really funny.
And the funny thing is, Kirk gets pretty catty in that episode.
He gets really
He's
catty.
he's getting really annoyed by the situation because it's
Mhm.
like he understands that there's weird space stuff going on, but also everyone under his command is drunk and making everything harder.
Yeah.
And this episode does give a little peek at some of the background info of like what they're considering writing with TNG characters, where
Mhm.
that's Riker's job in this episode. Riker
Yes.
starts getting catty and starts like he was written to kind of be the Kirk of the show.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say this for sure. I really got because they brought on Picard, right? And Picard, Patrick Stewart is the main captain, and he like. There's always this kind of perception of Captain Kirk. Like, there's a little bit of a Captain Kirk Mandela effect here, where people remember Captain Kirk as being this kind of loose cannon, womanizing, like, maverick captain. You actually watch Star Trek: The Original Series. He's just a Navy guy. He's really buttoned down. He's really professional.
He's referred to as a Boy Scout, as someone who keeps his nose clean.
Mm-hmm.
Like he cheated in the academy once.
Yeah, but he's really by the book.
Yeah.
And Picard.
And meanwhile, Picard, like
Picard's more of a
him refined, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess like despite the fact that Picard is playing a Frenchman, he is meant to be French, and we're reminded of that fact multiple times in season 1. Patrick Stewart really plays him as the kind of model of a British naval officer. He's cultured. He almost has a kind of romantic impression of his ship, but he's very buttoned down. He's not really one for like touchy-feely stuff. He enjoys the finer things in life, but not to excess. Like he is the model of a major general, whatever, right? Whereas Kirk is kind of more of an American naval officer ideal, where he's very professional. He's kind of focused on the mission and this kind of like stoic professionalism. So Picard is really different to Kirk, and Riker is basically just Picard again for the most part. And I always got the impression that the producers were kind of thinking, all right, we're going to hedge our bets with Picard here. If the fans don't like him, we'll write him out and Riker will just become the captain and we'll just do Kirk again.
That is definitely one of the ways that they were angling for it. This also comes into play later where, spoiler alert for the end of season 3 of TNG, there is a situation that Picard is put into where he is in mortal danger leading into a cliffhanger to the end of the season. That was during contract negotiations for Patrick Stewart. And there is another universe out there where the thing that they did to try to resolve the situation kills him, and Captain Riker is the captain for the remainder of the show.
He just becomes captain. Wow.
Yeah.
What could have been? Yeah.
So, but the funny thing is, you were talking about the difference between how they're played and how they're remembered. Kirk, like very much Boy Scout, very by the book for the most part. He does have one or two scenes where, oh, he's a pretty lady, I'll fall in love.
Sure,
but generally, it's like stuff that like impacts him pretty deeply when they do that. The backstory of Picard is what everybody remembers Kirk to be.
Oh, he's a loose cannon. Yeah, he's
like a playboy.
He gets into fights like. Yeah,
like he was getting around in the academy, and then meanwhile in the show you watch it and you're like, this guy must be the most prim and proper guy ever.
Sure.
It's funny because like it's a litmus test for how familiar you are with each of these captains.
There's actually a fun line. It's not in this. It's in a much later episode where Picard is he's trying to learn like an alien speech, to greet some aliens. And he's just like, oh, damn it, this language is too complicated. I can't understand it. And Troy's there with him, and she says, well, Captain, you spell knife with a K. And his response is, I spell knife with an N.
I spell knife with an N.
Yeah. And it's this little moment of levity where he kind of like has fun with the fact that he sees himself as maybe a bit of a bore, a bit of a naval guy, despite the fact that to most people's ears, it's like, oh, he must be this intelligent, prim and proper guy, right? So yeah, I will also say just to briefly go back to the Naked Time again. We do get a brief shot of Cunty Kirk. Do you know
Yes,
do you know the scene I'm referring to?
I think I do. I think
Where
I do.
Spock backhands him and he falls down and he like flicks his head over his shoulder to look at him and he looks really like scandalized. It's
Oh
really
yeah.
funny. When I edit this, I'll get in a I'll get in a clip of it. And yeah, so in the original Naked Time episode, someone goes crazy and locks himself into engineering, which is very different to
Yes.
when the Naked Now does it, where someone goes crazy and locks themselves into engineering.
Yes. It's really like beat for beat
I would
the
say
like
shameless.
it is baffling to me that they chose to. I mean, I think there's something to it, right? To the
Mm-hmm.
idea of we are early in this new run of Star Trek. Let's not only pay tribute, but also contrast how our crew handles things that original shipmates like went through.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, here it's almost like they carbon copied it, but
Yep.
worse. Where it's choices that are ones that make you dislike characters. Like, no wonder people didn't like Wesley when this is your first exposure
First
to him
exposure to him. Yeah.
outside of the premiere,
Mm-hmm.
where he is drunk, literally,
Mm-hmm.
running the show in engineering, acting like he is way smarter than everybody else. Which, in how he's written in season 1 of TNG, he sometimes is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just it doesn't make you want to be with these characters very much. It's very everybody's acting the kind of out of the ordinary that's like I don't like the way they're acting. Not in
Mm-hmm.
a this is fun and interesting so much as everyone's just being dicks.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, because something they say in both the original episode and in this new one as well is, oh, this thing basically makes you metabolize alcohol in your body. I think it
Mhm,
turns the water molecules in you into alcohol, and you just get really
mhm.
drunk, right?
Yeah.
But the fact is no one's acting like they're drunk. Like, alcohol doesn't make you pull all the chips out of the computer or make
Yeah.
you threaten to blow up the Enterprise to show off like your tractor beam or whatever.
Mhm.
It's almost like I'm watching like Reefer Madness or something, right?
Yes, very much so. It's people are reverting to children
To
rather than
children,
like acting drunk.
there's that one guy in the original who like he just has a paintbrush and he's screaming, laughing at the paintbrush, and it's
Yeah.
like you do that if you're on like something that makes you psychotic, not when you're drunk, right?
Mhm.
Like
If you're drunk, you're hanging out in engineering, doing your job as best you can, but then somebody starts
you're like
talking about
slurring,
like,
yeah,
yeah, you're slurring, and then somebody next to you is like,
yeah,
"Man, what are you gonna do after your shift?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to the holodeck." And he's like, "You
mm-hmm.
do the holodeck? I did a backflip in the holodeck
Yeah,
last
yeah,
week. Watch
exactly.
this."
You
And
don't
then they're
have
both drunk and they try to have a backflip contest,
Yeah,
you
you
know?
don't have Assistant Chief Engineer Shimoda pulling the memory chips out of the computer, making it completely worthless, and then he plays with them like a toddler. Right? That's not something that happens.
Mhm.
Um, and also, we have to talk about Tasha Yar in this episode
We
again.
do have to talk
God,
about
poor
Tasha on
Denise
this episode.
Crosby. First of all, she dresses completely insanely when she wants to be seductive.
Yes.
In the first, like, I want to say the first, like, third of the season, there's some real creeper shots on Tasha Yar.
Yes.
Denise
It's
Crosby's
definitely
she's a very
Mhm.
attractive lady. You know,
Yes.
she's in really good shape. There are some creepy ass shots on Tasha Yar in this episode.
Yeah,
Um,
they really wanted the sex appeal of
yeah,
the female characters to be very overt, and it is again part of the whole era of when this was made. I feel like Gene's involvement probably had a
I
little to
actually
do with
wrote
it.
after that, "Welcome back, Jean." Um,
Yeah.
especially when she's acting like a girly girl. Once she's had it, she's
Yes.
like, "Oh well, I'm a lady, so I have to act like a lady," and so,
Which happens multiple times in this episode. Dr.
mm-hmm.
Crusher has a line also where it's like, "I'm a woman
I
and
haven't
I
known
haven't
that
felt the touch of a man."
a
And it's like,
man.
oh, which again, if you know any of the backstory that later they go into with Jack Crusher and Captain
Mm-hmm.
Picard, is just like, oh god,
Yeah,
you
it's
guys got to
really
play it
bad.
way more subtle than
Hmm.
this.
And the thing is this kind of culminates with Tasha Yar coming on to Data, right? Data
Yes.
the android. And in coming onto him, she talks about how she learned to avoid the sexual
Ugh.
assault gangs
Mhm.
while trying to seduce him. And it's just like,
Mhm.
oh God, what are you doing? I
Yeah.
genuinely
Yeah,
didn't know
it's
how to unpack it. It's really uncomfortable.
leading with that while you're trying to convince someone into bed with you is one of the worst writing decisions of the
Hmm.
first season, I will say.
Uh, th-
It's just because you can get into that. You can get
You
like
can
that,
get
but
into
that's
it, but
like
not
an
when you're trying to
that's an
seduce someone.
yeah, that's an aftercare conversation. That's a
Hmm.
I'm so glad I'm with you and can trust you after experiencing
Yeah, yeah.
horrors,
After a moment
not
of like vulnerability, yeah.
yeah, not a hey, let's do this because let me tell you, after those experiences, I know my way around things. It's like,
Jesus Christ.
oh,
We do have the limerick. I don't remember who says the limerick. Is it Data? Um,
yes, there once was a woman from Venus
whose
whose
body
body
was
was shaped
shaped like
like,
a,
and
and he's
Captain
like, that's
Picard is like,
enough. Data.
what's going down on engineer?
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
going down?
which again, Data getting drunk because
Hmm.
I guess funny. Like it's
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe it's an impaired judgment thing, but I don't know. It just feels really. Whew. There is another thing I want to bring up, which is how Geordie is affected. So Geordie
yes.
as a character is blind. I think, is he congenitally blind? Was he always?
Yes, he was born
He
blind.
was born blind. And he has a woe is me moment where he talks about
Yes.
how life is a living hell because he can't see, despite having this visor
Mhm,
that lets him see. And again, like I'm not disabled. I've known disabled people in my life. I'm sure you have too. I'm sure most people have. And
mhm.
I'm sure disabled people love it when they get a disabled character in a show who talks about how his existence is torture.
Especially a character who later in the show is shown to make it a point to not have real eyes when he has the
Yes.
opportunity
Yeah,
to.
exactly. Yeah.
He actually is used to and in some ways prefers the assisted viewing device that he has.
Hmm.
And it's to a point where later he even gets in the movies, they say, hey, LeVar, you don't have to wear the big thing over your face anymore, but we're going to give you these robot eyes that you
Hmm.
can still have.
Hmm.
Like he goes, that is a constant for him.
Yeah. Um, and yeah, it's so the sun starts collapsing, threatening the ship. This somehow manifests with the sun throwing a big rock at the Enterprise.
A big cartoon rock that's
Uh,
going real slow.
Almost like maybe in the script originally it was a planet that was collapsing, but even they thought,
Mhm,
"Ooh, couldn't do that. Let's do something a bit more fancy. Let's do a sun." Um, they eventually come up with, I think it's the solar radiation is causing the problem,
mhm,
right? Which is why Data gets
mhm,
affected too. Data,
mhm.
by the way, who has a line where he confirms that he can fuck. Who
Yes.
programmed Data how to fuck?
Look, I believe it. I believe
Okay,
it. I
yeah,
just
sure. What we
when
know of
you
Noonien and Soong, yeah, okay, all right,
when you meet him later in the series, you can kind of be like, "Oh, this guy is kind of a freak." Okay, I can get
okay,
down with it.
yeah.
And this is also canonically the only time Data fucks in the entire series because
Really?
in one of the movies, he quotes the previous time he had sex, and it dates back to this episode.
And it's Tashiar, right? Does he have sex
Tashiar.
with Tashiar? Yeah, wow, okay.
Yeah, and he
Um,
does. It's canon.
yeah, damn. They come up with a cure. Dr. Crusher injects everyone. I can't help but notice that she injects 3 people with the same hypodermic needle.
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
hypo spray.
it's a hypo spray. Okay, sure.
I don't know whether or not that it works the same way, but it definitely by modern standards is a little like you probably should have put like a new pad on that thing.
Yeah, it's, you know what? It's fine. It fabricates a new needle every time, right? Don't worry about it. Oh boy, I did not like this episode. I actually hate
No,
this
it's a
episode
very
more after rewatching Naked Time.
100%. Yeah, I recommended that while we were getting ready. Like, hey, you should go back and watch that one
Yeah,
just to
well,
have
I
like
resent that
comparison.
because you
Yeah.
just made me dislike the episode more.
It's part of my whole thing about TNG season one, where like I am so glad that it happened so that we could have more Star Trek. But there is a lot of TNG season one that is just bad. It's not
Hmm.
as bad as people like to say it is, but a lot of it is.
Sure. I mean, and
So
that's actually something I wanted to say as a whole on my rewatch. So when I first watched season 1, I came out of it thinking, that wasn't so good. On my rewatch, season 1's not that bad.
it's not. It's weird.
I know people say skip season. Like if someone's like, "Oh, I want to watch Star Trek, where should I start?" People say watch TNG but skip season 1. I wouldn't say skip it entirely. I would say maybe watch a later season once they figured out the formula, then go back
Mhm,
because there are some good episodes here.
mhm.
I mean, so we've covered ranks 25 and 24. From this point on, I don't hate any of these episodes.
Yes, some of them are just more meh than
Some of
others.
them are more meh than others, but those were the only 2 what I would call bad episodes.
Mhm.
But shall we get to number 23?
Yes, and again, I'd like you for you to lead with your
Okay.
number 23, and then I'll share mine.
Justice.
Not too far from where I've got mine.
Oh,
My number
really? Okay.
23 is mine is When the Bow Breaks.
Oh,
My number
really? Okay.
23 is mine is When the Bow Breaks.
Ooh, okay. We've got some deviation here there because for me, I'm okay. All right, we'll get it. Justice. All right.
Mhm.
Um, the plot. They visit an island. No, not an island. They visit a
Spin.
planet
Yeah.
that is Planet California.
Planet California, populated entirely by people in togas.
White people in togas, I think. Yeah.
Mhm.
And everything's great there. Everyone's really happy. There's social order. Everything looks great.
Mhm.
However, if you break the law, is it everyone or is it chosen at random? I think it's chosen at random. No, they have a roving instant kill zone around the planet,
Yes.
right? Yeah, so there is a random circle on the planet at any given time where if you commit a crime within that zone, you automatically get sentenced to death. And this in theory keeps everyone honest. Um and so Wesley Crusher, he makes some friends, he's running around. There are many moments in the series where I go, this is why you don't bring civilians on the mission. This is one of
Mhm.
them. And Wesley goes to catch a football
Mhm.
and
Something
he
like it.
and he falls over and he crushes some flowers.
Yep. He breaks a little container
He
that's got
he
some
breaks a
flowers
little
on it.
glass house, yeah. And people go,
Mhm.
"Oh my god, what did you do?" And it turns out that that was in the instant kill zone, so he gets sentenced to death for crushing some flowers.
Yes.
And so it then becomes a legal drama for a little bit. It's mostly a Prime Directive episode.
Mhm.
I'm struggling to find it. Where is it in my notes? Sorry.
I don't blame you because again, aside, it has one of the most memorable hooks. This
Yes.
episode, the
Mm-hmm.
idea of Wesley Crusher being sentenced to death for crushing some flowers is inherently memorable and also pretty funny, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the
So
rest of the episode is just kind of nothing.
yeah. So here we go. My notes are beaming down to planet California. Everyone's horny and dressed in tiny outfits.
Hmm.
Um. Oh, we have our first good Worf one-liner where he just goes, "Nice planet," which is pretty good. But this is the planet of free love hippies. Welcome back, Gene.
Hmm.
And the main mode of transportation on this planet is jogging,
Yes.
which
Yep.
is also really funny. However, we do have a famous Star Trek thing show up here. Do you know what that is?
Are we talking about Moose Knuckle and
No,
all of these togas having a very focused line around the groinular
no.
area?
The
Or
building that would become known as Starfleet Academy is first shown in this episode. Yeah, you know that
wow,
big white building in San Francisco?
yeah,
Yeah,
no, that makes sense.
it shows up in this episode first of all, and they film there a lot in future. I think it becomes Starfleet Academy.
Mhm.
Um, and so yeah, and it turns out that there is a space station in orbit of the planet, which is like kind of half cloaked,
Yes,
and it's filled with like it's either like a singular entity or like a collection of entities that are watching the planet.
yes.
There's an orb shows up with "State the purpose," which is great. I actually love that. That's great. Um, I will point out, and this is more a sign of the kind of production, when the orb is going around, I don't think they gave the actors a great impression of where to look in the shot.
The
So
eye lines are all over the
the eye
place.
lines are all over the place when the orb is going around. We do get confirmation in this episode that Worf fucks.
Yes,
He describes
with
human
both of
feet.
his penises,
Does
which
he?
is canon for
Oh,
Klingons.
wonderful. He does describe human females as fragile.
Yeah.
Um, but also, I mean, obviously, you need the episode to happen. These people are kind of addled, waspy hippies, but I
Mhm.
feel like someone should notice the random capital punishment zones for any aliens who are visiting.
Yeah. They should be at least informed that this is how we do it.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So you have your teens playing ball, going, "Yeah, all right, right, yeah, yeah, let's go." Like they're really having fun playing ball. You know, as if teens visiting this planet would do anything than just find a pretty girl and make out with her,
Mhm.
right? Um, and it culminates with them So Picard says, well, we can't interfere because of the Prime Directive, right? Like,
Mhm.
Wesley has broken their laws, but it's their laws, we can't interfere. This is not a warp-capable society, we have no right to interfere in their customs. But then they beam one of the natives up to orbit and shows her god, I think, right?
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
feels like a Prime Directive violation to me.
Mhm. And it is. They treat it that way later in
What?
the season.
Oh my god.
Again, Picard is the loose cannon that people
Yeah.
like to think Kirk was, but
Mm-hmm.
the thing is, Picard is just much better about like, about diplomacying his way through it,
Yeah.
and kind of like making it be like, I might have broken the Prime Directive, but what else
Mm-hmm.
was there to be done? Like
Yeah.
it's very. This is a good episode to describe that is a very frequent thing, and he does get grilled on it at future points a couple
He
times.
does. I think the drumhead he does.
The drumhead, even in one of our later season or later episodes from season one, Coming of Age,
Oh,
he gets
really?
grilled
Okay.
on it. Mhm.
Um, so I think it's a decent premise, handled in a very goofy way, and I feel like it could have said a lot more about its subject matter, because really it's kind of it goes into kind of how ineffective capital punishment is, really,
Mhm.
and just the concept of absolute law.
Yeah,
But it really feels like they didn't quite know how to end it.
yeah,
It feels, I have to say, this feels like an original series episode.
1,000%.
1,000%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
Down to the
the
togas.
yes.
Right.
This is an episode that really, like for me, I like to describe season one as the old Trek is dying and the new Trek struggles to be
Struggles to be
born.
born, yeah.
Now is the time of the naked now.
Mm-hmm.
So we end up getting a lot of that kind of like. This really feels like on the evolutionary scale between TOS and TNG, it's like smack in the middle, and you can tell that it's like the TOS folks are writing this new Star Trek and putting it
Mm-hmm.
together, and it really
Yeah.
hasn't grown into its own new thing
Yeah.
yet.
No, I think this plot would work a lot more if it's Chekhov who's going to be executed, right? And Kirk's the one who's saying, like, well, we can't interfere. And then McCoy's like, damn it, Jim. You're just going to let them die, right? Like, I can see those characters having that plot, right? And then it would eventually end with them just saying fuck it and like shooting lasers at the planet until they let Chekhov go. uh, but yeah, I don't have much more to say about that. It's a very goofy episode that I don't like that much, but I don't hate it.
Yeah,
It's a good
yeah,
idea, but this is another, oh god, it's a Wesley episode, right? Like, I think
yeah.
Wesley gets a really bad rap. It doesn't
Yes.
help that in some plots Wesley is like a 10-year-old mentally, and in others he's like an adult, basically.
Yeah, and that he is very frequently in season one kind of the wunderkind who will like solve the situation where it's like, well,
Hmm.
the adults just didn't think about it this way,
Yeah, oh,
and
those
it's
damn
like,
adults, yeah. It's like, oh, okay, boy genius, let's get you out of here.
mhm, mhm.
So that's my number 23.
Yeah.
Number 22, Lonely Among Us.
Okay, yeah, no, mine's also in the lower half. My number 22 is Too Short a Season.
Ooh, we are really deviating here, Flicky.
Mm-hmm, I've got something to say about the admirals when we get there.
You know, as I was eating before we sat down tonight, I rewatched Too Short a Season.
Mhm,
Just to freshen my memory. I have a lot to say about that because it's fresh in my mind. But
mhm.
okay, Lonely Among Us. Everyone gets to wear dresses and smocks at the start of this episode, but plot. The Enterprise is on a diplomatic mission. There are two warring alien races, whose names I do not remember.
The Antikins and the Soleil.
Thank you.
Space monkeys and space lizards.
Space lizards, yeah, and they hate each other. They're
Yes.
really racist to each other all the time. And the Enterprise crew is really exasperated by that fact. And en route to the diplomatic meeting location, the Enterprise flies through a nebula. They're like, hey, well, we might as well do some scans while we're here. And magic lightning comes through the terminal and shocks Worf. Worf goes,
one of the
"Argh."
one of the best Worf like sounds of the entire
Oh, it's
series
great.
is he's like it's very much like he's meant to be like, you know, when you get shocked, there's like your muscles tense up, you can't
Mhm.
move.
Yeah, yeah.
But he is making a gesture with his mouth almost that he's, like, growling, but,
Yeah.
like, he also kind of plays it almost like a muted scream, so
Yeah,
it's just,
it's
like,
great.
it doesn't
Yeah.
it's the visual mismatch of what's going on and what you're hearing is fantastic.
Yeah, so he gets hit by Emperor Palpatine lightning from the computer and he falls down. And what happens is the lightning affects Worf. He then
Yes.
gets taken to sickbay, and Dr. Beverly Crusher is there, and she's wearing a Command and Conquer helmet.
Yes, one of the few times that we see, like, assisted medical devices where she's
Mhm.
got, like, a little crosshair over one of her eyes
God,
to
it looks
find
awful.
the organs, I suppose.
She looks like the guy from the cover of Command and Conquer Tiberian Sun. It's
She really
crazy.
does.
And the lightning passes from Worf into her.
Mhm.
So the lightning can like hijack your body.
Yes.
It's like
And it makes you act
it
weird.
makes you act
Again,
weird.
this is
Yeah.
people are acting weird episode.
It's another they're acting weird episode, but at least at this point we've had a chance to actually get to know the characters.
Yes.
I will say of the two alien races, I think the effects don't look great, but I kind of love them because these are like
Yeah.
aliens, which are great.
Yes.
There is a fun little scene between Picard and Riker where they're discussing why they're fighting. And Picard says, well, even something as simple as different economic systems could be a reason for combat. I'm like,
Hmm.
oh, Star Trek.
I wonder if that'll come up later too, also
Yeah.
within Star Trek as well.
Um,
But this is also, you're right, this is only 3 years before, the Berlin Wall came
Bell and Waffle,
down.
yeah, this is late Cold War, yeah.
This is peak, like, 80s Cold War commentary.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of that throughout, this era of Trek.
Yes. And so what happens is there's weird technical issues throughout the ship because of this lightning. And they suspect that there might be a saboteur on board. And they specifically cite the Ferengi, who will be discussed in more detail later. The Ferengi really are like the kind of designated antagonists of season 1.
Yes, they wanted them to be the Klingons of the show.
They wanted them
and
to be
that
the
was
Klingons of
very
TNG.
ill-advised.
Very ill-advised. And we get to meet Mr. Singh. He is played by a gentleman named Kavi Raz, who is Kavi Raz. He is... I don't want to misquote where he's from. He is a Punjabi actor from India, and was a potential Data actor.
Yes.
He auditioned for the role of Data.
Which, honestly, like, I there's a lot of potential, like, what if casting in early Trek, especially. I want to know what life is like in that world where
With a
that's
Kavi Raz Data. Yeah, absolutely. He's kind of one of these jobbing character actor men who was in everything. Most notably, he was in Pet Cemetery alongside Denise Crosby. But he is Mr. Singh in engineering.
Yes.
Who's like weirdly aggro for most of the episode for reasons that aren't entirely clear. He's just like, I guess maybe that's realistic for engineers. He's just pissed off all the time. And he at one point gets very tragically killed, I think, by the lightning.
Yes.
The aliens are creepy. Tatashi Yar. Again, it's another moment where I'm watching it, I'm just like, oh, Denise, I'm so sorry.
Like, no wonder why she was like, this is really not
I gotta get out of here. Yeah. And I'm just going through my notes. There is a scene where Wesley walks into Beverly Crusher and she's wearing a Snuggie in her quarters, which is really funny. So
we have one of our first Snuggies are canon, and it's actually like a Velcro type space age invention.
We also get a chief engineer, Argyle. I have nothing to say about this guy. He doesn't stick around.
I have a lot to say about this guy.
Okay, go on. Go ahead.
Chief Engineer Argyle, played by, I believe his name is
Biff Yeager. Yep,
and
I looked him up.
Biff Yeager, his he wanted this role to stay as Chief Engineer of the Enterprise. And he and maybe his agent, but I think there's a conspiracy where he arranged a fake letter writing campaign where he had a bunch of letters sent in to Paramount where people were like, we love this Argyle guy. You guys should like keep him around. This guy's really great. But where he messed up is that they sent in letters praising his performance in an episode that hadn't aired yet at
Oh,
that time.
wow.
So the letters got there early, and the people at Paramount were like, "Why are they praising this episode that hasn't come out yet?" And they piece it together. Oh, he's trying to put his thumb on the scale to get cast permanently, and that's why Argyle disappears from the show.
They just axed him.
Yeah,
I had no idea. And
yeah.
also,
It's one of the cool backstory moments of like the behind the scenes of season 1 is insane.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm thinking of all the scenes that have Argyle in, and he doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
he's just a guy.
There.
He's just a guy who's just kind of there.
As
so
most of the chief engineers of season 1 of TNG are.
Oh my god! Wow. Okay. This is the first episode where we have Data doing his Sherlock Holmes shtick.
Yes, an early cue to this entire show through line of Sherlock Holmes.
They kept bringing it back, and I don't understand why.
It grows on me for sure as
really?
it goes, but
well,
it's
I'm
definitely
glad
it starts out a little forced, but I actually really like it as it goes on. And there's another hook to it later, and we'll get into that when we start hitting the holodeck.
And it culminates in the alien lightning taking over Picard. Yes. There's kind of a moment where the lightning goes into him, and he kind of has this moment where he gets overtaken. And he starts acting a little weird.
Yes.
And it takes him acting a little weird once for the crew to start discussing mutiny.
Yep.
They're just like, oh, Picard's acting kind of
to this man.
Yeah, Picard's acting kind of weird. Like, it's not that like maybe he has like food poisoning or something. It's just like, oh, this guy's got to go. We got to get him out of it. Yep. He's clearly incapacitated. Yeah.
Because there's a later episode where they lean into that same kind of thing, and there is a hostile entity has taken over and replaced Picard, and it takes a lot more than that for people to start getting into the mutiny discussion.
And the pacing in this episode is bizarre.
It's wild.
It does culminate in it does end up in some fun moments where Picard starts gaslighting everyone. We do get gaslight Picard, where it's just like, Picard, I think you're acting incapacitated. He's like, well, I think you're acting incapacitated. Do a medical check of yourself, idiot. Get out of my office. So that's fun. Meanwhile, the two alien races are trying to kill each other. And at one point, they catch Riker in like a little like glowy like hook loop thing. Like they're legit trying to like murder each other in the corridors. So that's happening on top of everything else.
Yep.
But we have to bring it up. This is the episode that has the Dark Picard tribute.
This is one of the finest shitposts of the modern Star Trek era.
It's incredible.
Where if you're not familiar with Dark Urkel tribute, you gotta watch that first. And then that lays the groundwork for Dark Picard tribute.
Did Dark Urkel come first?
Dark Urkel did come first.
Okay,
yes.
All right.
It has burned this scene where the lightning is shooting out from Picard's hands across the bridge into my mind. Not for the funny shitpost reason, but also because just some of the dialogue in this scene is so fascinating to me.
Where Tasha Yar's like, this is crazy, and like Worf is like tweaking in the.
No, what I think what Tasha Yar is saying is she's blind. They're both, her and Deanna Troi both mention that they're blinded by the lightning.
Oh, really?
And the way that Deanna Troi says it is she outright says, it's blinding me. But Tasha Yar says, where is he?
Oh, and, I can't hear it.
Forgetting that he's right in front of the bridge. And then the one that sticks with me is it's a line from Worf that you would not expect out of Worf, where he shouts, "Captain, I'll help you if you let me."
Yeah.
And it's like, wow.
Everyone's really stressed. The funniest one, it's like no one told the actors fully what they needed to be doing. Geordie's like shielding his face. Geordie's like being electrocuted. Riker's just stood still. Along with
Dr. Crusher's looking from side to side repeatedly.
Yeah. No one knows what they're doing. And then Picard transports himself into the nebula because the kind of alien presence that's within him is like, hey, being an energy presence is sick, right? I don't want to be trapped in this kind of corporeal realm. I want to go back to the nebula, and I want to go back to exploring the galaxy, and you should join me, and we'll become one entity. And what happens is, while they're in the nebula, they separate, and Picard's kind of essence is left floating around in the nebula. And then he infiltrates the Enterprise through the same way the alien got in, makes his way into the transporter circuits, and then they rematerialize him, which is a very convenient way to bring Picard back to life.
Yes.
This is a real mid-range episode to me. And it would have been higher if not for the ending of the episode, which I hate, and I think a lot of other people hate.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain what happens at the end of this episode?
Now, are we talking about just the little button at the end of it?
Yes.
Or are we talking about... Yeah, so it's been hinted throughout the course of the episode that while the two delegations are at each other's throats, quite literally, that the Antikins, the monkey-type aliens, are actually succeeding in killing and eating a few.
Specifically, they kill one of the other delegates and request that they be able to cook his body.
Yes.
To eat.
And Picard basically turns to Riker on hearing this news and just says, "Man, what a day, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to bed. Later, everybody."
Can you imagine if you were like working security at the UN and a diplomat killed another diplomat and you were just like, "Oh, brother, what a day.
Just another day on the job. I'll be in my bunk."
They play it for comedy. A man is dead, Flicky.
Yeah, no, it's not just any man. This is a high-ranking diplomatic interstellar official.
Yeah, it's an interstellar war that's happening. Like, you're not going to come to a peace accord after one of them kills the other one. Bizarre decision. Absolutely bizarre decision.
Truly fascinating. Like, because there's a lot of, again, the TOS energy of ending an episode on the crew laughing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that happens frequently in the original series, and they go for it a few times here, or ending on a gag, and it just doesn't work here because it's like that's especially when you come at it from later TNG, that would be a whole episode.
It would
of later TNG.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like, because they clearly needed some kind of like ticking clock component to the plot. So why, like, we have to move on really quick because of these diplomats. But man, I don't know. I want to move on.
Yeah,
from this.
Yeah, me too.
All right, number 21 for me.
Mm-hmm.
This might be a little bit of an upset. The neutral zone.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about this episode.
So, while I disagree with you on the placement of it, I also can entirely understand why this episode might turn you off.
Yes.
Now, this is it. Now, to give you some context of how differently we're approaching this, you have placed the neutral zone where I've placed justice.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah.
And the neutral zone for me is in my top 5.
Really?
Of season 1.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, wow. We got some deviation here.
Yeah. So the neutral zone, there have been hints of this throughout season 1, where we have been getting little breadcrumbs about an enemy that has only in 2 episodes of the original series, but left a very big impression: the Romulans.
Yes.
And the neutral zone is the season finale of season 1 of TNG, and it's where we finally get the confrontation between the Enterprise and the Romulans.
Can I interject here briefly? Do you know why it took this long for the Romulans to get introduced?
Was it a choice beyond just kind of setting it up and waiting for the payoff?
Okay. I have a passage here to read to you.
Okay.
In the writer's and director's guide for the series, written by Gene Roddenberry prior to the first season, Romulans were covered by one of the main writing rules, which stated, quote, no stories about warfare with Klingons and Romulans, and no stories with Vulcans. We are not copying ourselves here. There must be other interesting aliens in a galaxy filled with billions of stars and planets. However,
we are not copying ourselves.
Following the perceived failure of the Ferengi as the main villains of TNG by the production staff, the Romulans became the main villains during the early years of the series. So they were like, this Ferengi thing is not working. Bring the Romulans back.
And the show is better for it.
And the show is way better for it.
Some of the best Romulan intrigue in all of Star Trek is in TNG.
Yes. Yeah. So this is a Gene moment. This is a Gene moment where Gene's just like, no, we're not doing Romulans again. Yes. Despite the fact that everyone loves Romulans, including me.
And Gene's writing rules hampered a lot of the early show, where another writing rule was like minimal conflict between people on the ship.
And
And
actually,
that's
I can draw this into my favorite ever episode of TOS, which is
okay.
Balance of Terror.
Yes.
Fantastic episode, which has fucking Romulans
Mhm.
and members of Starfleet conflicting with each other.
Yes, with members of Starfleet outright being bigoted toward each other
Yeah,
at
yeah.
certain points.
Gene's
Yeah.
writing rules would not have allowed Balance of Terror to be made.
Mhm.
Man,
Yeah, it's he really overextended
he
during
did.
this,
Yeah.
and this is one of the big cracks in that armor where they're finally like, let's do a little bit more here that can let us kind of break those rules.
Yep.
And I personally love it. I think there's definitely the aspect to it which I think you're not going to like, which I think we'll get to once you go into the meat and potatoes of the episode.
Hmm.
But I think the overall thing for me works really well. While I can understand how a lot of the depiction and a lot of I'll say the guest characters in this one, I think might be part of what's bringing you down on
I
this
mean,
one.
how well do you remember the episode? Do you remember it really well?
I do.
Do you remember it well enough to do a plot recap? So I don't do all of them.
I can do it a kind of brief one top to bottom.
Okay.
So
Mhm.
we are talking about again. The episode is titled "The Neutral Zone,"
Yes.
and that is alluding to basically the DMZ between the Romulan Star Empire and the Federation.
Yeah. Hmm. Which
And
I believe
there
is
is
it's bordered with a number of like space stations and outposts and that sort of thing,
yes,
right? Yeah. Hmm.
it is a very well monitored area, but entering it is an act of war from either side.
Yeah.
Um, And the episode starts with the Enterprise just kind of chilling out, waiting for Picard to get back from an emergency conference.
Hmm.
And while they're putzing around, they kind of find this weird space capsule.
Yes.
And they check it out, and it's kind of a TOS space seed situation where they
Hmm.
beam in and they find that there are a bunch of human popsicles,
Yeah.
a
Tubes.
bunch
Yeah.
of frozen 21st century humans,
So some of
or
which
actually, I think
have
at this point, 20th.
yeah.
Mhm.
Some of them have some great like skeletons in the tubes where the the
Yeah,
freezing
there are
process failed.
a couple of dead ones,
Uh,
and then 3 living ones.
I think they're specifically from the 21st, maybe 20th century. I think
Mhm. They're from our time, quote
our
unquote, they
time.
get
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
yeah. And basically they're like, okay, well, let's bring them on and figure out what we do with them. And as they're doing that, Picard gets back and is like, we need to go to the neutral zone right
Right
now.
now. Yep.
There's some Romulan stuff going on over there, and we think that there's about to be like a flashover.
I get the feeling, by the way, that some stuff either got changed or wasn't communicated properly because there's a weird moment when because Data and Worf are the ones investigating the tubes, and
Mhm.
Data starts shouting for no reason.
Yeah.
And I don't
Yeah.
know if there was meant to be like the tubes were like breaking up or something, and like there was meant to be an effect that they just didn't do. But Data just starts yelling, and I don't know why.
Mhm.
But yeah, so these get transported back. So they have these cryogenic tubes, and they now have the technology to revive the people within these
Yes.
tubes.
All of
But
these people who have what would today be terminal issues, but by this era of that Star Trek is taking place in,
yeah,
are very easy fixes.
and I think there's 3 people total.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Who we can probably refer to as the cowboy,
Yeah.
John Wall Street,
John
and
Business. Yeah.
and Lady
And Lady.
are our 3. Mhm.
There are a couple of notable people in this episode I do want to bring up briefly. One of the Romulans, his name is Anthony James. I recognize him from Westerns. He was in Unforgiven, and he was also in High Plains Drifter, which is what I know him from. He's a very gaunt, very tall guy, so he makes a good Romulan. He's got that kind of like angular face. And John F. Business is a guy called Peter Mark Richmond, who has been in a lot of stuff.
Yes.
I know him from Friday the 13th, Jason Takes Manhattan. He's would you believe he's a stuffy old white guy in that?
I can believe it if you. I don't know. It's something about him. Is
Something about him.
Tends to guess for.
He was also in Dynasty for a while, also known as the Stuffy Old White People Show. And he also did a lot of episodes of a cartoon called Defenders of the Earth, which I think might have been a Flash Gordon thing. But yeah, he is John F. Business. We have the cowboy, who is a country singer who drank himself almost to death.
Yes, he has extensive liver damage when
Extensive
they wake him
liver
up, and
damage,
they're able to fix it.
And Lady. who is she's a actually makes for a fun joke because her occupation is listed as homemaker,
Mhm.
and someone says, "Oh, so she was a builder."
Yeah. Completely forgetting that dynamics, have changed in that it's like
Because it's
it
the future and that's no longer a thing, right? So they're just like, "Oh,
Mhm.
so she must have built houses." That's incredible. So yeah, they unveil these people, and Wesley gets his straight edge moment where he's like, "Why would anyone pollute their body with?"
Oh
Uh, Look,
god.
okay, this was peak Dare. All right,
This
there's
was
a,
this was this was an era of television where many shows were required by the Reagan administration to have a
yes.
moment like this.
There's another episode which we'll get to, which is the real Dare episode, but this
Mhm.
was a Dare moment where Wesley's just like, "But gee, mom, why would anyone drink alcohol?" And it's like, well, we're past that now, Wesley, right?
Mhm.
Um, so Lady wakes up and she sees Worf, and then she immediately faints.
Mhm.
Now, I don't know how I broach this. Like, okay, Worf looks a little weird. He's got like the head ridges,
Right.
but if I passed away in the 20th century and then was woken up in the 24th century and I saw Worf,
Mhm.
I wouldn't faint. I would just think, oh, that guy's got some weird stuff on his face. Is she just
I
racist?
I th I think that the Worf being played for, "Oh my god, that's an alien,"
Mm-hmm.
while it doesn't have like if it were like a non-humanoid alien, absolutely,
Sure.
but,
Yeah.
like, this is 90s 80s, 90s Star Trek, we don't have
Yeah.
that kind
Sure.
of budget. It
Mm-hmm.
works better than when people look at Spock and say, "Oh
Oh,
my god, an alien," It does
Spock,
at
you
least on the
green-blooded
sliding
bastard! What are you doing?
on the sliding scale of like you can't explain Worf's appearance the way that Kirk did with Spock. Which do you remember when
Mm,
Spock gets transported to like 1920s or 30s Earth
yeah.
and he
Uh
has
huh.
to explain?
Like the ears. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um.
where he has to be like, "Well, that's my Chinese friend whose head got stuck in a rice picker," and it's like, "Oh
I don't
God."
remember that part. Jesus.
Yeah, that's how Kirk tried to play it off. You can, you cannot have someone look at Worf and try to explain it by being like, "He's
Uh, he he
Belarusian." Like you can't do
he
that.
took a waffle line to the face. There you go. Um.
I think it makes more sense than
Yeah.
using
Okay.
somebody like Spock.
So she wakes up and she faints. The country western guy, to his credit, he kind of just gets into the rhythm of things pretty fast. He's just like, "Oh,
Mhm.
cool, I'm in the future. Sick. Hey, computer, make me a martini. Martini with the olives for the vitamins." And then there's a comedy
Mhm.
country twang when he says that, and that's the point I hated that episode. Um, and John F. Business was like, "How is my portfolio doing?"
Yeah. I need to check on the billions of dollars I have on the stock exchange.
I'm very important back in Wall Street. We do
Mhm.
get a based socialist Picard moment where he says,
Yes.
"Well, we have grown out of our infancy," is what he says.
Yes. That
Um,
nonsense is centuries behind us.
yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. You know,
It's
capitalism died in Star Trek.
Mhm.
Um,
Wall Street is a crater in the ground that has been built over
uh,
at this
after the
stage.
eugenics wars, yeah.
Mhm.
Um, there is a moment that is kind of it. I don't think it's unintentional. I think it is a Picard moment because they're like, "Hey, computer, bring me up the." Uh, I'm just finding here. Yeah, bring me up the census records of New Jersey from the 1980s, and that's just in the Enterprise computer.
Yep.
And then this woman finds out that her children have been dead for 300 years,
Mhm.
and Picard's like, "Why is she upset?"
Yeah, it's kind of a moment that it's like something about TNG season 1
Hmm.
that, I always feel when we're watching it is the humans on the show feel like
They
aliens.
do, yeah,
They behave like space aliens
they
when
do.
it comes to comparisons to modern culture, when
Hmm.
I feel like there is a middle ground that later Trek manages to hit where they are human, they just have
Hmm.
different values and
Sure, yeah, yeah,
experiences.
exactly.
They feel like they are completely foreign, like,
Again,
green aliens.
I wonder if it's Gene. I wonder if it's Gene's
It might
writing guide.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do get some casual sexual harassment of Beverly Crusher. I'm just glad it's not Tasha Yar for once, although she's dead at this
Yep.
point.
She is.
Spoilers.
The only reason that it wasn't is because, whoops, she's dead.
Yep. There is a bad audio moment in this episode.
Yes.
When Deanna Troi is talking to the lady when she first walks into the room, her audio sounds fucked up.
There's definitely a couple of weird onset, like there must have been a mic that wasn't working or
Yeah.
positioned correctly, and they just didn't ADR it later. There's a lot of those in season one. It's weird. It's the production side of it is a very, compared to later Trek, like a little sloppy almost.
Yeah, absolutely. We do get an excellent reveal of the Romulan warbird, and the first
Yes,
reveal of the Romulans. Yep.
one of my favorite ship designs in Star Trek.
Oh, it's great.
It is
Yeah.
much larger than the Enterprise,
Oh, it's
which is
huge.
really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
And do you know, other than the Romulan guy who you talked about, who he is sitting next to on the bridge?
No, who's the other one?
That, my friend, is a little-known actor known as Mark Alamo, who would later go on to play someone you might know as Gul Dukat on Star Trek Deep Space
That is
Nine.
Gul Dukat. Oh, wow. Okay. Not the
Yeah.
only Deep Space Nine actor who makes an appearance in TNG, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, he is this is actually, I think, his first. No, it's not. We actually just talked about his first Star Trek episode. He is also one of the monkey alien delegates.
Oh, is he?
In yeah, in our previous episode we were talking.
Wow. Okay.
It's,
yeah.
mhm.
Okay.
So it's a fun connection there, and he plays it well. He's very good at that kind of skullduggerous kind of like alien.
Yeah.
And this is where we get to the two plots meeting where
Yes.
John Business forces his way onto the bridge because I'm
'Cause
very
he wants to
important and I need
complain.
to talk to the captain.
He wants to complain to the manager. Yeah.
And this reveals a consistent thing that will come up throughout Star Trek, which is these ships have no security on them.
You could just walk onto the bridge. Yeah, absolutely.
The only reason that people do not more often wildly break protocol and end up in places that they're not supposed to is because they're too polite to. And when you're not too polite to, you just can.
You can just walk onto the bridge, yeah. So Picard they make contact with a Romulan warbird in the neutral zone, right? And it looks like a shooting war is about to begin, right? The Romulans are like, you're intruding. And then the Federation's like, well, no, we've lost contact with some of our locations. Like, clearly they were killed by the Romulans. And John F. Business comes onto the bridge. And using the powers of being an 80s business guy, he's like, these guys are bluffing. They don't know anything. They're waiting to see what you know.
And this, I know that you don't like the interaction between the older kid, like the characters of our time and the present moment.
It's a little
cheesy.
Like this. Yeah.
It is cheesy, but I like it. I like that it takes somebody who is like just through that era of like, oh, Picard literally does not know how to be as skullduggerous as a Romulan.
I will
this
say,
guy has probably seen people killed in the 80s for cocaine.
Yeah, I will say, if anyone can negotiate with Romulan, it's probably like a yuppie from the 80s, like one of like the RoboCop guys, right? Like they could probably do it. But he's just he's bluffing. He doesn't know anything.
Yep.
And
because
then
the whole time they're arguing about both sides have been losing random colonies and people have been dying, and they both accuse the other of it. And what we don't know at this point is that this is the initial setup for the Borg.
Yeah. Who were originally meant to be bug aliens, I believe.
Yes, and we'll get into that one.
Yes. So yeah, the Romulans are also losing outposts. They think it's the Federation, but they're acting cagey because that's what Romulans do, and they're bluffing basically. They're just like, yeah, the Romulans don't know as much as they're letting on. They want to see, they're testing the Federation to see if the Federation's responsible, and that's when they come to realize that both sides are being attacked by this third entity that we eventually find out is the Borg. It's not a terrible episode. I think the cowboy makes me hate it a lot.
I don't blame you for that. I like it. I think I have a soft spot for cheeseball stuff like that, but I also totally understand whenever anybody just can't handle it.
I'll tell you what would make me rank this episode higher. If this was the penultimate episode and the last one was Conspiracy.
I think that's kind of what in my rewatch kind of came to the same conclusion of, I feel like Conspiracy ends the season way more.
This shouldn't have been this shouldn't have been the finale, I think. It's like I say, not an awful episode, but it's low for me. Should we get to number 20?
Yeah, number 20, like, may I lead with this one because I wanna
Okay.
see, because we're now leaving our bottom 5. This is,
Yes. Yep.
the first one outside of our bottom 5,
Mm-hmm.
and for me, number 20 is Hide and Q.
I also have hiding queue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a strange
It's a
episode with one
bizarre
of the
episode.
worst sets of the entire season.
Okay, let me
Um,
bring up my notes quickly.
yeah.
Uh
This
oh
is one of our first Q episodes outside of the first episode of the show,
yeah.
and it is, starts very similarly, where it's just another episode where they're going to do something, and then Q
I don't
shows
remember.
up.
The cue ball shows up
Yes.
and traps them. The big space ball that is Q shows
Hmm.
up. We do get some opening shots of the Enterprise, and you see it has like 80s wallpaper on the set.
Hmm.
Like, there's a couple of times in my notes where I say the Enterprise looks like a space hotel.
Yes, that is definitely one of the most common pieces of feedback I ever hear about the set design.
It
Is it
looks like
feels
a
like you're walking through a lobby of a hotel.
yeah. Riker's audio fucks up when he first comes on the bridge. Again, much
Hmm.
like Deanna Troy in the one we just
Hmm.
discussed. But there's some. Oh no! I'll tell you what they're doing. They're responding to a medical emergency on a colony.
Hmm.
This colony is having a medical emergency, and they need the medicine and the kind of medical facilities of the Enterprise to deal with it.
Hmm.
But Q shows up, and he starts fucking with the crew. Worf jumps into action. He jumps over something, like,
Hmm.
which is pretty great. I think Q shows up as 3 snakes coming out of a sphere.
Yes, an Aldebaran serpent,
And
they call
is
it.
that what they're called? Okay.
Yeah.
And so Picard at this point despite the fact this is only the second episode that has Q in, we've kind of
Mhm.
established the Picard Q dynamic, and
Yes,
Picard's just
where
like, leave us
they
alone.
will hate fuck in a later season, but until then, the two of
Hmm.
them, Picard is Q's favorite toy.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, Picard is Q's favorite chew toy, basically,
Mhm.
and he just wants to he wants to mess with Picard.
Mhm.
And he's like, Q, we have to get going, otherwise these people will die. And Q's response is, quote, "Oh, your species is always suffering and dying," which is a great Q moment, I think.
Mhm.
Like, from what I understand, John Delancey is a bit of a dick, but so is Q, so it
Yes.
works.
No, that's the same story with Ducat, and Marcolemo, where
Oh, really?
Marcolemo is also kind of a dick, from what I understand, but it
Hmm.
informs him playing the character who is a dick, and it makes the character better.
Yeah.
And so Q just whisks them off into another. It's time
To,
for a game,
to
and we
a,
beam you
I'm gonna
to
beam you
planet
to
Mountain
a,
Dew Sky.
I'm gonna beam you to a TOS planet, which
Yep.
means it's
What?
rocks and dirt
Oh,
and a colored
and a
sky.
big colored sky, and it is hands down my count for the worst set of season 1 of
It
TNG.
looks pretty bad. This is where we learn. Well, actually, we did learn it from the original Encounter at Farpoint, but Q loves to dress up in delightful little outfits whenever he can.
Hmm.
And because Picard is whisked away, we get to see the bridge crew operating under Riker for a bit.
Yes.
So Riker gets to be the captain for a little bit. And Q summons everyone down to the planet, and he pours them all drinks as like a courtesy, like peace offering thing. We get a
Mhm.
great Worf moment where Worf pours out the drink rather than drinking it, because he's like, "I'm not accepting anything from you," which is
Mhm.
great.
One of my
Um,
favorite Worf moments on the season.
yeah, great. There's so many great Worf moments. And so on top of on top of this colony dying if they don't get there, he's also holding Tasha Yar hostage. He's like, if you
Yes.
don't do my game, I'm gonna delete Tasha Yar from existence.
Mhm.
Um, there's a great moment. I think someone gets. I don't remember who's with Picard, but someone gets upset, and I wrote down Picard's line here, because this
Mhm.
is an excellent Picard moment where he says,
Mhm.
"New ship standing order. When one is in the penalty box, tears are permitted." Oh, it's Tasha Yar, because she hates that she feels so helpless.
She's
but
like, yeah, she's useless in there when
she
she should be out there helping.
yeah, and she gets upset and she starts crying over it because she feels powerless, and she's like, "But I shouldn't be
Mhm.
crying because I'm security officer." And he's like, "No, when you're in the Poundy box, tears are permitted. You're allowed to
Mhm.
feel like that. So that's a great humanizing Picard moment because
Mhm.
I actually like. I'm going to mention it a little bit later, but I think Picard has a little bit of a humanizing issue early on in the season. He's kind
Yes.
of all business all the time,
Yes, he's a
and
bit of a robot.
yeah, he doesn't have many moments to kind of show compassion or empathy, and that's one of them. So I quite like that.
Mhm.
Tasha responds by flirting with Picard. Ugh.
They did not know how to write women.
They did
They
not
just
know
did
how to
not know
write
how to write
women.
women.
Yeah. Hmm.
It's so weird.
But you know what? Don't worry about that because we have alien pigmen in Napoleonic uniform coming at them.
Not the first time we will get aliens in human military uniforms. We
No,
will
yeah.
later get aliens in Nazi Germany uniforms.
Yeah.
We will later
Hmm.
get. I mean, we had Q in an American like World War II era
Yeah, he's
officer's
dressed up like
uniform in
Patton.
episode
Yeah.
one.
Like,
Yep.
um, all the world's a stage. Oh, you know that one. That's a good line. Um, and so they discuss. So they have to fight these alien troops to get out.
Mhm.
Riker is standing at the jauntiest possible angle while he's doing it. His
Mhm.
foot's on a rock and his arms are on his hip. Yes, Riker, slay.
Mhm. This is one of many moments where he will power stance his way through it.
Hmm. Um, so we have these French man bear pigs marching around, and Data is on a scouting mission. And we have a
Mhm.
fantastic Data line here. Because we've established at this point, Picard is a patriot for France.
Yes.
Picard loves being French. And so when Data's shown these like disgusting pig monsters in French uniform, which again is clearly just meant to get a rise out of Picard from Q,
Mhm.
Data's line is, "You may find it aesthetically displeasing, sir. I could just file a computer report," which is a good Data line. Um, but really, the whole crux of the episode is Q wants to recruit Riker. Picard's
Mhm.
not the target; it's Riker that he wants to get
Mhm.
to. Um, and Q's actually quite good at like when he has like a kind of heart to heart with Riker, he shows up wearing a Starfleet uniform,
Yes.
to kind of influence him that way. Um, Worf rushes the Napoleonic troops. Wesley gets bayoneted.
Wesley gets killed, like
He
capital K
yeah,
killed.
actually
It's
killed. Yeah.
bad.
Hmm. Um,
It's like his I okay, I really do love his season 1 sweater with the 3 division stripes
oh,
over the top, and he's got
the rainbow
yeah,
sweater.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's so good.
It's so delightfully 80s, and it has the tie-in with the colors of the
Hmm.
uniform, and
Hmm.
that thing is covered in strawberry jam,
Yep.
and, it's bad.
Yeah, and this is kind of what gets Riker to accept Q's gift. And what Q's gift is, he's like,
Mhm.
you should join the continuum. I can make you one of us.
Yep. This is Wesley is killed after trying to save Worf from being killed, who is
Yeah.
also killed.
Yes. Yeah. So Riker gets Q's powers basically, and Q can do basically anything. So Riker is, for this episode, he's basically omnipotent. He can do whatever he
Yes.
wants. And so he brings everyone back to life. And when they get to the colony, he's like, "Well, I could just use my powers to like fix everything, right, and like to bring people
Mhm.
back." Um, this is when Picard calls Q a flim flam man, which is a great line. Um, he summons Worf a Klingon waifu. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what happens. That is the best way to describe it.
and
His Klingon OC that he
yeah,
conjures into existence.
yeah, because Riker's just trying to think, what would Worf want? Oh, he'd want someone he could fuck without killing them. All right, here you go.
Mhm. It kinda works a little bit.
Kind of
Worf's
works a
kinda
little
like
bit,
kinda
but
into
this
it.
is when Riker's trying to convince everyone, no, 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 me keeping Q's powers is actually a good thing, and everyone's
Mhm.
response is like, well, no, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Like, you don't want that.
Mhm.
Um, his thing for Wesley is like, oh, you want to be an adult, right? And he just makes him an
Mhm.
adult. So I guess he aged him physically, but not emotionally. It's weird.
Yeah, it's very odd, and then also, it's really funny looking at guy casted to play
He looks
adult
nothing like Will
Wesley,
Wheaton.
and
Yeah,
then look at Will Wheaton at the
yeah,
same age, and it's just completely different.
completely different guy. Um, and in the end, Riker does not take Q up on his offer, and he returns the powers. He's like, no, no, no,
Mhm.
I'm happy where I am as number
Yep.
one on the Enterprise.
Yep.
Um,
This is after a whole series of things, including the making Wesley older. The one that I like that I referenced earlier is he
mhm.
actually like offers to give Geordi eyes,
Yes, yeah.
and and Geordi's like, I don't, and it gives him eyes,
Well, no,
and
because
Geordi's
Geordie's tempted because again at this point in the story, Geordie's like, "Oh, being blind is worse than death."
mhm. And
But
like
he's
the only reason he really says no this time is because like I don't want your Q garbage.
yeah, I don't
Like
want your
it's
cute garbage. Get out of here. Um, Riker gives him back, and then there's such a Roddenberry line at the end of this episode. I
Mhm.
wrote it down, which was, "Someday we may discover that space and time are the simpler equation than the human one." It's such a Roddenberry line.
This is something that would be on the marketing copy that Gene wrote for like
Mm-hmm.
trying to sell a show somewhere.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's definitely like it's got that Gene like energy to it.
Yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
okay, so like it's kind of a classic story of like, oh, what would you do if you had the powers of a god for a day? Like, you know, it's a tried and tested story at this point. I would say that the probably the biggest kind of legacy of this story is it really cements the kind of Picard Q verbal sparring dynamic that they
Mhm.
have. Um, the stakes start high and they get low because it starts with, oh, an entire colony is about to die, and it ends
Mhm.
with, hey, I have these powers, isn't that sick? And it's like, I guess. But there's
Yeah.
only so much you can do in a single episode of a syndicated TV show, right? Like things need
Mhm.
to be back to normal by the end, so I get it.
Yeah.
Um, man, so that's why for me, number 20, that one.
Yep. Last
Uh,
one that starts with a 2 for both of us. I'm glad that
yes.
we agreed on that one.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. It's not an awful. I wish it was better.
No,
I wish it was a
we're
better
now
episode.
we're into the meh zone where
Mm-hmm.
like none of these are awful, but a lot of them are like they
Yeah.
don't use their potential to the fullest, or they're just kind of a little boring.
Mm-hmm.
And number 19 for me is one where I feel like it's kind of blowing the potential and getting a little boring,
Oh
but
yeah.
I want to know what your number 19 is.
My number 19 is Angel One.
Wow, okay.
Mm-hmm.
My number 19 is The Big Goodbye.
Really? Damn.
Yes.
We have very
Mhm.
different tastes
Mhm.
in Star Trek. Okay.
We do.
All right. Angel One, the femdom episode.
Oh boy.
I'm picturing a 60s guy sitting around smoking a cigarette being like, hey, wouldn't it be crazy if broads were like dudes?
No, it's exactly the word I was gonna go for. What if a society was run by broads? And it's just like it's again, what I mentioned earlier, where they were kind of almost trying to take like a more enlightened sort of like, what if though? But like they also, while doing it, reveal their stereotypes.
Yeah,
And in
absolutely.
this case, it's a lot of it's intentional, where it's like, well, any society where a single sex is dominant over the other is not a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But also, it's just like, there's a lot about this one that's just a
I have a
little
lot to
off.
say about this episode, so if you'll forgive me, I'll kind of take the lead on this one.
Sure,
So
please.
it's the matriarchy planet. I don't
Hmm.
remember why they're going there, but it's a
Hmm.
planet where everyone looks like humans,
Hmm.
but women are the stronger. They're meant to be the taller, but that doesn't happen.
Hmm.
More physically dominant and socially dominant gender on the planet.
Hmm.
Uh, whereas men are delegated to kind of subservient roles for reproduction, service, that sort of thing. Um, it starts with Wesley showing up dressed as a pipe cleaner
Hmm.
because he wants to go snowboarding on the holodeck.
Yep.
Um,
It's true. That's a very good descriptor for that outfit. Some of the civilian outfits in season 1 are out there.
yeah. This is a 80s idea of feminism, which means that everyone has big pointy shoulders, like
Mhm.
power dressing. What further cements this being the Kuma episode is they tell Data about aphrodisiacs.
Yes. And also, again, everyone's wearing togas.
Hmm.
This everyone's got their entire chest out except for the women because it's
Oh,
television in the 80s. You
do
can't
you
have
do
that.
you want to describe what the men wear on Angel One?
The men on Angel One wear what I can only describe as the deepest V you've ever seen in your life.
It's like an open
While that
kimono, yeah.
that also ties into the tightest pants
Mm-hmm.
that are just completely featuring everything that's going on in that cod piece in the front of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty out there.
Yeah.
This is a Gene thing.
This
There
is a
is
Gene thing. Yeah.
prior to TNG, Gene actually submitted two other TV pilots for shows that were sci-fi that featured people in togas. And
Really.
I don't know what it is about Gene and this aesthetic, but this is something
It
that
just
this was
really spoke
Gene's
to him.
vision of
Yeah.
the future that spoke to him. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Um, yeah, so she's wearing an outfit that I've written here looks itchy. I haven't actually watched the episode recently. I just
Mhm.
remembered looking at her outfit and saying, that looks really itchy
It
to me.
it does look like she's wearing, like, one of those blankets that's been through the wash a few too many times and is
Yeah.
starting to kind of feel like an old pelt,
Hmm.
you know? Like,
The
yeah.
main lady, she's played by a lady called Karen Montgomery. The most notable other role for her I found was a movie called Amazon Women on the Moon.
Oh boy.
However, the other lady is Patricia McPherson, who is in Knight Rider. So,
Yes.
Dr. Crusher is in the sick bay. She has a weird prop. It looks like a plastic flowchart. I don't know what she's doing.
Mhm.
But Picard gets sick. He gets a
Mhm.
disease, right? He gets a virus. So Picard starts like sweating and like tripping balls because he's ill. And
Mhm.
because everyone else is down on the planet, Geordie gets left in charge.
Yes.
Geordie's running the ship. I've written here the misandry in this episode is kind of funny because it's real like doubt. What do these men have to say to us kind of thing. Like it's like, oh god,
Mhm.
right, like
Mhm.
um at one point Worf says, I think I may sneeze. And someone says, a Klingon sneeze? The only kind I know. That's good. Um
Yeah, there's a lot of little things peppered throughout this that are charming, but the
mhm,
whole episode is
yeah.
just got this scuzz to it.
It's so scuzzy. This was one of the moments I picked up on these moments from episode 1, Encounter at Farpoint, but something I noticed
Mhm.
all through this rewatch is Jonathan Frakes was up for anything.
No, it was definitely the most like, "Yeah, I'll do it," of
Yeah, I'll do
anybody
it.
in this
Whatever.
season.
Yeah. Hey, Jonathan, we need you to wear this slutty kimono get up. He's like, yeah, sure.
Mhm.
Let me get the
"Hey,
chest fuzz
Jonathan,
out.
so we've got this we're gonna cover this later, but we got this big pool of printer ink and Metamucil. You wanna go face first into that thing?"
Yeah. Hey, Jonathan, do you wanna jump over a river where you might slip and like completely kill yourself? I'm doing it. He's like, yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. Yeah, Riker was up for anything. So yeah, I've got a note here. I'm just going to read this verbatim. The femdom culture on this planet is funny, but it feels very artificial. It feels like people role-playing an Amazon society rather than a genuine society where, with all the little foibles and hang-ups that you would normally have.
Yes.
Because sexism doesn't... Like, sexism can manifest as someone just saying, oh, stupid woman, you don't know what you're talking about, or in this case, stupid
Mhm.
man. But it often, it's microaggressions, right? It's systematic,
Yes.
it's institutional bias,
Yes.
it's denial of access to education, to
Yes.
financial prospects. Not, oh, not how it's shown. Like in Angel One, it just feels very fetishy and very larpy to me.
It's very much like, okay, everybody, this week we're doing an episode where all the women are really mean to the men, and not
Mm-hmm.
an episode like, okay, this is a society you've grown up in this entire time where it is completely normal for this to be the dynamic, and you are
Mm-hmm.
leaning into it in every facet of how you behave, every way you treat a man, every like there are ways to communicate that with actors that are like speak to a broader societal thing, and the
Yeah.
way that
Mm-hmm.
this does it is very much like we are delivering these lines as, oh, isn't it wild that on this
I
planet the women are in charge?
I hate to say it, it feels like a Darman video.
It does. That's kind of what I was going for. It
It's
feels like something
Darman,
that like
yeah.
you would be watching this and then somebody would turn to camera and shake their head no and say, "It doesn't have to be that way."
I'm specifically thinking of the Darman video where everyone's gay.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
world where gay is normal or whatever it's called, which is an insane title.
Yeah, and it's
Um,
kind of the same concept where it's like, what if we flipped it? And it's like, well, if you're gonna flip it, you need to like it
mhm.
has to be the same thing,
Yeah.
but just like the trappings are different and not over the top. Oh, this guy's a man. Oh,
Hmm.
come on, everybody. Let's
Yeah.
laugh at
Get a
him.
load of this guy. Yeah. Um, so I think what happens is a ship called the Odin crashed on this planet,
Yeah.
and it had some Federation citizens on, and they're being oppressed by the locals because they're men.
Hmm.
Um, Riker hooks up with one of the lead lady characters. Of course, because Jean is still attached, the instant that she gets with Riker, she's all like, "Oh, I'm just a little girly girl, and I don't know what I'm doing. Take charge, Riker." I like, if you're gonna lean into the whole kind of matriarchal society thing, I think she should have taken charge when she got intimate with him.
I think she should have topped.
Yeah, I think she should have strapped him.
And
I
this
think she
is
should have
something that I
pegged him.
think and this is something the best part about it is Jonathan Frakes would have been down
He would
because
have
we
been
know from a
down.
later episode that there is a later episode that is meant to be a gay allegory. This is not season 1. We're now into
Hmm.
like season 5 or 6
Yeah,
or
yeah.
maybe
Hmm.
4 or 5 somewhere in there. And this is an episode where it is meant to be a gay allegory in the 90s. It is a bad gay allegory that is much more akin to a trans allegory watching it in the
Hmm.
2020s.
Hmm.
And Jonathan Frakes is adamant to this day that the character that they cast that was meant to be a non-binary character
Hmm.
who was choosing to identify as a woman, or a character from a non-binary species who was trans and trans femme.
Yes.
They cast her as with a woman actress, and Jonathan Frakes was adamant that if you wanted to make a gay allegory, having me kiss somebody who is femme presenting is not the way to do it. You
Yeah.
should have casted a man, and
Yeah.
we should have kissed.
And he would have been
And
down for it. Yeah.
yeah, and he would have been down for it.
Fearless. Fearless. Love John
Mhm.
from Frakes. Yeah.
He is
Uh,
truly. There's a reason that I have so much admiration for that man.
mhm. So they find these guys and they're living with their families on the planet. And this is a point of contention on Angel One because they're
Mhm.
dissidents. They're threatening the social order of things.
Mhm.
We never see this.
No,
People mention it, but we never
yes,
see it.
we are told and we never show.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, he makes reference to injustice, but I think they're trying to have him killed. So I guess speaking out against sexism is a capital offense on this planet.
Mhm.
There was maybe so you could maybe mirror the suffrage movement on Earth in this, which they don't really do. Riker says it happens later, but again, we don't see it.
Mhm.
Um, this is such a wasted potential episode. I feel they really could have
Mhm.
done some interesting stuff with this
Mhm.
that they didn't.
Yeah. No, 100%. There's
Hmm.
a universe where this is a top 5 episode of the
Hmm.
season, but it just they just
Yeah.
did not commit in the way that they
Yeah.
needed to for this kind of depiction.
And also, I do think there are some budgetary issues on this one. Like,
Oh,
these
yeah.
aliens don't even get, like, the little bit of goo on their noses to make them look like aliens. They just look
There's a
like people.
lot of that in season 1. It's
Yeah.
real, like, there's a lot the alien makeup is very much lacking in,
Hmm.
season 1.
But yeah, Angel 1, number 19 for me. I wasted opportunity.
Mhm. Hey, I think you're gonna recognize my number 18,
Oh, yeah?
Angel 1 is my
Oh,
number
okay. All right.
18.
Okay, so that's your number 18. I might make an enemy of you with my number 18.
Okay.
Data Law.
I'm gonna fight you, I think,
Yeah.
after this, we're gonna meet in the back lot, and,
I don't
we're
hate
gonna
Data
we're gonna
Law.
have
I just think there's stuff I like more than it.
no, it is definitely again, we were talking cheese ball earlier. There's a lot of cheese ball
Oh,
moments in this
yeah.
episode.
A fine feta cheese. This one. It's ooh.
And I'm here for that stuff.
Okay,
And
this is
now
the Data backstory episode.
this is the Data backstory episode. The name would be the equivalent of if you were to make an episode about like Worf and call it Worf Kern. It's very funny to me that the title of the episode is just their names rammed together.
So this is a very data-centric episode.
Yes.
It opens with a Data tries to learn how to do a thing section, but it's him trying to learn how to sneeze, which doesn't do it for me personally. It just I kind of find it weird and annoying rather than endearing.
Mhm.
Um,
Now, we talked a little bit before we got started about, I think knowing some of Brent Spiner's backstory as an actor
Yes.
can really help to like ingratiate some of these choices
Okay, lay it on me.
as so Brent Spiner is and always has been a comic actor first.
Really?
He
Okay.
is he's in comedies. And prior to TNG, he was in a little show called Night Court.
He was in Night
And
Court?
he was in Night Court as
Oh.
a recurring kind of like bumpkin farmer character.
Oh
And
god.
he is playing the most thick, silly accent, doing silly
I
things.
think he does it at one
And
point on Star Trek. I
I
just
think
have
he
a
does
memory of
too.
it. Yeah. Sorry, keep
This is
going.
there's a holodeck episode where that comes out in them.
Mhm.
And there's if you watch the show knowing that he has a comic
That
background,
explains a
a
lot. Yeah.
lot, especially past season one, once he actually gets the character and kind of nails it, and then
Mhm.
he lets it out selectively,
Mhm.
that kind of stuff really like he's funny.
Okay.
And I think you have to cast a funny actor to do
To play
justice to
Data.
this
Yeah.
concept of a character.
Mhm.
Because if you don't, if you then it makes it so the funny stuff will always fall flat. When
Mhm.
sometimes his comedy of Data does fall flat sometimes, but it's usually because it's written weird and not because Brent Spiner in
Yeah,
particular
no.
is doing a bad job with the material. It's just bad material.
I do think that there was you can kind of tell in later seasons Brent Spiner was a little checked out mentally. But he very much doesn't have that issue in season one. He's full sending it in season one. Yet him and Patrick Stewart, like season 6, season 7, you can kind of tell they're like,
Mhm.
I'd like to move on to something else. But yeah, no, it's not for lack of trying. So they're returning to the planet that Data was discovered on, because Data was not manufactured by the Federation. He was discovered on a lost planet.
Mhm.
And he casually mentions that he has the memories of 400 colonists in his like memory
Yeah,
banks.
it's they like uploaded like their like records and experiences to him after the
Mm-hmm.
colony was lost, and like it's a strange thing that does come up later, but it's just a weird he has a surprisingly tragic backstory for like where he came from.
Mm-hmm.
And this colony was ravaged by um, just a force that they don't all recall.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't discovered there until like a survey ship went by later to check out what happened. And
Yeah,
it's like all that's left here is Android.
yeah. Specifically, the planet's like completely dead. There's like no life on the planet. The whole thing's a wasteland that looks like a TOS set. Looks like a TOS set. It's the styrofoam rocks and everything. And he was just discovered lying there, like kind of like I think he was he kind of woke up when they found him, and then
Yeah.
they took him back to Starfleet, and he wound up becoming a commander. You know, good for him. That's high rank.
Mhm.
But he doesn't remember anything about his creation, really.
Right.
So they're exploring this planet, and they go underground. I think it's a pretty neat set underground. It's definitely reused a couple of
I
times.
agree.
I wonder if it's a movie set, actually, when they're underground.
It could be built from like other like sets that they had laying
Mm-hmm.
around.
Yeah.
You definitely see very similar ones to it at other points in the show.
Yeah.
And it definitely it's if this was built bespoke for this episode, it's a pretty fancy hallway set.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
it's
it
great,
is
yeah.
they play it for a bigger space than it is a lot of the time. They kind of get
Mm-hmm.
away with some cheeky stuff, but like it's cohesive.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of feels like I've talked about this before with sets on specifically the Wrath of Khan. They're
Mm-hmm.
kind of walking around inside of a Noctua fan, if
Sure.
you know that kind of color scheme of just
Mm-hmm.
that sort of like tan and brown.
Yeah, sure, yeah,
But it
yeah.
worked.
Now, do you know what doesn't look cohesive and good and high quality?
Yep.
The head that they find in the lab.
The cast of quote unquote Brent Spiner's head that they have filled out, and then also they have his ass hanging out there as well.
They put an awful wig on like a mannequin head, and
it's bad.
and they
have him
focus
hold it
on
up
it.
to his
They
head.
hold it up to the camera and they put it next to his head so you can compare it. And it's like, don't
And
do
it's
that.
bad.
Don't do. At least put it in shadow or something. Like, what
And
are you
it's like
doing?
it doesn't even look good when they do it 5 seasons later when there's a
Yeah.
two-parter that also has a data head in it, but that is miles ahead of what we're looking at here, where it's
Mm-hmm.
just like, that is
Yeah.
like a mannequin.
So
That's
yeah.
nothing.
So context. They go underground to this colony that's on the planet that Data was discovered, and they find what looks like a disassembled Data in a
Mhm.
lab. It's like all of
Yep,
Data's
and
parts, but he's kind of like,
it's like, "Oh, there's another data.
there's another
Wow."
Data, and this raises some interesting ethical questions, right? Because they ask, well,
Mhm.
is he your twin? Is he your brother? What is he to you? And Data quite rightfully
Right.
says, well, I don't know, right? Like,
Yeah.
because Data's never had to deal with the idea that he might have family, so he has to kind of internalize and deal with that, which is interesting.
Mhm.
I will say, we normally get more than one season into a TV show before we roll out the evil twin plotline.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is, it's from Jump, it's like there's something
There's
weird
something
about
weird about this
everything with
other
Lore,
android. Yeah.
who we don't know the name of yet, but that, yeah, we'll
Mm-hmm.
get there.
Yeah.
And
Because
it's just
he,
everyone's like, "That's why is this here? What's the purpose?" Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Because he acts a lot more human than Data does.
Yes.
He's like, he does verbal contractions. He's like cocky. He's like friendly. Um,
Mhm.
and so that's then when you get the impression that Data was actually deliberately made. He was programmed to be more artificial to really differentiate
Mhm.
him as an android.
Yes.
The the episode does flirt with a couple of ideas that I find interesting. They relate Data as a synthetic person versus human beings who are also kind of electrochemical machines. This is a idea that will be examined in much more detail later in the show, which outside of this season. But something's off about this other lore character, this other
Mhm.
android.
Some parts of his story he's telling everybody aren't quite adding up.
Mm-hmm.
Data calls them out sometimes where it's like, "Hey, I
Yes.
don't think that's true what you just told them. Why are
Mm-hmm.
we doing
Yeah,
this?"
he
And
he
Lore
finds that his brother is deliberately lying to people.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Lore expresses a distrust in humans and their thoughts about the two of them, and is
Mm-hmm.
kind of trying to build like a, "You and me should be in this together because
Yes.
we're different and kind of better than
He
them."
tries to recruit Data to whatever he's up to.
Mhm.
Minor nitpick. I would have dressed Lore in a much more different like color outfit to Data just to
Yes.
really differentiate them. They're dressed very similarly.
Yes, they're
Uh,
both in a kind of mustardy, kinda yellow brown
yeah,
sort of
yeah.
deal.
However, it turns out that this android is in cahoots with the crystalline entity, which looks awesome.
Yes. I one of the better effects of season 1 of
Mm-hmm.
TNG,
Really
giant space
ambitious. Yeah.
snowflake. And very like it's the kind of alien I like seeing in Star Trek, where
Mm-hmm.
they get into it in a later episode. It does reappear, but it is just a big weird space alien.
Big weird space
Uh,
crystal. Yeah.
yeah, and Lore is trying to kind of we learn over the course of the episode that this is what's responsible for the desolation of the planet that they are
Yeah.
from,
Mm-hmm.
and Lore is implied to have attracted it there
Yes.
for whatever his own purposes are, and is
Mm-hmm.
now trying to, now that he is on a ship, has access to these resources, is
Yeah.
trying to get in cahoots with Data so that they can both take over the ship, give everybody the crystalline entity, have a very powerful ally, and then do their own thing.
Yeah, he's almost like, it's almost like he's serving it, but you kind of get the impression that he's like using it for his own ends. Like, yeah,
Yeah, there's
because
some flattery going on.
what the crystalline
Mhm.
entity does is it kind of shoots a beam at you that just consumes life, and that's what
Yes.
turned the planet, because the planet was meant to be this kind of lush like Terran environment on it, and it's just like all the life just got evaporated by this crystalline entity before it moved on, and this thing just goes around consuming life wherever it goes.
Mhm.
Law is, he feels superior to humans. He looks down on humans, and he views Data as being inferior to himself because he's like, well, they deliberately had to limit us because I'm too
Mhm.
perfect, right? He's like
Mhm.
completely out of control.
Yep.
Um,
And
he,
when it becomes clear that Data is not kind of gelling with this plan,
mm-hmm.
Lore effectively, I don't know really, I do not know how this works on an
He
android,
deactivates
but,
him.
he poisons him,
Oh, he does poison
of
him.
all,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
which, again, I don't, the mechanics of how Data works are fuzzy at best, but
Fuzzy at best. Yeah.
season 1 really plays fast and loose with it, and
Mm-hmm.
so,
He's kind of
they
like Bender in how like modular he
yes.
is as well. Like,
Yeah. and they pull a body swap where
Yes.
they change outfits. Lore dresses as Data and dresses
Hmm.
Data as Lore,
Yep.
and then realizes there's a couple of idiosyncrasies that are missing. So he forces them to happen by physically assaulting an unconscious Data, and then
Hmm.
like kind of severing some of the connections in his face to match like a twitch
Oh
that
yeah,
he
because
has.
he has a verbal tick. He has a facial tick. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I think what tips them off is he does a verbal contraction while he's talking. He says like
Yes,
can't rather than cannot.
which is something that never happens at any other
Yeah,
season.
pulling at my
Yeah.
collar. Like,
Yikes.
yeah. There is one point where I think Law holds up Data like a puppet. And he like puppets him around, which is like almost like a Weekend at Bernie's thing, which is really funny.
Yeah.
We do get some iconic moments all around Wesley in this episode.
Hmm.
We do get the 3 words that would haunt Will Wheaton for most of his life, which is "Shut up, Wesley."
Hmm.
Um,
Because
and
Wesley is, of course, correct
because of
about
course
like
Wesley is correct, yeah.
he's one of the first people to clock that Lore is different and
Mhm.
is Data is acting strange, quote unquote. You know.
Yeah, and are you prepared for the kind of death you've earned, little man? That's a good one.
One of the quotes of season
One
one of
of the
TNG.
quotes of season 1. The fighting looks really crappy. Lots of awkward
Hmm.
scuffling and like falling over each other. I did write here, and I don't know if you would concur with me. Picard and Riker are really out of character in this episode.
Yes. Everybody in season one at various points acts out of character,
Yeah.
and in this episode, it's very apparent between the command crew in general,
Hmm.
um, because everybody is so almost kind of like vapid about what's going on.
Hmm.
They're very much like there's definitely stakes and they recognize that things are going on, but like they're it's strange. There's this
It's really
episode is
weird, yeah.
strange.
It's really
I
strange.
kind of like that about it. I
Hmm.
like that it's so weird, and it's like the weirder aspects of season one of TNG are some of my favorite things, and I think that'll come through in my top 10.
Hmm.
But it's also like there are points where like I am definitely looking over some strange character choices
Sure.
while I am watching these.
Specifically, I think this is an episode where Wesley gets a really raw deal. Because
Yes.
even when Picard was at his most skeptical of what Wesley's capable of, right? Like, even when
Mhm.
he thought Wesley was just a stupid kid, he was at least willing to hear him out, right?
Yeah.
Where he's just like flat, like, no, Wesley, get the fuck out of here. I don't care what you have to say. Despite the fact that, like, Wesley is, like, legitimately, he's legitimately distressed.
Yes.
Like,
And at this point in the show, he has earned some goodwill from the command crew for like
absolutely, yeah.
he has resolved situations that they have not been able to at this point in the
Hmm.
show. And while he's still a kid, like you can still like if he has an
You can
idea at this
hear him
point
out, right?
he's demonstrated that he's worth listening to.
Yeah, and the fact is, even Riker's just like, Wesley, get the fuck out of here, I don't care. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
I mean, the real answer is they need to not listen to Wesley for the plot to happen.
Yes, that's exactly what
I
it is.
get that, but you could have gone about it in a slightly different way, surely.
Mhm.
It ends with Law being flushed out into space, and then I think the crystalline entity just gives up.
Yep.
It's just like, I'm not chasing that ship. I don't care. I'm just gonna float
And then
somewhere else.
and then they clean Data up and say, "All right, see you next week."
Well, no.
It's
What
pretty-
the line from Picard is, "Get rid of that damn Twitch and put on the correct uniform," which is great.
It's so weird.
Picard
It's
is
such a
so
strange
aggro
episode.
towards Data for like no reason.
They're definitely all like season one is the season of Data goes too far while doing an explanation of something, and everybody is like, "Shut up, robot."
Yeah, shut up, robot.
That happens. That happens several occasions on this.
Despite the
season.
fact that Data is a commander,
Yes,
he's like
he is a third in command of
he's
the
third in
ship.
command. He's the same rank as Riker, and everyone's just like, "Shut the fuck up, Data." Yeah, Law is a fun little foil for Data, and I really like the crystalline entity. Is a really cool space monster. It's a perfectly fine episode. It does have some schlock here and
Yes.
there.
Now, do you want to know where I place this compared to where you place this?
I'm gonna guess 10.
What if I told you I put Datalore as number 3?
Number
on my
3.
list?
Wow, that makes me wonder what
I-
your number 1, number 2 are.
I mean, my number one is a very obvious one. I think when you'll hear it, you'll say that makes sense.
Okay.
But my number three, it's up here because I am also very personally biased toward Data.
Sure, sure. Yeah.
I love Data. I love Brent Spiner.
Hmm.
I can take or leave Lore as a character, but I
Yeah,
do
is
appreciate the range that it gives us from
hmm
Brent Spiner show.
yeah,
And this is one of my favorites for that reason, though I am admittedly looking past a lot of flaws in it.
sure. But you know what? You do that for episodes you love, right?
Oh yeah.
My number 4 and number 5 are episodes I had to look past a lot to love them.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, okay, so in that case, number 17. Shall we? We'll do
Hmm.
number 17, and then I need to take like a water break.
That sounds like a good plan.
What's your number 17?
My number 17 is That's Where Lonely Among Us landed.
Wait, we're at the right one. Yeah, we are. My
Mhm.
number 17 is Encounter at Farpoint.
Not too far from where I placed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first ever episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. So this is probably a good area to talk about kind of more like general TNG stuff, because this is when
Mhm.
TNG was introduced to a lot of people. We
Mhm.
get a really cool opening like synth soundtrack on this episode that I really love.
Now,
Mhm,
the season 1 through 3 and early season 4 soundtrack is
mhm.
one of the best parts of early
Yeah.
TNG, and they
Mhm.
really get into it here. Do you know who composed it?
No.
Seasons 1 through 4 of TNG was composed by a man named Ron Jones,
Mhm.
who is a very good composer, who was eventually fired by Rick Berman because his music was too in your face.
Really?
And which I is he Rick Berman later would go on to kind of divert the music of the series into a more, they called it an aural, AURAL, aural wallpaper, where he wanted it to be more like ambient background tone and not so much like actual composed sequences for episodes. And it's one of the biggest mistakes in the production
I
of CNG that I
Okay.
can point out.
Rick Berman is a scumbag. I'm going to say that now.
Yeah.
I do credit Rick Berman for probably making sure that TNG survived the
Mhm.
early seasons, because my understanding is Rick Berman was the one who really whipped the project into shape for being
Yes.
something that was made for like syndicated TV rather
Mhm.
than just Gene and his friends,
Yeah.
former friends, making something. However, Rick Berman is a scumbag. I'll happily say that
Mhm.
with my full
And
chest.
he's an opinionated one who often believed himself to be right over like the fans or over
Hmm.
other people on staff.
Yep.
And we'll get to it when we get to Tasha later, but there is one particular instance where I can point out a really evil story on his part.
Oh,
Um,
is it the is it to do with a certain kind of romance being shown on screen?
no, it is a behind the scenes thing I'll get
Oh,
into.
really? Okay. All right. Okay.
But Ron Jones, my last note for him and his music, which is one of my favorite parts of early TNG, would
Hmm.
later go on to compose the music for a little show called Family Guy. And there is an episode of Family Guy that ends on a cliffhanger where
Hmm.
Ron Jones rewrites the music that he did for a cliffhanger on TNG into Family Guy, and they end it
Is
in
it the
the
best of
exact
both
same way.
worlds?
It is the best
Cliffhanger.
of both worlds
Oh, because
cliffhanger.
that's such an iconic moment musically as well.
Hmm.
Like, wow, I did not
Yep.
know that.
So he is right off the bat. They are leaning into that 80s synthy, very like season 1 and 2 especially has that really synthy thing going on.
Hmm. Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff really early on that's really Gene Roddenberry. Um,
Hmm.
Q shows up. He's dressed like a Shakespearean dandy for no reason. That's a very Gene thing. Some of the first things we see are mini skirts and short shorts. Welcome back, Gene. Glad to have you back.
Welcome back to the show. You're doing your thing already.
Hmm.
You're showing off as much
I
skin as you can get away with.
I've written here, and I don't know what the fuck I was smoking, but Data sat at his console looks like he has huge tits.
So the uniforms really do show off the chest, and the
Hmm.
the uniforms are extremely skin tight. And it was actually a problem where they were harming the actors. They were
Oh,
so
really?
tight. Actually, that they were not just uncomfortably tight against the skin, but they were also compressing their spines and
Oh.
giving them back pain.
Hmm.
And have you ever seen what the original run of TNG comics looks like?
No.
They are so extremely buff in these out
Oh, like
uniforms.
a kind of like Rob Liefeld kind of way, or like,
Exactly.
yeah,
And
okay.
it's because the uniforms are so tight, and you can tell that they were like, we need to give this a like really like sleek future kind of thing, and
Mm-hmm.
it's just they eventually in season 3 swapped them into uniforms that don't hurt the actors to be him.
Sure, yeah. Here we have a lumpy looking Worf very early
Yeah.
on.
There is the series finale of the show goes back to this episode in the timeline, and they
Mhm.
have this Worf in that uniform, but with season 7 makeup, and comparing the two is night and day.
Oh,
It is
really?
really
Wow.
insane. Mhm.
Um, and so, yeah, to kind of get into the plot, the Enterprise is going to a place called Farpoint Station. I think because he wants to join the Federation or like do business with the Federation or something like that.
Mhm.
Um, and so they're going there, and they get stopped by Q. Q shows up first episode of TNG, first episode of Q in, and
Mhm.
he's I'm putting humanity on trial for what they've done, and
Yes.
he dresses up in a completely insane outfit, and he specifically summons soldiers from the eugenics wars.
Yes.
No, they're like drug soldiers. I don't know. They might be from a different war to the eugenics wars, because I think the eugenics wars were the ones that had Khan on. I think this is a different.
Yes.
It's some kind of
We're
horrible
there.
war.
It's more World War III.
Yeah, World War Three. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um.
Which happens in Star Trek. Like that is a things got really bad before they got better for humanity.
Hmm. I do have a note here. There is a little synth in this that I didn't like, and it sounded like something from the Princess Bride soundtrack.
It gets a little hammy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like doo 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 doo. It's like, oh, okay. And the other thing they really want to show off this early in the episode is this ain't your daddy's Enterprise. This one
Hmm.
splits in two.
Yep. And it is every time they do this in the early show, it is an extended sequence
Mm-hmm.
where they spent a lot of money on that saucer separation sequence, and
Mm-hmm.
it is like a solid 2 minutes of runtime of the
Yep.
episode.
Now, Flicky, you know Star Trek better than me. What are
Mhm.
the tactical advantages of separating the saucer from the battle bridge?
So in the universe, the main way it's proposed is that we are now in an era where Starfleet is in a golden age, and they are bold enough that they are putting families on ships that are exploring in potentially dangerous parts of the galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
On its face, the saucer separation is meant to be get all of the civilians onto the saucer
Mm-hmm.
and send and separate it. It's its own little ship. It's going to be fine to float around, and then eventually if anything happens to the bottom half of the ship, which has the main engines and a lot of weapons and the torpedoes and everything, it's going to go fight and try to get rid of the threat. And then if anything happens to it, everybody's still on the saucer somewhere safe and separate. The way it's used in the show is usually the bottom half of the ship is about to explode,
Mm-hmm.
or we need to use it ostensibly as a second ship in a battle, which kind of defeats the
Kind of
purpose
defeats
of
the whole purpose,
separating
yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I remember there is a TNG movie where they very dramatically crash the saucer section after
Yes,
separating it. I believe Data goes, "Oh shit,"
that's
during it.
correct.
Yep. And that's very impressive visually. But it does seem to me, it's like, well, why wouldn't you just make a better, sleeker ship that doesn't have a bunch of civilians that are constantly endangering
That's
themselves
the
and
main
others?
thing. Throughout this entire show, there are so many instances where we are putting civilian families in mortal peril,
Mm-hmm.
and they focus on it in season
Oh,
one a
yeah,
couple of
yeah.
times.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like after like I feel like you get 2 times, and then after that, maybe somebody in command is like, maybe we don't have the civilians on the ship anymore. Maybe we're kind of needlessly like putting the lives of 1,000 people, by the way,
Yeah, yeah.
in
Mm-hmm.
danger when we're doing this stuff.
Um, yeah, so, oh, we get O'Brien in this episode.
We do.
Not
Who
Chief
at this
O'Brien. He's
point
been in.
is just
Yeah.
he's just named Khan, Conn, in this episode. They
His name
don't
is
even have a name for him
his
yet.
name is just his job. Okay.
That's all we get. But that is our first appearance of Miles O'Brien, who will go on to be, according to Lower Decks, the most important person in Starfleet history.
Yeah, so they separate the battle bridge from the saucer. You know it's the battle bridge because they have red gels on the lights.
Yep.
It looks like they were trying something here. because they immediately set Tasha Yar up as the kind of hot-headed rookie, like student type character.
Yes.
She's like
And
the lady of
they
action.
divert from that pretty quick from in
Yeah,
the rest of the
really
season.
fast. Yeah.
Mhm.
I was actually really complimentary of Denise Crosby at this point because she's instantly like passionate. She's
Mhm.
emotive. Like she's such a great performer. Um, and they get taken to this courtroom by Q and put on
Mhm.
trial for the crimes of humanity.
Yep, in this extremely stereotypical, nondescript Asian,
Oof, yeah.
country depiction from World War III.
Which
Uh,
is full of Princess Bride extras in the crowds. There's like
mhm,
medieval peasants like jeering at them and like throwing shit. And I
mhm.
feel like I could just kind of zoom in on like a bunch of background extras and they would all look incredible in that one scene.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um, there is a part where one of the chemical soldiers walks up and he like fires his gun in the air to like get everyone to shut up. You could have had like a little puff of dust from above him just to kind of sell the fact
Yeah.
that he put a round into the ceiling, you know. Um, they do have a moment where they say the prisoners will not be harmed, and as they do that, they show off Denise Crosby's body. Welcome back,
Mhm.
Jean. Um,
Mhm.
and she gives her backstory in a passionate way, and then gets sprayed with a fire extinguisher by Q and frozen. So,
In what is this series, default way to show that somebody has been frozen, which
mm-hmm,
is, cover them in white asbestos snowflakes
mm-hmm,
and lay them and tell them to be as stiff as they
mm-hmm.
can.
Look,
And to her credit, Denise Crosby sells a
oh,
frozen
she
fall
does.
over.
Yeah, let's say she's great. Yeah.
She is completely rigid as she falls over, and like
Mm-hmm.
I buy it.
Oh, I mean, okay, Flicky, we can't be too mean. All right, Californians made this. They don't know what snow is. It's fine, right? So, um, yeah. What do we got? Oh, right. Grappler Zorn is the head of Farpoint
Mm,
Station. Now, this is for me to test you. Do you know who Grappler Zorn is?
the actor?
Yeah.
He has a familiar air to him, but I couldn't tell you off the bat.
I don't remember the actor's name. I didn't write it down. However, I know his voice. This
Okay.
guy has been voice acting for decades.
Okay.
In Metal Gear Solid 3, he's the Fear. The Fear!
Wow.
That's him. He's Herr Dallas in Baldur's Gate 2.
Oh my gosh.
And he's Chaz Finster and Drew Pickles in Rugrats.
No way.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
him. Yeah, so this guy's been voice acting for years and years and years, and he is Grappler Zorn in Encounter at Farpoint. Wesley Crusher shows up. He's wearing every shade of brown that exists in reality when he appears.
Yep. This is real bus seat chic, is
Yeah,
a
oh
lot of
yeah, yeah.
the early Star Trek
He
civilian wear.
he's dressed like Grandma's couch when he shows
Hmm.
up. Dr. Crusher shows up. She be shopping because welcome back, Gene.
Oh god, again, the show from Jump does not know how to
Ugh,
write women.
yeah,
We
exactly.
also have Counselor Troy in the shortest skirt
We
ever.
do. Yeah.
And I don't think she's in it the whole episode, but they do
No.
put her in at
Mm-hmm.
the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh,
it's a
and
lot.
they introduce something which I don't think comes back later, which is Geordie's visor hurts him. Like it
Yes,
physically pains him to use it.
it does. Which it's funny because it also physically pained LeVar Burton to wear it, but
Oh,
it's
really? Oh,
oh, he
okay.
was miserable. He had headaches the entire time he
Oh,
was
I
shooting that
bet
show.
having to look through those
Um,
fucking things. Yeah.
mhm.
We do get a cameo. An admiral shows up, played by DeForest
Yes,
Kelly. Yep.
who has become extremely southern in his Twilight
Well, I don't think
years.
he's meant to be McCoy, right? He's meant to be a different character, surely.
No, that's McCoy.
Wait, no, he's not playing McCoy.
That
Is he
is Leonard
playing
McCoy.
McCoy?
He is playing McCoy. That is, and McCoy is a Southern character.
Oh
McCoy
yeah, but
went to Ole Miss. He is written to be a very but he plays it more like down to earth. Like only occasionally some little things will sneak in TOS, but
mm-hmm.
then. We're watching as he's walking down this hallway. He's like 130 years old at this point, and Data is walking him through, and he keeps on referring to him as boy, what you're not exactly what you boy, and it's such a choice.
You don't want those newfangled starships.
And she's like, I used to have a green-blooded alien friend
Yeah,
like you
green
have, boy.
It's a
It was,
choice. It's a choice. Yeah.
it is a choice.
They do set up some more stuff in this.
Hmm.
When Riker first sees Counselor Troy, there's like tinkly, like romantic music.
Hmm.
I think at
Him
this point, are
Johnny.
they exes? I think they had a
They are
thing.
exes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But they also look like they want to set up some stuff with Tasha Yar and Riker, maybe like a
There's a
love
lot of
triangle
ways it
thing.
can go.
Which,
And none of the ways that it can go are Worf and Troy, which is what season 7 tries to do.
oh Jesus,
But
don't remind me. Now, and also, I do just want to have a brief aside here. The term love triangle doesn't really work unless, as part of it, Troy and Tasha Yar were going to hook up too, which, honestly, good for them. It's more of a love corner.
yes, Riker is being cornered by two rabid women who
Mhm.
are both at various stages of wanting to be like demean him and also
What,
get with him.
what is this, Angel 1? But we do get a great holodeck reveal with
Yes.
the forest and the water, and let's say because I know Jonathan Frakes had a back injury, which
Yes.
limited his mobility and his ability to sit specifically. But
Yes.
that's
Which is why he
him.
does that funny leg over chair thing.
Yeah, but that's him climbing around in that scene.
Yeah.
He's
He
mobile.
definitely yeah, he is not, he has an injury, but he does not let it stop him where he can help it.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a moment where a little Starfleet officer lady like checks out Riker's ass, which I
Hmm.
noticed. So I guess that's the Star Trek guys being progressive by saying like, "Oh, the women can oogle too." I guess.
Hmm.
Um,
Kind of the best that it's there. We went over this when we were talking about Angel One, but
mhm.
their takes on like women
Gender
being in
and
power
yeah,
is like very much like these are people writing for TV in the 80s.
hmm,
That means they were born anywhere from the 20s to 60s, and
yes,
that
yeah.
60s is young if they're doing it. Like
60s is
this
young,
is
yeah,
yeah, this is people who were born before like the country was fully electrified.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Um, Wesley joins him on the holodeck. Uh, Wesley immediately eats shit into the river.
Hmm.
He's wearing nothing but wool, which means that when he stands up, he weighs about 500 pounds.
Yep, he's sopping wet.
Yeah. And they also want to set up Picard as maybe a surrogate father figure for Wesley.
Mhm.
Which, because I think Jack Crusher, which is Wesley's father slash Beverly Crusher's ex-husband, is it he died under Picard's command?
Yes, Picard. I think Picard ordered him to his death in a way,
Oh,
where
okay.
it was a difficult choice. I think everybody kind of understands why it had to be done, but Jack Crusher was a very good friend of Picard. Was husband to Doctor Crusher and
Mm-hmm.
was killed under Picard.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So this is to get back to the plot briefly. Riker, Geordie, and Dr. Crusher, I think, are down on Farpoint Station. And
Mhm.
something weird is happening with the guy that runs the station Grappler's on. He's like communicating with something.
Mhm.
No, things
Very
materialize.
cagey.
Yeah, things
Very
material.
cagey, and is not directly acknowledging when weird things are happening around
Yeah,
everybody.
it's like if someone thinks, "Oh, I'd quite like, I want
An
this dress
apple.
in gold rather than green," right? And then it changes, almost
Mhm.
like the station itself is trying to please people.
Mhm.
Um, and it turns out that Farpoint Station is built on top of a buried alien, a
Yes,
big
it
alien
is
jellyfish.
the station itself is an
It
alien.
is an alien.
Uh,
Yeah.
and it is trying to kind of like appease these people, but
Hmm.
is getting consistently scolded by Zorn as it does
I
so.
don't know what he's going to do to it. Like, I don't know if he has like a shock collar on it, like that's like 20 kilometers long on this
Yeah, this thing
alien.
is like massively like I don't know what power he
He
has
has
over it.
over it. Yeah.
It's like it is definitely a case of like this thing could at any point probably
Hmm.
stop doing this, right?
Yeah. They do have a moment with Data because Data does a lot of the exposition in this early episode. and then he has a line where he says, "Sir, I seem to be commenting on everything." And you know what? If you're gonna lampshade that, don't do it in episode fucking 1 of
In
season
episode
1.
1,
What are
yeah,
you
you gotta give it
doing?
some time to
Give it
simmer
some time to
first.
percolate. Like, it's like they had no idea what they were doing pacing wise. But eventually the Enterprise frees this alien because another alien shows up to kind of get it. And one of the
Right,
jellyfishes.
and I just
Sorry, yep.
remembered that the reason is because they finally have to reveal this, and they say, "Hey, you have to stop," because the way the station itself works on top of the alien is it's siphoning the alien's power. That's
Yes,
the
yeah,
power.
you're like draining this alien to make this
Yeah.
work. And it's like, this is cruel, this is inhumane, you should let it go. A blue, so it turns into a big space jellyfish and flies into the air. Another space jellyfish joins it. They like hold tentacles. One of them is blue and one of them is pink, so you know they're not gay.
Yep. That's the boy and the girl, of course.
Yeah, that's the
because
boy and the
that
girl
has to be
jellyfish.
the boy
Yep.
and the girl.
Yeah, Rick Berman was very insistent on that detail, I'm sure. And they fly away, and Q goes, "You know what? Maybe there is something to this humanity. I'm not entirely convinced, but you passed the test." He lets him go. Pretty solid opening. Had some issues.
Yeah. It's weird as far as Trek goes, but it's not bad weird.
It's not bad.
It's just kind of at points it's a little, the word I'd use is cerebral. But it's not bad. It's just like, I personally, if I were a kid watching it in the 80s, I don't know if I would have been hooked.
No, I don't think I would have either. I don't think it's the strongest opening you could have had. But then again, I mean, like, what, the opening TOS episode, if we don't count the Captain Pike one, was what, the Salt Vampire episode?
Yes.
Right?
The Man Trap was the opening episode of TOS.
Actually, that one's kind of a banger, so I don't know if
I
hate
know,
that
yeah.
one, but...
It's corny as hell. I'm actually all for that one.
Yeah. All right, I'm just going to stand up for a sec. I'm not going anywhere, but...
Let's have like a 2-minute little
2-minute break. Yeah, I'm not going to leave the room. I'm just going to get up.
Yeah, I'm going to run to the bathroom.
I'm going to stand in front of my for a little bit. Yeah, you know, I'll talk to chat while we're doing this. So sorry for not much interaction, everyone. It's because we're recording this for a video that I want to make. Has anyone really disagreed with any of our rankings so far? You know what? I'm gonna get my rankings up on the screen, so you can see them all so far.
Are we visualizing our rankings for chat?
Yeah, I am. Hang on.
Beautiful. But yeah, no, I hope y'all in chat are enjoying. I know that this is definitely like much more of the two of us are recording our own thing and y'all are here. But here, are you listing just yours? Would you like
yeah. Can you just send it so I can copy paste it? Like,
yeah. I do not have the season numbers on them.
Oh, that's fine.
Also, I have DM'd you the comics.
Oh, Jesus, that's such a Liefeld build.
Really
what the
buff.
fuck?
But yeah, Willstrong, we kind of went into that where like the last episode of season 1, I feel like the finale should have been Conspiracy.
It should have been.
We haven't hit yet. But it's such a strange cap to the season. Just layer them on top of each other.
I'm trying. I'm moving. Okay. All right. Number 16. I have to remember which one. I remember which one this is. Okay, what's your number 16?
This is where I put Skin of Evil.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Coming of age.
Not too far from where I got
No,
it.
no,
Yeah.
okay, not too. So we're largely in agreement on coming of age. So,
Yeah,
coming of age is a Wesley episode.
it is.
Uh, Wesley he's taking the test to qualify for Starfleet Academy.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm going to be honest, Starfleet Academy feels like a very big organization. I mean, I know the Federation has a lot of planets it can draw from, but it seems really hard to get in to Starfleet Academy.
Yes, but being in the academy is not a hard requirement for being in Starfleet. So
Oh,
there's
really?
this is a thing that is not communicated very well by the show.
Is
Where
it
if
kind of like
you
going to West Point to become an
It
officer
is the
kind of deal?
officer track.
It's the officer
Yes.
track.
If you
Okay, all right.
So I think if you are going in to be a non-commissioned officer, I think you take a couple of months at the academy. But if
Mm-hmm.
you're going in to be an officer, you are going in for years.
Got it.
And so it's the difference between Wesley wants to be. You can tell he wants to be a captain
He wants to be
someday.
an yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
and it's different from like O'Brien, who is a chief. His actual rank is a senior chief petty officer.
Mm-hmm.
He just enlisted, and
Sure.
then he went
Okay.
through a couple of months of training. And most crew on a ship do not need to go through the whole academy track.
Most of the operations guys, it's like, yeah, you operate
Yeah.
a terminal all day. You know how to fix
Mhm.
like a hydraulic system. You don't need to go
Yeah.
through. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You don't need to make command decisions when things are going normally.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that means that the Starfleet officers are kind of like the best of the best.
Yeah.
Even though we meet some Starfleet officers in this show, which I could not see passing
Yeah. No,
any of those
100%.
tests, but that's fine. So yeah, Wesley goes off to undergo this test. And it's him and I think 3 other candidates, although we only ever really see 2 of them.
Mhm.
And there is a young guy on the Enterprise who he wanted to get into the academy, but he washed out. He didn't make the cut. And he's terrified because he's like, his dad, my dad's going to kill me because I didn't get into Starfleet Academy. Like, I'm boned.
Yes.
His name's Jake. He's played by a guy called Stephen Gregory. Apparently he's mostly a Law and Order guy. But he was also in a soap opera called The Young and the Restless for a long time, which I've never heard of. But 94 episodes, good gig. Good accent gig.
Yeah.
That's like 2 years of a British soap opera, but like, I think that carried him through like the 80s. But yeah, Wesley gets in. We also get introduced to the Admiral and Remick.
Yes, Admiral Quinn and
Admiral Quinn.
Commander Remick, both of whom will show up at a later point.
Oh boy, will they!
Quinn is very chill. Quinn is kind of just
he's
like
the most chill Starfleet Admiral ever. He's just like, hey,
yeah.
what's
He's
poppin',
friends with Picard.
Yeah.
They get it. It's all very. It's like, hey, what's going on? How are things going? And then Remick has the stick up his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is the like he's basically grilling everybody for character interviews related to what they think of Wesley as a potential officer, and also reviewing their service of like, well, how much can I trust you?
Specifically, they are investigating Picard, and they're grilling everyone. It's like, Picard made this decision. What do you think about that? Picard made that decision. Like it's almost like Picard is under suspicion, but they won't tell him anything. So while the ship's being tossed upside down by this guy, Wesley is down on the planet and he's undergoing the Starfleet entrance exam. One of them is a young lady. Oof. She gives maybe the worst performance in the entirety of the season.
It's pretty rough.
Don't quit your day job. Her makeup is also crazy for a teenage girl. She's all kinds of like, ugh.
It's a choice where it tells you that like they had this actress who was the early season 1. They just didn't know really how prime and prep these people for the roles they had. I really feel. I feel like you get lucky more often than you do get properly engaged into here is the role you're about to inhabit. I would not be surprised if the direction let a lot down on some of these characters.
I'm sure. I'm sure. It might just be she was an inexperienced actor, right? However, highlight of the episode is Mordock. I love Mordock.
Mordock, my
He's a
guy.
fish dude, and he vapes all the time. It's great.
And is setting up one of my favorite like brick jokes for I think it's next season this happens
Mm-hmm.
when Wesley meets another, I think he's a Barzan or a Benzite, he's one of
Mm-hmm.
those two,
Yeah.
and he later meets another one and he goes Mordock and he's like, I'm not Mordock,
Mm-hmm.
that's not me, I'm
But they
Bendoc,
look
I'm a different
identical.
guy.
Yeah.
But they look identical.
They look
Yeah.
completely identical. But you know what? I'm sure to actual benzites, they look completely different. Right? It's fine. They're all fish guys that vape all the time. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they do some of the most insane tests I've ever seen.
Yeah, they do gaslighting tests
They do it. They do a
specifically.
gaslighting test, and they do the. Are you familiar with the dynamic relationships test?
I think I've heard of it.
It's a 3D cube that rotates at random, and then balls fly around it. And they never say what the test is, and they just press buttons. And you're looking at, and you're like, what am I meant to get from what's happening right here? Like, what are you guys doing? But somehow Mordock aced it with Wesley's help. And there's kind of a moment where the guy's like, despite the fact that you and Mordock are competing, you helped Mordock, right? Like, I don't know why you did that, Wesley. But Wesley's just such a good kid, right? He doesn't want to let people down.
Yeah. Which you would think is like admirable in a candidate of like, we're not treating this as a 100% competition. We're all in this together. But like, no, they're like, what are you doing, man?
No, but I think it's an important lesson for Wesley because Wesley, the thing is Wesley's thinking like the ideal of Starfleet, which is like, we're all in a big team. We all got, we're all got a band together. But the fact is like everyone has a job. And you can't help people to the detriment of your own job, right? Like, you need to get your own stuff in order before you... Like, could you imagine if, like, the guys powering the phaser banks were, like, helping out in engineering? And then the ship just didn't have phasers in a fight, right? Like, I think what Wesley was partly being tested on was his character, but was also his ability to, like, manage his workload. So, it's all good to help people, but, there are positions on a Starfleet ship where if you don't do your job, people die. Right.
Yeah.
So I think that was probably a lesson for Wesley. Meanwhile, Remick is grilling Riker in an incredible scene where Riker steps over the chair, which I love. The chair maneuver. I don't know if you noticed this. In that scene, Remick spikes the camera.
Yeah?
He looks directly in the camera, yeah, for like a split second. I swear he spikes it. Yeah.
I'm going to have to review this later.
Yeah. There is a great Worf line because Wesley approaches Worf for advice and just says, well, I'm feeling really afraid. And Worf's response is, only fools have no fear, which is a great Worf line.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's very Klingon.
Unfortunately, Jake, the kid who washed out, he steals a shuttle.
Yep.
He steals a shuttle and flies it out of the ship. I don't know what his plan is.
I don't either. I
think he just wants to. He just wants to leave. But also because Jake's a dipshit that washed out, he doesn't know how to fly the shuttle properly.
Yep. And this is a truly bizarre thing when we're leaving the episode for just a moment.
Oh yeah.
There's an MMO, Star Trek Online, and the character's full name is Jake Kurland.
Oh, okay.
If you are a Star Trek Online player, you might recognize the name Kurland. There is a Captain James Kurland, who, while they were writing him, they intended for him to be Jake. I don't know how you come back from this.
No, you like officer. Imagine if like I wanted to join the Navy and I washed out, and my response was to steal a jump jet.
Yeah, pull a GTA and just start going. It's like, I think you're going to space prison.
Like, I mean, what kind of operation is Starfleet running here? So Jake steals it. He's in the shuttle, which looks like it's made of Christmas tree lights, and he gets in trouble, and everyone has to work together to save Jake from his own stupid maneuver that he gets himself into. Yes. The academy, or not the academy, but like the testing area looks great. It has not done well off of the HD re-restore. You can tell that
not served well by it at all.
The corridor is just painted onto the wall. However, this episode does have the first mention of the conspiracy. which we will be
Yes.
getting to when we discuss the episode Conspiracy.
Yes.
But it turns out that Remick doesn't, like, Admiral Quinn doesn't suspect Picard, but he wanted to make sure that Picard's affairs were all in order, and Picard hadn't been compromised.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a test for
Introducing
Picard, yeah.
these characters as well with Admiral Quinn and Commander Remick.
Mm-hmm. There's a really touching moment with Remick, because Remick's been like a hard ass for the whole episode, right? He's been like, he's been really nitpicky, he's been really hostile, and then he's just like, I didn't find anything wrong with this ship at all, and actually, once my time under the Admiral was done, I would like to request a transfer here. Which is a really nice, humanizing moment for Remick.
Yeah, a very sweet thing that he will definitely have the opportunity to do by the end of the season.
It would be such a shame if we exploded his head with lasers.
It would be so sad if he ended up having the goriest shot in Star Trek for almost 40 years.
Anyway, we're not there yet. So there is a moment, actually, where Picard demonstrates his ability at the helm. Helping Jake out, and because I think Picard's a science guy, right? He got started.
Well, it's funny. Picard is a kind of a Renaissance man. He has a lot of things that he's very good at, and
but I mean, his actual career track. He was a blue shirt, right?
Yeah, he was mainly sciences until eventually he found his way into serving well in command functions. But he also is not unfamiliar with flying.
Right.
He's not the best pilot on the ship. That's Riker. Riker is actually the best pilot.
Oh,
on the ship.
really? Okay.
But he is. There's one or two big points in the show where Picard takes the con and like flies the ship into or out of danger.
Well, there's the we'll get to it in a later episode, but there's actually something called the Picard maneuver as well.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, he's really good at the helm, and he uses that to kind of save Jake. But yeah, so Admiral Quinn's like, look, I had to investigate you because something's going on at Starfleet. I don't know what, but I need to know I can trust you. And meanwhile, Wesley is being tested, and the last tech is a psych test.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is really unethical.
Yeah, it's one of the most intense things you could ever throw what is at this point, what is he, 13, 14? Like, he's young.
He's young, and they basically put him into a trolley problem.
Yeah.
They simulate a disaster where there's an explosion, and two guys are like, one of them's pinned under rubble and the other one's injured, and there's like a gas leak, and Wesley only has enough time to save one of them. Yeah. This is the kind of situation where if you have that happen to you in real life, it haunts you forever.
Yeah.
Because Wesley basically has to make the call to save one of them, and he actually apologizes to the other guy, who, at that point, as far as Wesley's concerned, he's condemning this guy to death. Yeah, because of this gas leak. And Wesley's just like, I'm so sorry. I have to, I had to make a choice. And then as soon as it's over, the guy he saves is just like, "Hey, good job, kid," and like slaps him on the back and gets up. And it's like, "Oh, you see, Wesley, it was all a test. We didn't actually explode the room."
And this works actually really well. Is like, it's messed up, but it is a good test in the context of what you're trying to test for him. And it's kind of, there's a foil to it in season 6 or 7 of the show where Counselor Troy is trying to get her rank up to commander, and also has to do a test where she needs to condemn someone to die. And part of the test is she needs to specifically, like they use in the simulation, Geordi.
Oh, really?
She needs to order him into a repair situation where he will be killed by the circumstances of it, but it will also save the rest of the ship.
Yeah.
And the difference there is she knows she's taking that test and she still struggles with it. You know, it's still
the fact is, Wesley, he has no idea. Like, as far as he's concerned,
has to make that choice for real. In this situation.
he thought he was just waiting to take the actual test, and then this explosion happened. He doesn't know it's all staged. That test, Troy's test, and the Kobayashi Maru are all the same test, right?
They are all the same
Which
test.
is just, what do you do when you're in a no-win situation, when you have to make a tough call? And I always get the impression that there's no wrong answer. What they're testing is your decision-making and your ability to live with the decision.
Yeah.
Because what they don't want is for, say, like a Starfleet captain to freeze up in the moment, and then everyone gets killed. right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to
There's
make a
actually
second decision that you have
Mhm.
to live with.
There is a book out there. It's not canon. Books aren't explicitly canon unless made canon by being referenced in a show.
Hmm.
But there is a specific moment. There's one book that tells you how many other characters passed their Kobayashi
Oh,
Maru.
really? Okay.
And my personal favorite is Sulu,
Oh,
who goes
okay.
on to become captain of the Excelsior in the movies. He becomes captain of his own ship.
Hmm.
His solution was, "We're not messing with that," and they move on. They do not engage with the Kobayashi Maru. It's in the neutral zone. He's not allowed to go, and he passes with flying colors because he accepts, if I send us in there, more people are probably going to die than
Yeah.
is
Wow.
necessary.
Okay. Hell yeah. Okay. No, I love that.
So there is a lot of variance and a lot of different takes on it, and I do like how there's these different tests, even though they're all on their face, kind of testing for the same decision making. They
Hmm.
put you in different contexts of command.
Yes. Yeah.
Where in this case, Wesley is not in command. This
No.
is this is a personality test, effectively, for
Yes. Yeah.
Wesley.
Hmm.
But then, like the Kobayashi Maru, is you are in charge of a ship, and the other one that Counselor Troy has to go through is more of like this is just you are in command with a more personal decision you have to make.
Hmm. Yeah. And at the end of it all, Wesley does not pass the test.
No.
He fails. And Wesley takes it really hard. And Picard has to just be kind of like, well, you're going to take it next year, right?
Mhm.
And he's like, well, yeah. He's like, well, you better start studying then. And I think he gives Wesley a little more to do on the ship to kind of prepare him for the next time he takes it. And
Mhm.
so really it's a growth moment for Wesley, because Wesley's always been this kind of boy genius wonder who's kind of succeeded at everything he tries. And it's his first real taste of failure. And
Yes.
it's how he deals with that. And it's the kind of strength of character that comes with having a setback and still
Mhm.
continuing onwards, right?
Exactly.
So that's great. Again, it's a perfectly nice episode. It has a really rough performance from one particular actor. Some of the
Yeah.
sets look a little junky. It's just a little rough around the edges, really.
Yeah. I feel like if with a little more polish and like maybe another pass at the script, I could have
Hmm.
been like a top half of the season.
It would have been
Um,
nice if they could
mhm.
have tied the A and B plots together more.
Yeah, 100%.
Hmm. Rather than have the whole Jake thing, maybe have how Picard helps pick Wesley up, and then that's what
Mhm.
convinces Admiral Quinn is like, okay, yeah, this is my guy, right?
Mhm.
Um, yeah, perfectly fine, perfectly cromulent episode.
Yeah. Could have been something great, but it's not bad. It's just
It's not
middle of the road.
bad. Yeah. All
Mhm.
right, number 15.
Number 15.
What's your number 15?
My number 15 is Home Soil.
Ooh, mine's When the Bow Breaks.
Okay, let's get this one was my third worst of the
Really?
season in
Oh,
my ranking.
okay. Now, if you had asked me to rank these before I did the rewatch, I probably would have agreed with you.
Mhm.
But on a rewatch, I actually came to like it a lot more.
Mhm.
Um, this is the episode that completely encapsulates why you don't bring your fucking family on the mission.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. What if we encountered something that not only poses a threat to the families, but specifically the children?
Yes. So, basic gist of it is aliens show up and they steal all the children off the Enterprise.
Yeah, not just aliens, basically Space Atlantis reappears in front of the Enterprise, and they say, "Hi, we've been hiding ourselves for quite some time, but
Mm-hmm.
we're back now because we need something from you." Yoink, steals all your children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They are the Audience, according
Yes.
to my notes here. Looked up who some of them are. One of them is a guy called Jerry Hardin, who was in Big Trouble in Little China, which is one of my favorite films ever. He was also Deep Throat in the X-Files.
Mm-hmm.
And Brenda Strong is another one. She was in Desperate Housewives and also plays a role in Starship Troopers. So, some good casting in this one. But yeah, so these aliens go like yoink, and they take the kids, including Wesley.
Mm-hmm.
And Wesley is by far the oldest kid they take, because Wesley's like
Yes.
mid-teens, and the others
Yeah.
are like little kids. They're like
Yeah.
8, 9, maybe
They're
9.
single digits.
Yeah, single-digit
And
kids.
and they recognize this. They kind of treat Wesley as, the aliens specifically, not even the kids, but, like, the Aldeans specifically treat him as a leader within the group.
Yes, and actually that's not too far from reality, because apparently Will Wheaton was really good with the child actors behind the
I
scenes.
believe it. Will Wheaton, for all the flack he gets, from everything I know, is a nice guy
Sure, yeah.
and is, like, a very real person, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
Yeah, no, apparently a lot of the child actors were kind of struggling on set, and Will Wheaton kind of just fell into like a big brother role for them. So if you watch the episode, you notice the kids are really natural with Will. That's why.
Yeah.
It's because the kids just liked Will. So
Yeah, and it really is for the benefit of the episode.
absolutely for the benefit of the episode. But yeah, it's a children and men situation, right? So these aliens can no longer procreate. They can't have children of their own. And they live in this self-contained society where everything is provided for them by this central computer kind of deal, right? Picard has a great outraged moment. He calls it an act of utter barbarity. Because how dare you steal these children I have on my fucking warship? Right?
And then it's like, we haven't harmed them, and it's like, you're the very act of taking them has harmed them.
Yeah, exactly. He's like really angry. It's great. I have a note here saying grabbing like 10 kids isn't enough to prevent demographic decline. What's the goal here?
It's odd.
Not only are you not preventing demographic decline, they're a different fucking species to you.
Yes, that's the big thing, right?
It's
which in Star Trek we have been shown that crossbreeding between the intelligent species of the galaxy can often happen,
yep.
but it's by no means a guarantee.
No.
Know?
And also, like, it really throws the scale of the situation here. Are there thousands of these aliens? Are there 24 of them? I don't know. Right?
It really goes into the more like we have to imagine dozens.
Yeah, because the thing is like in real life, a community of like 15,000 people will eventually inbreed itself to death. Right? You took like 10 kids. What are you doing?
Yeah. It's very like that's my big issue with the episode. And
it's just the premise is just too much.
I find the premise is just too cute, you know? I get it. I understand why that's the conflict here. But I don't it feels like, and maybe this is me being a little mean against it because there's an episode heavily featuring children, but it feels like a dumbed down episode for children in my mind. It feels like it's got too cute of an antagonist with too cute of a set of reasoning and too neat of a solution at the end of the episode.
I'm going to try and make the case for it as we get through it.
Sure.
But yeah, so these aliens grab these kids, and specifically because all their needs are provided for them, they can devote themselves entirely to the arts, to expression, right? To creative endeavors. It's what AI bros claim that AI can do for us. And then all that happens is it just takes your job. So they don't have to do any hard labor because everything's provided for them, right? It does lead to some funny moments. Like there's a guy who's just like, oh, I'm just the best musician in my society. And it's like, you just make the best music, I guess. Like music isn't a completely subjective thing, right?
Yep. No, if you put it on the list, every ranking, number 1, that's me, buddy.
That's me. Yep. It does again raises the question of like, okay, if there are 50 people living on this planet, I can believe that you're the best musician, right? But it's a good little philosophical moment where it shows that because there's no kind of outside pressure or even inside pressure to the society, it becomes incredibly stagnant, right?
Yeah.
They have no drive to further their society, and almost separate to that, there's this biological means of not procreating. So this is a dying society that these kids have been taken to. Now, is it possible that it's a race that actually identifies as a culture primarily, and that they're all different aliens? They don't look like different aliens.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I don't think that's what they're going for.
Yeah. It's a little bit like have you ever played Stellaris?
No, not
No,
personally.
okay,
But
so
go on.
there's a concept in Stellaris known as a custodian society, which is a society where biological creatures are cared for by robots.
Hmm.
And that's basically what's happening in this one, where everyone has all their needs met. I guess another example would be like the people in Wally who are on the spaceship, right? And they're just all kind of helpless and crappy. Um, the the fact is that everyone's an arts major that doesn't know how to change a light bulb.
Hmm.
Which, and I've just written here, this is what STEM people think liberal arts does to you.
Yes, it's very. It is very much that kind of like you bring up the like modern AI comparison of like a
Mm-hmm.
post AI society.
Mm-hmm.
It very much feels like the more mean spirited take on like what if everybody had universal basic income and had all of their needs met, and it's
Mm-hmm.
more just like, well, it apparently breeds the kind of society that considers stealing children to be okay. Like
Sure,
it's
sure, yeah. I
yeah.
mean, from their perspective, they're trying to save their own species.
Hmm.
But I feel like they're really kicking the can down the road on this one because when the older generation dies off, there's going to be a massive population decline. Like
Yeah.
life on that planet's going to get fucking miserable in like 30, 40 years, right? As like
Hmm.
everyone dies off. Um, the power core looks great
It
at
does.
the end.
I will give it to
Fantastic
that.
prop.
Hmm.
Um, I I like the kind of emotional core to it. I think I actually don't mind the kids in it either. I like
Acting is
how the
fine on the kids. I actually don't have a problem with them either.
yeah. I kind of like that there's not a clean solution to it. So for anyone who's not seen it, the reason that they can't procreate is that the power core on their world is poisoning them via radiation.
Yeah.
It's damaged in some way. So if they turn off the power core, these people will be able to procreate again, but they will no longer have access to this kind of incredible technology that provides everything for them and shields them from the
Mhm.
outside galaxy. So they're going to be suddenly thrust into the situation where they have to fend for themselves and they have to deal with the rest of the galaxy, and it's going to be a moment of kind of awakening for them. And I think that's interesting. I top marks for that. It's just you have to get over the fact that it's a kid episode about
Yeah.
kids. And if you're annoyed by
Yeah.
that, you won't like it as much.
Yeah. That definitely, I think, also kind of plays into my take on it,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like, it's just, it, I think my read of it, because of the focus on children, kind of gets more, it kind of kidifies the rest of the episode for me.
Sure, sure.
Um,
I actually think this is
I,
one of the episodes where I like Wesley the most. This shows like
yeah.
Wesley's good qualities.
I agree. Wesley is not a bad part of this episode,
Yeah.
and it's
Mm-hmm.
like if anybody looks at my ranking and thinks like, I wonder if it's down there because of Wesley, it's not him.
No,
It's
it's not
just
him. It's just the kids. Yeah.
the whole episode doesn't really work for me.
Okay. All
Um,
right.
but it's not like an incompetently made one. It's
No,
just
no.
like this one is like one of the first like, while the bottom two in my list I would describe as like my objectively bottom two.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very heavily
Yeah.
subjectively bottom one.
I kind of like it. Don't get me wrong. It's still my bottom 50%. Right.
Mhm.
So next one for me, number 14. What's your number 14?
Yep. This is where Encounter at Farpoint went for me. It was
Right.
right in the middle.
For me is where no one has gone before.
Yeah, yeah. No, this one definitely Star Trek getting weird as it
Mm-hmm.
likes to. And displaying a lot of very like, what if we just kind of went really out there with our
Yeah.
concept for this episode?
How well do you remember this episode?
I love this episode.
Okay, so do you want to do it? Do you
Yeah.
want to do the plot recap then?
Yeah, sure. So effectively, what's going on here is the Enterprise is linking up with some scientists
Mm-hmm.
slash engineers
On
who.
the USS Fearless, which is an
Mhm.
Excelsior class ship, which is probably my
love
favorite Starfleet ship.
love the Excelsior. It's
Excelsiors
a
look
really
great.
good one.
Sorry, please continue.
No, of course, he is the guy who's leading the project is Kaczynski, who is an
Kaczynski.
engineer who has a funny little pip on his neck that is not a standard one. It is like I don't even know if it's a real rank or whatever. I've always loved that little detail. He has like just a little thing that says like I'm important, but I'm not an officer.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and he's there with a weird guy,
The
and
Traveler.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the weird guy who is his quote unquote assistant.
Mm-hmm.
And he says,
Played
I
by
have some.
played by Eric Menyuk is his name, and he also auditioned for the role of Data.
Yep, a lot of people wanted that.
A lot of people wanted that role. Yeah,
I think he would have made for a better Data than the actor for
the other
Singh.
guy. Yeah.
But I also still think he doesn't have anything on Brent Spiner's
No,
sauce.
sure, yeah. So these
Now,
guys come aboard and they do something to the engines.
Yeah, they're engineer Argyle, who's looking over their shoulder and is like, do you think it'd be a good idea if I like wrote to like the president and told him I want the part, or like, and they're plugging in all of the new parts, and they're being like, okay,
and
what we're going to do
specifically,
here
Kaczynski's a dick as well.
Kaczynski is a big asshole who thinks he knows the ship better than everybody else, and says we're going to punch in our new algorithms into the computer and into the engines, and we're going to go real fast. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
It's going to go fast and more efficient, and it's going to be just better than everything you got.
There's a great Worf moment here, by the way, because Worf's down in engineering with them, and he reports up to Picard that engineering is ready to proceed, but he does it in like the most intense way. Despite the fact that they're basically running a technical test, but he's acting like he's in battle just because Worf is so locked in. Like it's great. And then they activate the engines and the Enterprise goes really fucking fast.
Yeah, way too fast, because the funny assistant guy starts phasing in and out of reality as he's interfacing with the computer, and the ship just starts going like faster and faster beyond the scale that they have. And by the time that they can slow it down, they find out that they have flung themselves so far and so fast that they are now outside of a different galaxy.
Yes, they went so fast they went out of the galaxy. And weird stuff starts happening. Stuff starts appearing. I want to give a shout out to the Klingon Targ.
This is not quite, we're not quite there yet, because remember, they have to, at first they're like, whoa, how did we get here? Let's figure out how to get back. And then as they're doing that, then they plug in some new stuff, and then all of that happens again. They go faster and farther.
I forgot they do it twice. Yeah,
they do it twice, and now they're at the edge of the universe.
They're at the edge of the universe. The stakes are immeasurably higher now. Yeah.
Yes, they're like, there's like weird like floating orbs are all over the place.
It's a great effect. Yeah,
colors. It's a really good effect. It's like we're somewhere where the laws of physics are acting differently, and like things are happening that are wondrous and strange. And like you said, things are now appearing.
Yes,
like Worf's pet Targ.
He's pet Targ. Do you want to describe what a Targ is?
A Targ is what happens when you take a pig and you throw a big coat on it, and then also give it like an anglerfish skeleton spine.
I want to give a brief shout out here to how filthy the carpet is around the Targ, which just means that they got this pig on set and it just shit everywhere. It looked miserable, and they're like, film this thing for 5 seconds and then get it out of here. Right? It's oh yeah.
I want to do a quick aside, because this is a big raid that we should probably
It is a big raid we should probably acknowledge. Hi everyone, we're talking about Star Trek.
Hi folks, we're in the middle of a recording session where we're basically recording some stuff for YouTube, where we are talking about season 1 of Star Trek TNG.
Yes.
It is. I'm Flicky Burb, and I'm hanging out with this is Ash, Gachapon TV, 2 members of Team Fluffy, Sushi. Thank you so much for the raid.
Yep. We are currently what's the current ranking?
We are talking about, out of a 25 season episode of TV, we have been going for 3 hours, and we're just now talking about episode 14.
Oh god.
So, we might want to pick the pace up a little bit for the rest of it. But
oh man, but we're covering so much
ground. We're doing some good talking right now, gang. I hope stream was good, Sushi. Thank you for the raid. But we're not really engaging with chat too much while we're doing this. We're really doing just like if y'all want to listen.
What was your 16?
My 16 was Skin of Evil.
Skin of Evil.
Yep. My 15 was Home Soil, and my 14 was Encounter at Farpoint. We're updating our lists. But yeah, we're actually just talking about Targ's Lord Tank. We were talking Klingon stuff. We have not eaten Gach yet.
We haven't eaten Gach. So yeah, stuff starts happening, and it seems to be things that people are imagining start appearing on the ship.
Yes, and things from their childhood, from their memories.
Hmm.
People are
Specifically,
seeing their childhood pets.
Picard sees his maman. Uh,
Pup- eh,
we, let's just say is
ooh,
retconned by.
yes. This sees a scene that is actually very sweet
It's
in the
very sweet.
context of
Yeah.
this episode. He
Hmm.
sees his again a moment where we are reminded that Picard is French,
Very French.
and
Yep.
he sees his maman in the
Hmm.
hallway, his mother, an old lady serving tea on a table, who season 2 of Star Trek Picard reveals to us this is something that did not happen in
No.
real life. This is something that could not happen in real life,
Hmm.
because to make an entire season of television short, Picard is extremely traumatized by his mother dying while
Yes.
he
Yeah.
was younger. And I will
Hmm.
not get into the details of how
No.
and
Yeah.
why,
Of course.
but it is quite intense.
Hmm. And then it turns out that the crew's imagination, because they're at the edge of the universe, the crew's imagination is affecting reality,
Mhm.
which means that everyone has to imagine going home. And then
Everybody click your heels together.
everyone click your heels together and imagine Earth, and then we'll fly back to Earth.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, Wesley befriends the Traveler.
Mhm.
And this, I will say, this episode has a great soundtrack.
Very good
It's
soundtrack.
got a
Ron Jones knocking it out of
lovely,
the park.
lovely, dreamy, synthy soundtrack. I love the synth in season 1.
Mhm.
And the Traveler kind of fosters Wesley a little bit. He like encourages him to pursue his passions, and I think he specifically tells Picard, foster this boy's interests because he's going to
Yes.
be
This
important.
is a very special kid. This is
Yes.
the most
Hmm.
on the nose that TNG gets with this kid's going places.
Hmm. There's some really cute
Yeah.
character moments in this episode. I actually like the Traveler as a character. It's a very new agey episode. It's a very spiritual episode, which
Yes. Very vibey.
yeah, I
Yeah.
like how much of a dick Kaczynski is. He's fun.
Mhm.
Because especially when like things go wrong, everyone's like, Kaczynski, what happened? He's just like, I don't know. I'm a fraud. I'm sorry.
This didn't happen to the test. I don't know.
This
And it's
happened to
he-
the Traveler did
he's kind
something.
of revealed to be a fraud who's
Yes.
really piggybacking off of everything the Traveler's been doing.
Yeah.
Because the Traveler is, he's got all these real weird mystical space powers, and it's why he's able to identify Wesley's potential. He kind of describes Wesley as to ship space travel as what was it, Mozart is to music.
Yeah, which specifically is a child prodigy, right? Which,
Yeah.
from my understanding of modern scholarship around Mozart, is a very naive view of him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Mozart is the prodigy that people make him out to be. Not to say he wasn't talented, but I think people really overplayed it.
There's a lot of Star Trek's writing of cultural comparisons that is very surface level, and this is a big example of
Sure,
it.
yeah.
Correct. Anytime Star Trek tries to reach into our shared human past to connect something in a fictional way to what's happening in the modern show, it's iffy because on the more benign end, you have Mozart as a child prodigy compared to Wesley, and then on the more they really miss the mark, and that's how you get comparing Elon Musk to Zefram Cochrane.
Oh
And
God, don't
the Wright
remind
brothers.
me.
Yeah.
Don't remind me.
Season 1 Discovery was really something
Oh,
else.
don't remind me. Or just using the term American Indians in general.
Yeah, we went into that earlier.
We
Yeah,
did,
God.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, it's a perfectly fine episode. I don't hate it.
Yeah. I find it really charming. I think a lot of the I like the woo-woo, weird stuff.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
part of how I was raised. I was raised to really be big spiritual energy, kind of not spiritual typical religion, but spiritual we've all got this shared effect on the universe,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. It's all vibrations, all wavy gravy shit.
And,
Yeah,
and
okay.
it appeals to me in that way. So it's fun for me. But
All right.
yeah, that's right in the middle.
Number 13 for you. Let's go.
Coming of age.
Coming of age. Okay, my number 13, Home Soil.
Okay, so ours are only 2 apart. Now, what I can describe Home Soil as best is this is a watered down Devil in the Dark. That's
Yes
kind
and
of
no,
my
yes
vibe.
and no. I'm actually there's another component to it which I want to go into.
Mhm.
So yeah, there is a TOS episode, Devil in the Dark, a mining colony. Miners are being killed by some weird beast that's going around. It turns out the beast is a goo monster, but the goo monster is just protecting its eggs. Doesn't want anything to do with the miners. And they come to an accord. Home Soil is the terraforming episode. There are a bunch of people on a planet, and they're terraforming it. They're turning it from a barren planet into an Earth-like planet for habitation in the future. Star Trek has very advanced technology, but this is still a process that takes considerable expense and years upon years to succeed, right? But people are dying on the planet.
Yeah.
Someone's been murdered. So,
yes.
And the director of the terraforming project, he's acting really cagey about it for some reason.
It starts as like an almost whodunit kind of deal.
Yeah. Yeah, there's actually like a little bit of a gruesome death after a guy gets killed by a laser drill. It's pretty rad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly.
Yeah. But it's like technology is just going crazy and it's killing people that are doing the terraforming project. And something they get really into really early and stays through the whole thing, and this is what I think separates it from Beast in the Dark, whatever, is the bioethics aspect of the episode. Because to terraform a planet, you have to eliminate the local biosphere on that planet, which, again, they were like, well, it's just a dust rock, there's nothing on here, which...
Yeah, they thought that there was nothing.
I mean, we know now that even in the most desolate parts of planet Earth, there's life, right? It seems like a very naive, almost like a science fiction guy in the 80s wrote this. Like, it's just a bunch of sand, who cares, right? Like, as he takes a drag on his cigarette. But it's specifically, there is a microscopic crystalline life form on this planet that is defending itself from the terraformers.
Something that is so foreign as a life form that there are several moments throughout the episode where it's like, that can't be life. It's just inert material.
It's just a crystal. Who gives a shit?
Yep.
And he's like, yeah, but the Federation needs another one of its hundreds of terraformed planets that it can colonize, right? It's a fine episode. There are a couple of issues. There's one point where I think Dr. Crusher is like out of focus. Which is weird. I will say something that holds this episode back a little bit. I'm going to speed through some of the middle episodes so we can talk more about the ones we really like. The bioethics angle is undermined a little bit by the fact that the life form is intelligent.
Yeah. I think advocating for the rights of something that isn't and is more beastly or is like even more simple than that. I agree.
If it was like a microbe or something, but you need some stakes for the audience at home. I get it. Right. Yeah.
I feel like the audience would not have been very receptive if the thing weren't directly intelligent and speaking with them and being like, you're killing us and we will kill you.
Ugly giant bag of mostly water.
That is for the last 15 years that has been my bio on Facebook. Is ugly bag of mostly water.
Mine's been microbrain because that's what they call it. But that's what separates it from the other one. Is like, it's not just like, oh, this creature's intelligent, but specifically it's what you're doing here is killing us. Right, it's making my planet inhospitable, and I'm defending myself because of that. Right, and
it's giving a kind of like position, like the dialogue is going in more of like a "we will not rest until you are all dead" kind of angle.
Yeah, sure. But what I really like is one of the terraformers is she's actually really shaken by it because she's like, "Well, I thought I was doing something good here. I didn't know I was killing something." Right.
Yeah.
So it's much more of an ethical thing than, say, like a Beast in the Dark is. Sorry, I don't remember the name of the episode. Where that's just, there's a fucking blob monster. Oh, isn't it weird? Hey, Spark, put your hand on it so we can communicate with it. And then McCoy could put rubber cement on it. It's a big picture ethics episode, which I actually quite like, which is just, because there is ethics of terraforming. I mean, because, technically there is an ethical consideration to be made, say, if we ever terraformed Mars. If there was a microbe on Mars that we subsequently wiped out, what are the ethics of that? Like, would the good outdo the bad, right? And you could say, well, of course, right, because more complex life is able to survive there, it's like, whatever, but it's still a consideration you have to make.
Yeah, and in this very elevated ethical world of Star Trek, that would have like I feel like in our modern world, nobody
No
realistically
one. Yeah,
like it. There, like it would be a damn. That's a messed up footnote in the history book, but like it
sure, yeah,
wouldn't be at, like in Star Trek. It is taken seriously as a this is a choice that we are making. Like there's an opportunity later in the show where they can genocide the Borg, and they
yeah,
don't do
and they
it
don't do it. Yeah.
because it is a like an ethical. We do not have the right to wipe out this species.
We want to defend ourselves against the Borg, but we don't have the right as living beings to be judge, jury, and executioner for an entire race. Yeah,
Unless your name is Catherine Janeway.
unless your name
In
is
which
Catherine
case,
Janeway,
in which case you will say, absolutely, I will do that.
fuck you, Tuvix. I want my boys back. Get in the tube. Yeah. All right. Number 12 for you.
The battle.
Oh, what? You're crazy.
Yeah, no,
You're crazy.
there's a lot of really cool sequences in this episode.
Well,
But
no, we're
I
discussing mine. Hold your horses,
yeah,
there,
no, I
cowboy.
know, but I'm just saying, number 12 for me, the battle. The battle is not a bad
Oh.
episode, but I don't find it. I think you're gonna have it a lot higher than I am.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
What do you got?
My number 12 is Skin of Evil.
Skin of Evil is again, yeah, definitely a mid-range episode for me. I just overview of it. I find this episode very plotting
Yes,
in a
the pacing is
way.
really bad.
Yeah, it's a little bit too slow about what it is. It's a good story, and that's why it's in the mid-range for me. But we're talking about an episode where they come across a planet that
There's a shuttle
is
crash.
there's been a shuttle crash
It
on this
has
planet.
Deanna Troy and a couple of other guys who like instantly die are on the shuttle.
Yes. But Troy is still alive, and they
Troy
need
is
to
still
mount an
alive.
effort to recover
Yes.
her.
And when they go down there is a goo monster, a black
Yes.
goo monster who is protecting the shuttlecraft / keeping Deanna Troy prisoner. Do you remember the entity's name? I don't remember off the top of my head. Armus. I did look up this guy because he's really funny.
Yes.
His voice is like he sounds like a bad guy from like an 80s cartoon.
He definitely sounds like a Captain Planet villain.
He sounds like
100%.
a Captain Planet villain. He's like, I am the
I am hatred.
I am hatred. I am darkness. I am death.
It's bad, and it's good bad.
And he kills the shit out of Tasha Yar. Fucking kills her. Like dead. She is not coming back dead.
Flings her across this TOS set. And you see her on the other side, and she has a big purple blob scar across her face.
It's a choice.
It is a choice.
It's a choice.
And this is early in the episode too. This is like before
she dies really fast. Yeah.
This is by the 15-minute mark of the episode. This really happens.
We're back on the shitty Wasteland planet set. Welcome back. It looks crappy. I love it. But this feels like a TOS episode to me.
Yeah.
We're on a wasteland planet, and there's a monster here that is killing people. Cool. The alien rising up out of the goo.
Aesthetically, also.
Yeah, the creature rising up out of his own goo looks really great, and then when he stops rising up out of it, he looks like a guy covered in garbage bags.
Yeah, the way that all the goop settled on him really like emphasizes the light catches on all of the imperfections on like it's not a smooth thing anymore.
Again, is it an HD restoration problem?
And I think it definitely would have looked more passable on a fuzzy 80s CRT. And if watching it in full HD, it does not do any favors. But what it does do favors to is a later point in the episode where Riker gets sucked into the goop. Yeah. And Jonathan Frakes, man, he is up for anything. And he goes feet first into this big puddle of black printer ink style goop.
Yeah,
he's really in there.
I have a quote from Jonathan Frakes about this section. Recalling the experience, Frakes himself said, "I suffered physically like a fool with Mikey. Sure, I'll get in that black fucking Metamucil shit. That was absurd."
Again, he's up for anything.
He's up for anything. Hey, John, we need you to jump into the goo. Yeah, okay, whatever. I'll do it.
And there is a really striking shot
Mm-hmm.
where only his face
Yeah,
surfaces
it's
up
great.
from the
Yeah.
goop, and his mouth is open,
Mm-hmm.
and like I think it's a mask or like a cast of his
Oh, sure.
face, right?
Yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
not
But
actually his
but it's a
face.
striking image. Yeah.
Yeah, and like the goop is going into his screaming mouth. Like it
Mm-hmm.
is
Yeah.
really striking.
Mm-hmm. And so Picard has to go down because he needs to negotiate with this thing to get Troy out. And it's
Hmm.
found out that the alien was abandoned there by
Hmm.
some other species, left him there, and he's just bitter and he's just lashing out. He's just angry at the
Hmm.
world. He's like, the black goo alien is incredibly black pilled, and he wants.
Hmm.
It's not enough that he has to suffer; he has to make other people suffer.
Hmm.
Um, it ends. I don't even remember how Picard gets Troy out.
Yeah, it's some kind of like
It's like a
we need
gotcha
to.
somehow. Like,
Yeah, and like they still are like it's like it ends with like they could be about to fight.
mm-hmm.
I think Picard like goads him,
He goads him
and
somehow, yeah.
yeah,
And
and
then he gets transported out as the alien very impotently waves his arms around and goes, like, it's really shitty.
yeah, and they shoot a torpedo at the shuttle on the planet so that Armus can't leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as in they keep him
Yeah,
trapped there once there's like
yeah.
punishment for killing Tasha.
Mhm. And
Um,
in between all of this,
mm-hmm.
there is an extended sequence that we don't get a lot of in Star Trek, a medical sequence
Yep.
where
Mm-hmm.
they are trying desperately to save Tasha's
To
life.
revive her. Yeah.
And it is actually some of the best emotive acting we get
Mm-hmm.
out of season one, I think.
Yeah.
Dr. Crusher, played by Gates McFadden,
Mm-hmm.
is she does not often get a lot to work with.
No.
A lot of people refer to her as kind of treated like a potted plant throughout much of
Mm-hmm.
the show,
Yeah.
where she is present but she's not doing much.
Mm-hmm.
When she gets to do stuff, she is talented. She
Oh,
is a very
absolutely. Yeah,
good
she's great.
actress, and
Yeah.
she is. I buy that she is sad that this is going the way it is. She is desperate to do everything she can to save Tasha.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's working. She's growing a mix of frustrated and angry and sad, and it just works. I buy it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's I actually want to talk about. So after they leave, they have a funeral for Tasha Yar on the Windows XP wallpaper.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a really crappy looking set. I'm sorry, it
It
looks
is.
awful.
It is an extremely crappy looking set, which makes it all the more impressive that it is a scene that still
Yeah.
gets me weepy.
So the thing is, so from what I found out is Denise Crosby and Marina Sirtis, who plays Counselor Troy, were genuinely really good friends at that point.
Yes.
Partly because it was kind of a miserable set to be a woman on.
Mhm.
So it's like
Yeah. And I'll get into that in a
banding
moment,
together for like survival almost,
Yeah.
right? But there's a scene where Counselor Troy starts crying and Marina Sirtis is just genuinely crying.
She's actually crying. It's a
She's
sad
actually
moment. She's saying
crying,
goodbye to her
and
friend.
as a result, because Jonathan Frakes is with her, you can see he gets emotional too because she's genuinely
Mhm.
upset.
Yeah.
And you could tell like the
Um,
cast liked Denise. I liked Denise.
Yeah.
I loved every.
This is probably like of all of the a character has died moments in Star Trek,
Mhm.
this one I almost like from as much as I have this episode rated as like a middle one, like this sequence is one of my favorite moments from season one.
Mhm.
The music is a
It's
tearjerker. It's
great. Yeah, yeah.
very and Picard gives a very powerful
He
speech.
does. Yep.
And the episode ends on a line from Data,
Mhm.
where he and Picard are the last people out of the holodeck,
Mhm.
and because that's where the service is being held is on the
Mhm.
holodeck.
Sure.
And he looks to Picard and he says, "Hey, am I doing this wrong? Because like I've been this whole time thinking not about Tasha, but about like how much the ship will be emptier without her, and
Yeah.
like I'm thinking
Mhm.
about
He
everything
feels
else."
guilty. Yeah.
He feels guilty about that, and Picard tells him, "You did not miss the point. You got the
You
assignment." And he
understood it.
walks
Yeah.
away.
Mhm.
And the final shot of the episode is Data standing alone in the holodeck, looking at the empty pedestal where the hologram of Tasha was speaking from.
Yeah. It's great.
And fuck, dude, it
Yeah.
is just
It's
so
bad.
good.
And something I
Yeah.
actually love about Tasha's death as well is like there's always the temptation when you're writing fiction that if you're going to kill off a member of the cast, it has to be bombastic or meaningful in some way, right?
Hmm.
It's a, oh, hold them off, I'll stay here kind of deal, or like, it's some kind of grand sacrifice. Tasha's death is senseless. It's an
Yes.
alien who just did it to fuck with them. She
Hmm.
didn't die to achieve anything. She didn't die to save anyone. It's just some fuck-ass goo alien on a planet was just like,
Hmm.
I'm just going to do this because I'm a dick. And he just killed her.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
her life is just snuffed out like that. And
Hmm.
I
It
think
is played for the meaninglessness of it.
it's senseless in a way that I find is really meaningful, actually, because it makes her loss that much worse, right?
Yeah, it is something that could happen to anybody on a
Yeah.
job like
Now,
this.
the actual reason is because Denise Crosby wanted the fuck out of the production at that point.
Understandably.
She wanted to get out. And I don't blame her. You see what she was doing at that point in the show. There are episodes where she doesn't do anything. She's just stood
Yeah.
around and she's just like, I see the way the wind's blowing on this. Get me the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Not the last episode she made. We'll mention it when we get to it. But
now
oof.
this is where we get a story that I want to throw in because
Sure. Okay.
as you mentioned, not the last episode she made, but while we're talking about her exit from the show, I'll cover this.
Mm-hmm.
The last episode that she shot was a couple of scenes for the next episode in the sequence of the season, which is Symbiosis.
Yeah.
And she was honestly disgraced by Rick Berman on the way out.
Really?
Rick Berman.
I know this story,
ago
but keep going.
yeah,
Sorry, yeah.
He tweets some kind of tweet with a picture of a comm badge from the set of TNG.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick Berman says, this comm badge, Denise Crosby gave me this on her last episode when she was done shooting Skin of Evil. Oh, what a great time that all was. And Denise Crosby replied on Twitter and said, okay, first of all, my last episode was Symbiosis.
Mm-hmm.
And as I recall it, after my last scene, you walked up to me, said, you won't be needing this anymore, and yanked that comm badge off my chest. And that is the comm badge in the picture that he shared originally as what a feel good story. No, he basically made a big show of get off our set.
You traitor. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to need this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's truly like Rick Berman, for as much as he was a necessary evil for continuing Star
he was
Trek
very much an evil.
he was an evil. Yes.
Yeah. It's got some real energy. It's got some real John Romero, Sandy Peterson energy to it, right? Where Sandy will tweet something and then John Romero is like, hey, Sandy, hope you're doing well. By the way. Denise Crosby was just like, I recall you being a dick to me. It's like, yeah, okay. But
I don't think this happened as you remember it happening.
No, I don't. I'm sure that's a nice story that you tell people, but you're actually a scumbag. And you know what? Shout out to Lenny Maislish that somehow Rick Berman was not the most evil person involved in this production.
Yup.
So yeah, it's a great episode. It's held back by a little. Like I say, some of the sets look really shitty. The alien looks bad. Yeah. I did want to say the alien is voiced by a guy called Rob Gans, who did trailer voiceovers.
That makes sense.
Specifically for Roger Corman's production company, New World Pictures. Yeah. So Roger Corman made a lot of crappy B movies. Mm-hmm. This guy did the trailer voiceovers. He also did some stuff for, I think, Halloween as well. I might be misremembering that.
Yep. He was trapped on a world with nothing but
in a world where a goo monster is pouring Metamucil into Jonathan Frakes' throat. Yeah. Fine episode. This is the halfway point for me. We're rapidly approaching top 10. Skin of Evil is fine. It's held back by a couple of little things. What is your number 11?
Now, fans of Star Trek who are keeping up with our list probably recognize that there is one major missing, generally considered bad episode on both of our lists.
On both of our lists.
And I think you've placed it higher than I have from our initial discussions. I don't know exactly where, but just shy of my top 10 is The Last Outpost.
The Last Outpost. Okay, I respect it.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna have some words for me when you see my top 5.
I think I will.
For me, number 11, is we'll always have Paris.
Another good one.
Another
Yeah.
good one. This is a Picard episode through and through.
This is a Picard episode.
Picard is feeling misty-eyed. He's missing home. Specifically, he's thinking about romances that could have been.
Yes, he's calling up situations on the holodeck that are similar to ones that he went through. He does something that I don't know is something that holodeck should be able to do. When he calls up, generate this specific location as it was at this specific time.
Generate me the specific restaurant in Paris on this specific day. Yeah.
And also give a situation that is like similar to what actually would have happened had I been there. How does it know that? How does the computer, unless he pre-programmed it and that's like his cue to pull that file up? How does the computer know that at this moment Picard was supposed to meet with a young lady in this restaurant in Paris?
And also just the ethics of it. It's basically Picard saying, "Grok, generate a picture of my ex-girlfriend and make her say she loves me."
It's a cute thing. It's cute is the word I use for it, but it also like don't think about it too hard or else it breaks everything.
We do get to see the Paris of the 2300s. The Eiffel Tower is still there. It has like a giant sewage pipe underneath it, which is funny.
It has survived being nuked.
It has survived being nuked. And also in the 2300s, all Parisians have awful Americans trying to do French accent voices.
Would you like?
It's rough. But Picard is thinking about loves that could have been, because I think he was meant to meet a lady at that restaurant, but instead he ran off to join Starfleet, basically.
Yes.
And then, oh my god, shock horror, he runs into her all these decades later.
Oh no.
Oh no. And specifically, she is married to a guy who is trying to do a thing.
A time experiment.
A time experiment. They put him on the flimsiest, wiggliest medical bed I've ever seen.
Yeah. We are clued into this, but where we were first realizing that there's a timey-wimey episode is the episode is beginning as with Picard like on the holodeck having time to do this. Everybody's getting a bit of shore leave time. Yeah. There's just there's downtime between missions and they're just all hanging out and doing their thing. And part of this is I actually really like this aspect of this episode is that Picard is in the holodeck with a random lieutenant because both of them like fencing.
Yes.
And they're both practicing their fencing. It's a very convenient kind of outfit where you can have stuntmen who are ostensibly supposed to be these characters doing some fencing.
I'm not a fencing expert, but from what I saw, Picard's form is terrible, by the way.
The final like point of the match, you can definitely tell one of the actors was supposed to lose at that point, and so he just stops moving and stops trying to like.
Yeah, sure.
He could have deflected the last hit that would have done it, but I think he just stopped moving. But it's cute. It's a nice sequence, and the way that you are clued in that there's something up is that they both give the quick salute, like, okay, game, you want to do another, or do you want to wrap up? They salute. And then time rewinds a bit, and both of them
they salute again. Yeah.
And then but the thing is, they both recognize that just happened.
Yeah.
Which that's got to be a huge mind screw.
That's got to be. Ooh, yeah.
And it happened everywhere on the ship.
Yes, absolutely. So something weird is happening with time while Picard is getting misty-eyed for the past and what could have been. It's very on the nose of its theming. Two things: time, and also Picard loves France.
Yeah,
he misses France most of all. Picard is a Francophile. It's a thing that they really pushed in season 1, and then kind of petered off a little bit after. Yeah, there's also a bit in the turbo lift, I think, when they get into the turbo lift where time distorts as well. Yes. But yeah, so he runs into his ex-lover, who is played by Michelle Phillips, who was from the Mamas and Papas. So she's a music lady, but she does a perfectly fine job in the episode. She looks considerably younger than Patrick Stewart, but that's fine.
Yes, it's the future. Maybe we age.
It's the future. Yeah, she's on that stuff that Magel's on. It's fine.
Yep. And Patrick Stewart is really not that old.
He's not that old. I think him going bald just made him look older than he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, the stakes are impossibly high. This guy did a time experiment, and time is going to, like, explode if they don't stop it.
Yeah, it is a very big, like everything everywhere is being threatened by this. The time distortions are happening in waves outside of where they're intended to be. It's meant to be a really localized experiment, but now everything is going wrong, and it culminates like the really most of the middle episode is the guy is dying because of his exposure to it.
Hmm.
I believe his name is Dr. Manfield
So yeah, I think
or
Manfield. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah, or Mannheim, Dr. Mannheim.
Mannheim, right?
And he is, in this weird in between state of like he is being affected by all of this.
Hmm.
They eventually find a way to get through to him. They begin to revive him. There's very cute character moments between Picard and her, and Picard and him, where he recognizes like she's never really let go of Picard,
No, she never
and
really got over him either.
and
Yeah.
it's evident that the two of them both yearn for what could have been.
Yes.
But there's also a shared understanding of like, well, it's too late for that. Maybe we can dream about it, but we'll always have Paris. Is
I
like
I
the
have
yeah.
something to add to that.
Hmm.
In the original draft of We'll Always Have Paris, writers Deborah Dean Davis and Hannah Louise Shearer,
Hmm.
notable as well, two women writing this one,
Hmm.
and I think that really shows.
Yes, because the women act like people.
The women
in
act
this
like people.
episode.
Yep. They wanted to create a romantic mood with the insistence that Picard do, quote, the wild thing discreetly during commercial, sometime during the course of the episode. They wanted Picard to fuck.
Yeah.
And the idea was vetoed by a number of men involved in the production, most notably Patrick Stewart himself.
Hmm.
So,
Unfortunate.
unfortunate. We could have had Picard sowing his oats, but
Yeah. I think it works for the respect these characters have for each other. They
sure,
don't.
yeah. Because it keep him yearning, right? Kind of like
Yeah.
adds to it.
And
Because
then
the thing
also
is
don't introduce like the morals of like getting in between this already established relationship.
sure,
Like, yeah.
yeah. And also, I guess like Picard's true love is the fleet, right? And
Mhm.
service to Starfleet. Like, that's always
Mhm.
kind of where his heart will be. But it's an episode about what could have been. Data has to do a thing with a big time crystal.
Where he needs to pour what is it antimatter
Antimatter,
like
yeah. Yes, but antimatter
into a
into it.
time stream that everything is being broken through, and then as he's doing it, a very concentrated time effect happens where there are three of him.
Mm-hmm.
And the weird about this is when different timelines intersect like this, all three of them can see each other
Yeah.
and are actually like there's like a ripple where all of them are able to interact. And I don't really understand. Like, I get that it's supposed to be like the timing is very precise and only one of them is in the
Oh,
correct
no, don't
time.
think about it too hard because it doesn't make
But yeah,
sense.
they have to determine which one is the correct one. At which point, one of the datas arbitrarily goes, "It's me," and
Mm-hmm.
that's not me making a mistake and making that contraction myself.
No, he
He
says
says the
that. Yeah.
contraction, "It's me."
Which means that it must be law.
It's got to be right. And so, yeah.
I have two little bits of trivia.
Mhm.
Skin of Evil was the last canonical appearance of a beloved Star Trek character.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Tasha Yar?
No, wrong.
The last appearance of a beloved Star Trek was that?
Is Wesley's rainbow sweater.
No.
Wesley's rainbow sweater last shows up in Skin of Evil.
Mhm.
There is a shot in We'll Always Have Paris where you see Denise Crosby's left arm in the background of the shot. So she's there. she came back to life for like 10 seconds on the bridge.
We'll always have Tasha Yar.
We'll always have Tasha Yar. Yeah.
And you know, a couple seasons later, in a way, we kind of do.
Yeah, so they were making this episode and they were like, oh, we need like a reverse reaction shot of like Picard. And they grabbed one that has Tasha Yar in the background. It's just her arm.
Really funny.
So yeah, that's my number 11. Top 10. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going into our top 10.
Top
Number
10. So these
for me-
are all episodes I really like. What's your top
we're
10?
into the episodes that are our top half and like even more so of the season. For me, is where no man has gone or where no one has gone before.
Okay, well, I mean, given the reasons that you already listed, I get that.
It's a very important one to me, and like I like the whole thing. It sets up a really cool. The rest of Wesley's trajectory is determined by where no one has gone before.
Yes.
And the Traveler does come back. It's interesting in how they do that, and Wesley continues down that like fate of being part of the Traveler's kind of entire line of
Plan. Yeah.
existence. Mhm.
My number 10 is The Big Goodbye.
You see, we are very far apart on this
We are
one.
very far apart. I love this episode.
I think it's charming, but it has all of my least favorite parts of how early Star Trek TNG treats the holodeck.
Really.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a holodeck episode, and it's our first real this is a holodeck episode.
Mm-hmm. It's yeah, why is my text being cut off?
Is there a crop effect
No,
on
there
your thing?
isn't. That's what's puzzling me. You know what? I'll just put the top 10 in a separate.
Mhm.
We need to keep code. People need to see how much I hate Code of Honor, so we're
Yeah,
gonna.
we need people to know that we're aligned on what the worst episodes of the season are.
Jesus Christ, Code of Honor. Yeah. So, The Big Goodbye. Picard or the Enterprise is going to meet with these aliens that we never see because aliens are expensive. They are a very uptight race, and you have to greet them in a certain way, otherwise it's never implied, it's never shown what they'll do. It's implied that they'll like rip you up and kill you or something. There's a great line
or they'll just refuse any and all communication for decades.
Because there's a section where Data says, do we want to go over the material that shows the last Starfleet crew that tried to communicate?
Messed up, and then they got torn asunder, and everyone else is like,
he never says what happens, but everyone's just like, no, we don't need to see that.
Yeah, we all know what happened.
We all know what happened. We never need to speak about it again. So, so Picard he's really trying. But he's like, his brain's fried. He's been revising this thing for so long, and Troy is like, you need a break. Holodeck got an upgrade. You want to go on the holodeck? Oh. Do you want to do what apparently you've always loved, which is roleplay as Private Eye Dixon Hill?
LARPing in the genuine sense and not in the modern sense. Yeah.
Yes.
No, actually wandering in and being Dixon Hill,
who's like a Sam Spade kind of Private Eye, right?
Yeah. Who is not a real detective, but they write him or not like a real fictional detective, but they write him as if they are drawing from real stuff. And it's a very fleshed out world, and they do not do a whole lot of like description without showing it to you. And it had me very because they do this later with Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
And it had me wondering for a very long time whether or not Dixon Hill is like a real established thing. It's not. It's a Star Trek invention.
Yeah. Now, if you look at the show, as in these were guys who were originally writing for the 60s, so they would have been kids in like the 40s.
Yeah.
That's the kind of like dime store novel they would have grown up reading. So, you know, like there's probably a lot of genuine love there from like the TOS people. But yeah, so he goes back to like, I don't remember the year. It's like 1942, and then he pauses and then he says AD San Francisco, which is a nice little detail. I find that fun. Yeah. And he gets to be Dixon Hill. Yeah. And so he immediately goes in and he's acting like he's never seen the holodeck before.
That's my big thing.
It's
about
weird,
this
yeah.
It's our first time having a holodeck episode, so I understand that we want to play how amazing it is, right?
Sure.
But we have at various other points been in a holodeck up to this point in the show, even, and
it's like Picard's never seen it before.
Picard is acting like you or I walked into a holodeck, and he's not acting like someone who has at this point been in it, understands it, should understand what is it. He's like talking to these people as if like they are real people and like interacting with them like he's completely fish out of watering it.
Yep.
And I'm just sitting here like this. That's my big problem.
This is
this would be how a TOS character would respond to the holodeck. You know,
there are some fantastic cameos in this episode, though. By the way,
oh, there are.
We get Dick Miller, longtime character actor man. He was in a lot of Joe Dante movies, Gremlins 2. Bucket of Blood was one he did. He's been doing stuff for years. I love Dick Miller.
Also in one of my favorite two-parters of Deep Space Nine, he's in, Past Tense. He is one of the cops from 2024,
No
and he
shit,
plays it
really.
very well in there, yep.
The one where they show like they show like
The
the
riots.
now, and
Yeah.
it's like Mad Max. Yeah.
Yeah, they go back to, like, it's either San Francisco or Los Angeles 2024 or something,
And
and
it's like
they're
a
like,
war
"Anyway,
zone.
the"
Yeah.
yeah, it's like, "Anyway, the race riots in 2 days." Like
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Damn, that's Dick Miller. I didn't remember that.
That's Dick Miller. Mhm.
Yeah. There also is a. Sorry, I just have to find, because I've been going off the top of my head because I know this episode
Mhm.
so well because I love it.
It's a good one. It's a fun one. I don't know if I would call it a good one, but it is fun.
So there's a bad guy. There's a gangster, Cyrus Redblock.
Yeah, Red Block.
Redblock.
He's fantastic. He is,
So
his performance is one of the best parts of this episode.
so he is played by a guy called Lawrence Tierney.
Mhm.
He was a well-known Hollywood tough guy. Specifically, he was acting in the 40s, and he would play like mobsters, lantern-jawed guys. You know what I mean? He had a bit of a career renaissance with Reservoir Dogs. Actually, he was in Reservoir Dogs. However, I got excited about this. He does a voice in The Simpsons.
Okay.
He is Don Brodka, the store detective at the Try and Save that catches Bart when he's shoplifting, when he tries to steal the Bone Storm video game in season 7,
funny.
episode 11, Marge Be Not Proud.
That's
Go back and listen to him. It's him. Yeah. But yeah, he was a tough guy in movies. Apparently, he was well known for being an actual tough. Like, he would get into like a lot of like barroom brawls and things. He
built like it.
He was stabbed in 1973.
Good lord.
Yeah, no, like, he looks mean because he is mean, but he plays Cyrus Redblock. He's great. And so yeah, Picard he gets to roleplay as Dixon Hill for a little bit, and then he has to go back to work. And he calls a staff meeting, and this is so adorable. He tells everyone about his video game at the start of the staff meeting.
At the start of the staff meeting, and that, like, he's literally, he does what I would do at a meeting where I've just played, like, the first time I played through Outer Wilds, this was what I reacted like in my next meeting at work. And everybody was like, "Oh, neat."
Oh,
This guy, like,
neat.
okay,
But the thing
cool.
is unlike when you're telling people about a TV show you like at work, when people say they're interested and they'll check it out, they actually mean it in this episode.
Yeah,
So
exactly. And they don't just mean that; they mean, like, can we go in with you?
Yeah,
Like, can
yeah.
we experience it together?
Crusher wants to join in. Data winds up getting roped in as well. Brent Spiner gets to do some funny voices. He gets to do his monster voice.
This is also a point where there's a point in the show where they drop this.
Yes.
Until later in the show. But this is still, they're trying to set up a thing between Captain Picard and Dr. Crusher.
Yes.
And there is a very fun moment, I will give it this, where Dr. Crusher is excited to go into the holodeck, and then Picard is still thinking of other people to bring in, and is like, "Don't we have a historian who's really into this era? He should come too." And Dr. Crusher is just immediately like, I was kind of thinking, like, you see it on her face.
I was kind of thinking
like,
just us, but
this is going to be like a date kind of thing.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
just immediately, like, all of the joy about the situation just drops off her face.
Yeah, I don't remember the guy. It's like Valen or something. He's like, oh yeah, there's also this guy. He's an expert in 20th century fiction. We should bring him too. And Crush is just like, fuck. And yeah, so they go in and they act kind of adorable going around. And specifically, when he goes back in, he gets arrested for the murder, for a murder that he didn't commit.
For a murder that he's being pinned on him because at the beginning of the episode, the person who was murdered was going to him looking for help.
Yes. And they're doing the whole good cop, bad cop thing. And that's when Crusher makes her way in. And she's all dolled up. She has to dress up like someone from the 40s. And she's trying her best to fit in, and there's a cop that like flirts with her. He's like, "Hey, you got some good gams on your doll, you know," and he offers her a stick of gum, and she swallows it, which is really good.
It is really good.
It's a really fun episode, and you can actually tell watching it that I think all the performers had fun making it.
Yeah.
because
Oh, for sure.
it's a period piece. It's fun to do a period
There's
piece.
a really cute moment where there's an NPC is
Hmm.
doing her makeup, and
Yeah,
Dr. Crusher sees this and it tries to like emulate it and
yeah.
do like her
Hmm.
own thing. And I think this is cute, but it also plays into my problem that I said earlier, where everybody in season one is kind of written like aliens.
Well, I mean, it makes sense if you
And
think that like 23rd century makeup maybe gets applied differently,
maybe
right?
for me, it's a little too far into the cute, where it's
Sure.
like, again,
Okay.
something that I'm sensitive to in this kind of
Hmm.
context of like, especially watching later TNG, people describe it as competence porn,
Sure. Yeah.
where these are people who are very good at their jobs, who are very mature,
Hmm.
and then anything that kind of infantilizes them, kind of
Sure.
like,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
for me, I'm a little bit meh. I know that's not the
See,
intent. It's
I
supposed to
have
be
the opposite
fun.
effect because for me it's humanizing. I like the
Yeah.
fact that Crusher is so excited to like try things out for a little bit, and there's a really
Mhm.
cute moment where she's in there and she's like, "Oh, where's Picard? We need to get him." And they're like, "Oh, he's being interrogated," and she's like,
She's like,
"Oh, oh, well, no." She's like, "I better go help him," and then they stop her and they go, "No, he's having a great time. He loves it."
"Ooh."
And then she goes, "Well, why should he have all the fun?" Right? Like,
Mhm.
and then it's they're doing the whole good cop bad cop thing on Picard. They're like, "She's like, don't tell me what you know." Is like, "Go for it again," and he's like, "Oh, don't know anything." He's like, he's having a great time. However, the holodeck malfunctions
Yep, we have our
and they can't
first
get out.
the
Uh
safety
oh.
protocols are going
Yep.
haywire, can't leave, and it's like, this is now there's the ticking clock from the outside of that
Because
space
the
alien
aliens
race
are like, we want to
he's
speak to
with.
Picard, and
Mhm,
he's
and he
trapped in
can't
the
he literally
holodeck.
cannot be reached in the holodeck.
Yes. But the thing is the people in the holodeck don't know this yet.
Mhm,
And so they don't know that the safety protocols have been disengaged, and they can't leave, and they're genuinely in trouble. And
mhm,
it ends up where Cyrus Redblock and his like goons show up,
mhm,
and they're being held at gunpoint. They're being held hostage, and because they're so into it, they're like smiling at each other like it's a big joke.
mhm.
They're like, "Oh, this is great! Look, we're being held at gunpoint. Haha, this is so fun."
Yep.
And then the guy that we've never seen in Star Trek before gets shot.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's he at first. It's funny. He gets shot,
And
and
they
he
laugh.
does like a big actor pratfall, like he
Yeah.
flies back,
Yeah.
and they not only clap. Dr. Crusher applauds the fall.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, he's so into it," and
He's
she's
so into it.
clapping, and then that's the reveal of,
Yeah.
oh, he's been gut
He's
shot.
actually been shot. Yeah.
Hmm.
And then that's when things get serious. And so
Hmm.
you got this Cyrus Redblock guy, and he's very eloquent. He's very polite, but he's got this kind of menacing air about him because he's a big guy as well.
He is.
He's a big
He's built like a
he's
fridge.
built like a fridge.
Hmm.
He's a real talk softly and carry a big stick kind of guy, right?
Hmm.
Like, you
Very,
know,
very big about decorum and
very
about
big about
respect,
decorum,
about
but
how
also
if
he'll
you don't respect me, I will fuck you up.
I will kill you,
Mhm,
yeah, kind of deal.
mhm,
He's a great villain. I love him.
mhm.
Lawrence Tierney does a great job, and it eventually gets to the point where they're like, "No, look, we're from another world.
Yeah,
To your perspective, we're not from here. We're from another world, right?
and everybody in the holodeck is like, what
Yeah,
dude,
what are you
this is
talking about?"
nothing here. What are you doing?"
He has like his little Weasley guy with him. He's like, "They're making me crazy. Let me kill him." He's like, "Ugh." um, and then eventually the door opens up, and obviously all the holodeck characters looking at it like, "What the fuck?" Like,
Mhm,
and then because Cyrus Redblock is like the big, he's like, is this passage of yours two way? Can I go out?" And they're like,
mhm.
"Yeah."
Yeah,
And
Picard's like, "Yeah, you can," and Data's like, "No, no, you can't actually," and Picard's like, "Yes, you can,
yes,
you
you
can
can. Shut
actually."
up, Data. And so he then walks out with his lackey, and then because he's a hologram, he can't exist outside of the holodeck.
Yep,
And he's
but it's a
basically,
really slow process of them turning off from the feet up.
and he's like shaking. He's not shaking his fist, but he's like, "You can't do this to me. I'm
I'm
Cyrus
Cyrus
Redblock."
Redblock.
As he like disappears, it's great. But then there's this fantastic bit at the end because there's like the good cop that was like
Mhm,
on Picard's side for the whole thing.
mhm.
He like invites him over to see his family and things, and he's just like, "Hey, look, when you go, will I continue to exist?"
Yeah, it's a fucked up
It's a
ending.
like that conversation is when if I'm Picard, I'm like, fiction in the holodeck is done, right? We're not
Yeah.
doing this anymore because he
Yeah.
asks Picard, he's like, "Hey, look, when you will I see my family? Have I ever seen my family?
Yeah. Is
Right.
anything here? What am I? Am I
What
real?
am I? When I leave, will I cease to exist? Right.
Yeah.
And
It's heady.
all Picard can say is, I don't know.
Yeah. And then he
And
leaves.
then he leaves,
And
and actually, this is kind of easy to miss. When he leaves, you see the perspective from inside the holodeck. It all goes
yeah.
dark as the doors close.
Yeah.
Like it all just
Yeah.
winks out of existence.
It's real,
It's
like
really heavy.
it is, and it's again this. It's as you can tell, like we are disagreeing on where this goes.
Mhm.
But like there's a lot about this episode I really
Oh,
like,
sure, yeah.
and that's part of it. It's this for me. It's all like a premise thing. It drags everything else
Sure,
down.
yeah, yeah.
But
Mhm.
like it's so like this part is a really well done part for
Mhm.
being just like a random holodeck
Yeah.
character.
And you know what? The episode should have ended there, but it didn't.
Yeah, but then we
Uh,
need the funny bit.
then we need the funny bit where they all laugh like it's the end of a Police Squad episode.
Hmm.
And it's like, oh, it's great. I like it. It's a great episode.
Yeah.
I love how fun it is. I love how, you know, it's. Oh, and also they're making jokes as Valen is like dying in sickbay
Yeah, he
being
needs
shot.
surgery. First bullet wound in 200 years.
Yeah,
and we
he's
need
like
to figure out
actively
what's
dying.
going on.
Another line that I like is, I've got a lady to get back to. Oh no, he's like, you got a lady to get back to, Dix? And Picard's like, oh, she's a lady, all right. And her name is Enterprise. And the guy goes, sounds like a working girl to me.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's a great. I love that episode personally. Like everything from this point on, I kind of love. Which means we're getting on to number 9.
Mm-hmm.
What's your
My
number
number
9?
9. Now, I will always be a Loxana Troy defender.
Yeah,
And my number 9 is Haven.
Haven. Okay, wow. Notice Haven isn't on my list yet.
Yeah, no, it's. I think you are going to agree with me on my take on this, and I'm excited for when we get to there.
My number 9 is Symbiosis.
Okay, at least it's top 10. I
At
knew
least it's top
you
10,
and
yeah.
I were going to disagree on placement, but I'm glad to see it's still top 10.
Top 10, yeah. Symbiosis. This is a big picture episode.
Mm-hmm.
It is a ethics episode. It's a big picture episode.
Yep.
The Enterprise responds to a distress signal. A spaceship is burning up in a sun, I want to say, because their engines have broken.
They're having a very serious breakdown on their ship, but everyone is taking it way too lightly.
Yeah, everyone's acting like confused and like they're because the Enterprise is trying to like troubleshoot with them over the communicator. And they're like, well, do you have this kind of coil? Do you? And the guy's just like, I don't know.
Let me ask Dave.
Let me ask Dave. Hey, Dave, do you know how the
that?
engine works? Yeah.
And then he's like, maybe, I don't know.
And then it gets to the point where Picard's like, okay, fuck it. We're just going to transport you out. Your ship's a lost cause, right? Get on your transporter pad. We'll get you out of there. And they transport them out, but the first time they activate the transporter, there are no people on board. It's the cargo.
It's just their cargo.
It's just their cargo. And so they transport the cargo over, and of course the Starfleet, all the Starfleet guys are like, what the fuck? Quick, clear the transporter.
Off the pad. We gotta get more people.
We gotta get more people. And so they then transport over who they can, but they get, I think, two people aboard, maybe 3.
Yeah, 2 people.
And the rest of the crew die in an explosion as the ship explodes. And they're just like, what the hell? Like, if they all got on the pad, we could have rescued them, right? What is so important about this cargo that these people were willing to die for it? No, I tell you, it's 4 people because 2 of them are anyway. And
right, it's
And they then find out that the 4 people they rescued are 2 different species.
Yes.
One of them,
the Onarans and the Breccians.
The Onarans and the Breccians. Thank you. And one of the races is they're victim to a plague. There's some kind of horrible disease they have and they need medicine. and
Mhm.
they purchase this medicine from this other race.
Mhm.
And these guys are like sweating, they're like scratching at their
Yeah.
necks, and they're just like, oh my god, I'm
Very
dying.
visibly strung out
Yeah,
looking.
I'm dying. Oh, I need the medicine. And they take the medicine, they
Yep.
feel great. They're like, oh, thank God, I'm
Mhm.
not dying
Oh, I
anymore.
can conquer the world.
Yeah,
Okay, awesome.
our whole species doesn't, you know, I'm not. We need this medicine to function, right?
Mhm.
And Crusher's just kind of like, there's something to this. Something's fishy. So
Mhm.
she looks into it on the regular. But the big issue is that with the loss of the spaceship, they can no longer make these trial runs between the two. Neither society really has the tech now to manufacture more spaceships, from what I understand.
Mhm.
They need this part from the Enterprise to they need like technical stuff from the Enterprise to get another ship up and running. There's a great moment where the Enterprise is getting microwaved by the sun, and
Mhm.
everyone's freaking out, and the alarm's going off. And Deanna Troi, an empath, says, "Captain, the level of tension on the ship is rising."
It's Troy's writing is Marina Sirtis is on the record as saying she is written to state the obvious,
Yes, absolutely.
and it happens all the time, but especially in season one.
Hmm.
Yeah.
One of the aliens is dressed up like Henry from Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is great.
Hmm.
But the Breckians talk like they talk like a John F. Business in the
Yeah.
neutral zone. They're like capital C capitalists, right?
Hmm.
You could not have made this episode during McCarthyism.
No.
They would have called you a
No.
pinko.
Hmm.
Another example of Star Trek struggling with scale, because they make
Hmm.
reference to the fact that there are thousands of them.
Yeah.
That's not a race, really.
No, it's
Uh,
so, it's funny where the races are like this is actually one of the few episodes from season 1 of TNG that is explicitly followed up on.
oh, really?
And it is followed up on of in all things Lower Decks,
Huh.
and they actually like go over where like how the society progressed from what happened in this episode.
Hmm.
And it is they still treat it as like for having these thousands of people, it is still treated as an independent like alien race.
Hmm.
uh that thousands number is kind of like suspiciously low,
Hmm.
and in fact it's something that I've missed on my rewatches of this. I always in my head thought of it as millions.
No, they say
uh,
thousands. Yeah.
but yeah, no, it is explicitly thousands.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. So, and the Breckians specifically say they have no industry other than
Yeah.
making this medicine, which
Hmm.
is insane.
Yeah, one prong economy
You
based
don't.
on yeah.
How do you build roads? How do you build buildings? Like, what do you mean you have no other industry? That doesn't make
It's
sense. Like,
it is very simplified. It
mhm.
is very simplified. Yeah.
But yeah, so what happens is the Breckians sell this medicine to the Onirans. The
Hmm.
Onirans provide them with, I assume, food, raw material, consumer goods, whatever, for it.
Hmm.
And Picard describes it as a symbiotic relationship, which
Hmm.
I think is not accurate. It is a parasitic relationship, but
Yes.
they can't say that out loud because then that's them calling the pharmaceutical industry a parasitic entity.
Yeah.
And we're as much as we've learned about the Sacklers and what they got up to, it's like, yeah, but
Hmm.
this is the Dare episode because it turns
Yes.
out it's not a medicine, it's a drug, it's a
Hmm.
narcotic, and
They have the entire other species hooked on
yes,
this drug.
they have an entire species addicted to this drug, and the
Hmm.
illness is withdrawal symptoms.
Hmm.
Um, there's a really funny scene where they see like the like the president of the planet, and
Yeah.
he's like tweaking on the thing. He's like,
When are you guys gonna get the drugs
he's
over
like,
here?
you guys got the stuff. He's great. And Yeah. Also, it turns out they have like electric hands and they take Riker
Yeah.
hostage.
There's a because they needed to give them
They
some
needed
kind
to
of
give them
method
something to
to
do.
put
Yeah.
like stakes into like and a final confrontation kind of deal.
hmm
Um,
And in the end,
yeah.
Picard's like, you know what? This is a prime directive issue because technically they're not warp capable. I think
Hmm.
it's an impulse speed only spaceship that they had. So it's like, it's a prime directive issue. We can't intervene. Give them the drugs, right?
Hmm.
And the Breccian's like, oh, I knew you'd see reason. But he does say, but we're not giving you a part to fix your ship with.
Hmm.
Which means that that's the last shipment they'll ever make. Which
Yeah.
also means that I think Picard is sentencing an entire civilization to death.
Going cold turkey on this drug that they are dependent on.
I'm not even thinking of cult. I'm thinking of the people who have no industry.
That also. Yeah.
Right? So yeah, they're gonna have to go cold turkey. Wesley has his dare moment where he's like, "Gee, Mom, why would anyone take a mind-altering substance?" And he's like, "Well, you see, Wesley, people back then they didn't know better." And it's like, "Oh my god!" But the ghost of Nancy Reagan is just like appearing on my screen. Um, Riker pulls a really funny face when he gets electrocuted. By the way,
He
um,
does.
it's a great episode that's really good. It's kind of like almost like an impressionist painting, right? Where if you step back and look at it, the broad stroke stuff is really great, but the finer details kind of get lost a little bit on this one. It's a little preachy, unfathomably based politically, in my opinion.
No,
Especially for the
100%.
late 80s, right?
Oh yeah.
Um,
It's a little bit muddled because of the circumstances of how they had to write it and to not
yes.
get too over it with it and to kind of sci-fi it up. But
hmm
I think it's definitely telling a story that's tough to find
Yes,
in other
absolutely.
sci-fi.
Like in the late 80s, they're saying, hey, the pharmaceutical industry kind of sucks. So yeah.
Hmm.
And bearing in mind, this is before the opioid crisis got really bad, by the way.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
great episode, I thought.
So the just a brief
Sure.
touching on the follow-up that Lower Decks goes through.
hmm
Um, they went through after this, the Ornarans, after having to go cold turkey, went through a decade to a decade and a half of mass panic and violence.
Oh my god.
And then after that, they're all fine.
Oh, okay.
They're all fine. And they all they became a very like body health focused society.
Okay, all right.
Exercise kind of replaced the need for drugs as they were all like it gives us something to focus on and distract ourselves from.
hmm
And like it actually all they explicitly say Captain Freeman, the captain in Lower Decks,
hmm
goes over the record before going in. It's like it's kind of messed up what Picard did to you guys, huh? And they're like, oh yeah, no, it totally was, but like we're
hmm
fine
Yeah,
now.
we're okay
Like,
now. I mean,
yeah, and
there's
like
probably a memorial for everyone who died in that
yeah,
decade, but you know.
they intentionally go over like, yeah, it was kind of messed up, huh?
hmm
And then meanwhile, Brekka, the other planet, we actually learned very little about it. All that we know is that again, you mentioned like they have no way to really like develop the planet further or really do anything with it. It
hmm
got invaded by the Breen,
Oh, okay.
and
So that kind of,
that's yeah.
I wonder if it's because there's no way Brekka continues without everyone just dying. So they took that evil
Yeah.
off of Picard by having the Breen just invade.
Yeah, it's possible, and it's honestly like I would have loved to know more about Brekka like
hmm
after this episode because
There's
like
no
it
good end
is
for
like
Brekka.
yeah. Brekka is really like Ornara, they'll be messed up and they will go through withdrawals as a society and it will
But
be
they'll be okay
horrifying for a
eventually.
while.
Yeah.
But they'll eventually be fine. Or
But
Brekka is just like if this is your one industry and you've cut it, what do you do?
yeah, I mean, what do you just invent the computer again? Like, what are you doing, right? Yeah. Okay, because not that we're running out of time, but I want to get through the top 10. You're number 8.
Yeah. Heart of Glory.
Really that low?
Yeah. I think early TNG Klingons are weird.
Mhm.
I think it took them a while to really figure it out.
Okay. Unironically, I'm having trouble putting down your top 10 at this point.
Yeah. I think you will continue to.
My number 8 is Too Short a Season.
Okay, yeah, and again, this might be the furthest gap between both of us so far.
22 for you. Okay, all
Yeah,
right. I have to be too short a season Defense Force on this one, I
you
guess.
do. I'm gonna be crossing my arms and being like, oh, guy likes the We're Old episode slash the We're Young episode. All right, everybody get a
Okay,
load of
all
this
right.
guy.
Oh,
They've done this
okay.
plot 3 times.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. In my defense. All right, let's go through the plot. So, Picard gets a call from a guy that looks like he's from a Command and Conquer cutscene. And he's like, "Attention, Federation. Dissidents on my planet have taken hostages, and I want this specific Admiral Jameson to come here to negotiate with them." And it turns out this Admiral Jameson, he was involved in this planet before. This is a planet that had 40 years of civil war. And the planet's like a blasted wasteland, right? Like, the whole planet's been messed up by this civil war. And Jameson shows up in like a Captain Pike wheelchair.
Yeah.
And he looks like a burn victim.
But it's just his extremely old man makeup.
He has extremely old man makeup. And he's all like, "I am Captain Jameson."
it's like it's very Twilight Zone.
Oh,
in
very
like how in how his performance is and how the makeup kind of plays with it. A reminder: it is 2026. This episode was made and came out in what, 88?
88,
He
I think,
is
yeah.
not even 70 yet in real life. This actor.
He looks like he's in TOS era makeup. It's really bad.
Yeah, it's bad. He's got
bad.
the gizzard of all time going on the front of his neck. It's like he's really he's got like a lip overhang whenever he talks.
He has like a Neanderthal brow for a lot of it.
He does.
I want to go into the two guys in this episode because I think it'll be funny if I read out the other things they were in. Right?
Yes, please.
So Karnas, who is the dictator of the planet, he's played by a guy called Michael Pataki. You would recognize him from the original series.
Yes.
He is the Klingon that starts the bar fight in the Trouble with Tribbles. Let me read out some other films he was in. He was in Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. He was in The Baby, 1973. Have you seen The Baby?
I have not.
It is a heinous film. It's great. He was then in The Last Porno Flick, Carnal Madness, aka Delinquent Schoolgirls, and Dracula's Dog.
Dracula's Dog?
Which is a movie where they get chased by a vampiric Doberman Pinscher.
That is inspired.
Yes. The Admiral in question was played by a man called Clayton Rona.
Yes.
Stars of such films such as Human Centipede 3, I Was a Teenage Were-Skunk, and Stalked by My Doctor, A Sleepwalker's Nightmare.
Yep. It's really interesting the kind of bits that this guy... He is very much of that guy. He was in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
He was in The X-Files. He was in TJ Hooker. He's in all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but I chose the funniest stuff.
You did.
Yeah. The soundtrack on this one is a little weird from what I remember. Yeah, so Jameson comes in. He's meant to be 85. He looks like he's 185. He has a giant head. Part of me wonders again, does the makeup look worse because of the HD re-restore?
Yeah, again, it definitely does. They definitely did not expect for it to be under that much scrutiny.
Yeah. I've noticed as well, by the way, the makeup in this episode is generally bad.
Yes.
Troy's makeup, her face is like 50% powder.
Yes.
But there's a scene with Jameson and his wife, and they both have this kind of like grey pallor on their faces, like this grey corpse-like pallor. And I'm wondering if that's old makeup, like it wasn't being like refreshed between takes. Like, maybe. I wonder if maybe this episode kind of sucked to make and they had to do it on a very, like, we've just got the day to get it done kind of deal. Because the thing is because Jameson goes through so many makeup changes, maybe the makeup crew were all too busy working on him. I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And he's literally like he's not. We've seen like McCoy looks better than
yeah,
him
McCoy,
from
and he looks
Encounter at
awful.
Farpoint. And he looks terrible, but he's also 50 years older than
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Like,
McCoy looks like the Wampa from the start of Empire Strikes Back when he shows up. Like, and he still looks better than Jameson. Jameson looks
they
rough.
dropped.
Like,
He's wearing this extremely fake looking wig that goes over top of him. He's got like a cloud on his head.
for so much of the episode, Jameson just has this giant head. Anyway, right. So Jameson comes aboard, and he's like, "Thank you for having me, Captain Picard." And he starts getting younger.
Yes.
He gets stronger. And Beverly Crusher is like, well, this guy has something called Iverson's disease. No one recovers from Iverson's disease. He should be in that wheelchair for the rest of his life, but he's getting up and he's walking around. He's doing his little doddery old man walk with like his hands behind his back, but he's moving, he's schmoving. And it's like something is afoot here. And he just completely casually says, "Oh yeah, there's an alien planet that has a rejuvenation treatment that's very dangerous, very painful, and it will probably kill you. But I took a dose and I'm getting better. And I took another dose for my wife, but I wanted to test it first because I didn't want it to kill her." You're like, okay. And then he gets called out by this Karnas guy, and then he takes the other. So he's double dipping on these alien rejuvenation doses, and he's getting younger. He's getting younger super fast,
Rapidly. Yeah.
despite the fact they're like, oh, Mark, you look 20 years younger. And if he looked like that at 65, I feel bad for him because he looks like a caveman.
Yeah.
But he's
The
getting
makeup is like this is when he's the slightly younger makeup. It's like it folds over on his neck in such like a weirdly applied way.
He has this giant like brow, like he's a Neanderthal. It's crazy. But he's getting younger because he feels like he has to face up against this Karnas guy. And then it gets revealed that he had a dealing with Karnas decades earlier, where Karnas took hostages before. And in the official like kind of history books, Admiral Jameson negotiated for the release of the hostages. But it turns out that what he did was he gave Karnas the weapons he was asking for. So he basically just swapped a bunch of like phasers for the hostages. But he said, "Oh, but to adhere to the Prime Directive, I also gave phasers to the other side," which is not how the Prime Directive works, by the way.
No, you just broke it twice.
You just broke it twice. So what happened was both sides had phasers, and the war went on for 40 years.
Yes.
And completely devastated the planet. So Karnas is trying to lure Admiral Jameson back to get revenge on him. Because he's blaming Jameson. "Well, you armed my enemies, and that's why this war was so bad." Picard raises a very valid point, which is to say, well, they could have just stopped the war at any point, right? Yeah, you gave them phasers, but they were the ones who picked them up and used them. You know, like that's the evil is not entirely on you. But Jameson goes down and he's like, "Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm not going to make the same mistake again. I'm going to lead a team. We're going to rescue the hostages. We're going to shoot our way in and get the hostages out. I'm not going to repeat my mistake." And it's really clear that he feels responsible for what's happened. He blames himself.
Yeah. And this is all paralleling specifically of all things. This is the Iran-Contra affair from the 80s.
It is. We'll get to that, by the way, on another episode. But it is basically the Iran-Contra affair. Yeah. And it ends. Karnas just wants revenge. He says he swore to his people he would get revenge, but really, it's kind of clear it's just mostly for him, because Karnas has done this thing that's destroyed his own planet, and he's like, "Damn that Admiral Jameson." Jameson's getting younger. His wife is kind of staying the same age. She obviously feels self-conscious because she's like, well, is he still going to be interested in me? And Troy, as the Empath, says, well, no, he still feels attached to you. He still loves you, despite the fact that he's getting younger. But the treatment is killing him. He's getting younger, but he's also like withering, and he's dying. He's actively dying. And he goes down, he confronts Karnas with Picard, and he collapses there in the throne room, and his wife gets beamed down to join him. Karnas is kind of stood there, and he's like, oh, that's the guy I wanted revenge on. He's like actively dying. And Karnas has this lovely little moment with his wife at the end where he's like, oh, Annie with hair of gold, curls, the golden curls. And she says, oh, they're grey now. And his last words are, I only see the gold. And then he dies. Mm-hmm. Which is a very sweet thing, I think, to say in his final moments.
Yeah. It's a nice character moment.
And it's a nice ending, and they fuck it up. Because at the end, Picard goes back to the bridge. He's like, the crust get younger. It makes fools of us all. It's like, that's not what happened, though. Like, he took the treatment for a reason. But the reason I like it is because the guilt and the subterfuge. Like, at first you think, oh, Admiral Karnas is just crazy. Admiral Jameson's just crazy, and he's just taking this thing to be young again. But it's his guilt is eating him up on the inside, and he wants to do over a thing that he really regrets.
Right.
And he doesn't want anyone else to die.
That's kind of a theme of everything, is his do-overs.
Yeah, it's do-overs. And he's like, I don't want anyone else to die on my behalf. If I have to die to rescue the hostages, that's what I'll do. But also, it kind of gets put on Karnas as well, where they're like, well, look, you blame him, but you're the one who prosecuted the war. You're the one who took hostages now. People are dying because of you. You can't blame it all on this other guy. And I think as he watches Jameson die in his wife's arms, he's just like, yeah, I don't want revenge anymore. Just take the hostages and go. I'm done. And it's a lovely little moment. But oh boy, does this episode look like shit.
It's rough visually. And you know what's crazy? Is that for all of the roughness, it's expensive. That was what I was saying about this season. That wheelchair, right? The Captain Pike style, like big flat wheelchair that he's in. How much do you think that cost the prop department to make?
10 grand.
10 grand. It cost $10,000 for that for that one prop. And it's like it's crazy that for all that, it's still he doesn't really move in it.
No, he doesn't. It's barely used. Yeah. You could have just used a regular wheelchair.
Yeah, but you know where they did cut one expense in a really funny way? There is a midway through the episode, there is a phaser fight in a long hallway.
Yep, it looks great.
And you have seen the matte painting in that hallway before. It is in Spaceballs, is where that was originally used.
Oh, you're gonna have to point that out to me. I'm gonna have to look out for that. Yeah, they go down and they fight some guys with a phaser, very slow moving phaser fight. It's great. Yeah, man. I like it for a lot of things. There's a really ethical sus part in it where they tell Jameson's wife he might be dying before they talk to him.
Yeah.
He doesn't consent to that information being divulged.
Yeah.
But this is an episode where the idea of it and the plot and the writing makes up for everything else for me. This is just a good drama for me, and that's why it's in my top 10.
Mm-hmm. I can see that. For me, I just cannot get over the production aspects of this that just cheapen it and that make it just like, this is bad for me in a way that is just like amateurish in a lot of ways. It's what I watch and I'm like, come on, guys, you could have done better.
You could have done better. I did end this episode really feeling for Picard because he's going to have such a write-up for this because a Starfleet admiral dies on his watch. The Federation, it turns out, was involved in a breaching of the Prime Directive multiple times, funding a civil war, falsifying Starfleet records. This is a huge political scandal waiting to happen. Thankfully, it's not the worst thing Picard will do in terms of political fallout, but we'll see that in an episode coming up. Too short a season. Boy. I love it. Okay, what's next?
Number 7.
Number 7. What's your number 7?
My number 7. It is a favorite for a couple of reasons, but not in a I would put it at the top reason. The Arsenal of Freedom.
Arsenal of Freedom. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I'm wetting my whistle a little bit.
Of course.
Arsenal of Freedom.
That's right, Greedom.
My number 7 is 11001001.
Okay.
Minuet.
This one's interesting
This
I
used to
find
be
this to be a really interesting episode.
top 3 for me. It's moved down.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is top 3 for me.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
1100 Yeah. Blah. This is
Binary title.
the characters get to let their hair down for a little bit episode.
Yeah.
We get a nice big opening shot of a big space station. I looked at it and I said, "That's movie prop." I'm sure that's a movie prop.
It is a reuse of an entire shot from one of the movies, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it is in fact it kind of breaks the scale of the station because the Enterprise from TNG is going into a door that the Enterprise from TOS went into.
Oh, really?
And the TNG Enterprise is much bigger, so they
Mm-hmm.
just had to be like, yeah, they put bigger doors on it now.
We get introduced to the Binars, which are little purple aliens, and they're all linked. They're always in a duo. And they communicate.
Look at each other and they do funny little bleeps and bloops from the outside, but they're actually beaming like entire sets of code to each other.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah. Picard makes a reference of his, I've written this in capital letters, personal relaxation light.
My personal relaxation light. That's one of my favorite lines because what I'm going to go to my bedroom and I'm going to read from my lamp. Like, who brings that up when you're talking about this?
So some people are playing Precy Squares. I couldn't tell you what that is.
They bring that up a lot in Star Trek. It's funny. It's like a fake sport that you never really see any of, but they mention all the time. It's just like a funny little running gag.
Mm-hmm. But this is a Riker episode. This is all from Riker's POV, pretty much.
Yes.
He tells them all, "Don't worry about the score. Keep fun. Don't worry about the score. Have fun." And Worf's response is, "If winning is not important, why keep score?" Which is a great Worf line. Many great Worf lines. He sees Geordi is teaching Data how to paint, and he makes reference to a blind man teaching an android how to paint, which is a fun little moment. But this is the Riker waifu episode.
Yes. This is Riker falling in love with a visual novel character.
Played by Carolyn McCormick is her name. She is also from Law and Order.
Yes.
She did a whole bunch of Law and Order.
And this is setting up an extreme long con thing for a future episode.
In one of the best episodes of Star Trek, absolutely.
Yes. It's funny because like to do that, I have to go back and like for that to really hit, I show friends 3 episodes of Star Trek a week. I have a funny little group where we all just watch Star Trek once a week. And when we did watch Future Imperfect, the episode that gets set up for this. I actually had to cut in a context bit from this episode to explain what happened.
Yeah. So Riker's like, you know what? I got some time. The Enterprise is being retrofitted. I'm going to spend it on the holodeck. And much like a man born in the 2300s and not a man who came of age in the 1960s, he's like, I want to go to a smoky jazz bar. And I want to play trombone. You know this is a computer simulation because it shows someone getting successfully seduced by a man playing a trombone.
I'm looking sadly at the trombone in my closet, nodding.
Picard gets to show some more of his French pride in this. But there's an issue with the Enterprise. The Enterprise has to leave dry dock because it's going to fucking explode for some reason. Yep. There's an issue.
They need to get it the hell out of there before it kills everybody on the station.
We get a nice little moment of Data, actually, where Data feels guilty because he's like, if I'd been on the bridge and not learning how to paint with Geordi, maybe I could have avoided this. We later find out that wouldn't have really affected it. And they get locked out of the bridge because the Binars are stealing the ship.
Yes.
And we get a good little transporter moment. They lock the door to the bridge and they just transport around it, which is good.
Yeah.
Good logical moment. But the Binars are all dying.
Yeah.
They're all lying there dying. You can see one of them, the mask is kind of lifting out from under the but that's fine. And it turns out it's because their planet is about to get hit by a solar flare, I want to say. And so what they want to do is they want to upload all of their brains into the Enterprise computer to safeguard them while the solar flare hits their planet, and then they'll kind of re-download again. It's like they're taking shelter from this kind of solar storm. And they say that the reason that Riker gets so into his waifu Minuet is because the Binars upgraded the holodeck.
Yeah.
And they kind of did they use Minuet to like communicate with him? I don't remember.
It's more to distract him.
It's more to distract
they
him.
They want to keep him busy because they know that he is one of the people who has like the right access to really mess with what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But they say, they get back, and then the Binars kind of all wake up again as they re-download back onto their planet. And Picard quite rightfully says, well, you could have just asked.
Yeah.
But the Binars being very logical.
Have a perfectly logical computer-like answer.
Yeah, which is, you might have said no. Mm-hmm. And you know what? They didn't want to gamble on the survival of their species. I get it, right?
Yeah.
And there's a great musical theme when the ship comes back into the starbase.
Mm-hmm.
And Riker loses Minuet.
Yeah.
The waifu technology is not the same without the Binars.
Mm-hmm. He goes to boot her back up, and it's another
lady,
woman in the holodeck instead.
Yeah. She'll be difficult to forget, he says, because he knew her for a few minutes and she liked his trombone playing.
Yeah. Yeah. This one, for that reason, is kind of weird and kind of funky. It's like, I don't know how she could leave that much of an impact on him, but I guess literally nobody has ever listened to him play trombone with any degree of interest before.
I think what this really establishes is that Riker's main pastime is jacking off on the holodeck.
Oh, that is canon. This happens. Okay, sidebar. Another episode way down the line. This is maybe 3 seasons from now. A woman comes aboard the ship, and she is like genetically engineered to be alluring and attractive. Mm-hmm. And she kind of hits on Riker while he's escorting her to her quarters. Mm-hmm. And on the way out from her quarters, he rubs his entire face top to bottom and hits his comm badge and says, "Regular bridge, if you need me, I'll be in holodeck 4." And the implication is that he's so worked up, he needs to go to the holodeck to fuck something and just get it out of his system.
God. Riker's so funny, man.
He really is.
So he's a real 2D over 3D guy, although technically the holodeck's 3D, but you know what I mean. Riker loves his waifus.
Oh, yeah.
And he really likes Minuet.
Mm-hmm.
Blondes and jazz don't mix.
Don't mix. We're almost into our top 6. We have one more, or top 5. We only have one more standing between us and our top 5.
We do. I'm excited. All right, Flicky, what is your number 6?
This is where I put Symbiosis.
You put Symbiosis here.
Mm-hmm.
This is an episode I would love to talk about. I've been itching to talk about. My number 6 is Conspiracy.
Your number 6 is my number 5.
Yep, Conspiracy. This should have been the last episode of the season.
This absolutely should have been the season finale.
This is so first of all, this is an episode that Gene Roddenberry absolutely fucking sabotaged.
Yeah.
This was meant to be the Iran-Contra affair episode. So the original plot was the conspiracy is that some Starfleet captains were looking to overthrow the Federation and declare like a junta or something. And Gene said, nope, no conflict in my Federation, no conflict in my Starfleet. Axe it. Like, from what I understand, quite late in production. And so the response was, they're alien bugs. They're bugs.
Yeah. They're funny creatures that are taking over the Starfleet.
Yes. So
can't be humans. Can't be people.
It can't be people.
Be people making these choices. It has to be outside influence.
It has to be alien bugs burrowed into their brains to make them do it. Brain slugs, like from Futurama. So, let me just get to my notes on this one. Starts with a good data moment, where they talk about swimming, and an all-timer Worf line happens here, which is, "Swimming is too much like." bathing.
Bathing.
But this episode starts with a really excellent sense of foreboding and intrigue.
Yes.
Like there's all this cloak and dagger stuff. One of the captains is a guy called Rix. He is
Yes.
played by a man called Michael Berryman,
Mm-hmm.
who I know from horror movies. The Hills Have
He's
Eyes.
got a very very unique, like bulging eyes, gaunt kind of face.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He's in Weird Science. He's in The Devil's Rejects too. He has two medical conditions, which in conjunction with each other make him look like that. He has one that affects the shape of his face, and there's one that means he has no hair on him at all.
Yeah.
So he looks really distinctive. And I instantly saw him.
And this is actually his second Star Trek appearance. His first one is as an alien in Star Trek 4, which is the movie that we have to thank for this show.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they got him back. That's awesome. Good for him.
Different alien, but still, same guy, same Star Trek.
But yeah, so Picard gets called out to this kind of meeting in the middle of nowhere, and there's these other three Starfleet captains.
And it is this extremely harshly lit red planet.
It's so beautiful. Yeah, it looks great.
It is a shot that is it's Mass Effect 1 is like the kind of
absolutely,
vibe,
yeah.
Where it's like it's very distinct. It's unlike anything we've seen to this point in the show, and it is just immediately like, what is this? What's going on? There's something weird.
And one of these captains is just like, Picard, I don't know what's happening. Something's happening in Starfleet.
Yeah, and before telling him anything, he does he drills him.
He questions him. Yeah,
where did we meet? Who where were you when these people met? No, my sister or my brother introduced them. You said my sister did, and it's like, you don't have a brother. It's like it's a whole back and forth.
They're really testing him.
Realize it was because they were testing to make sure he is Picard.
Yeah. Picard thinks he's not sure at first. He's like, these guys might just be paranoid. I might have to call this in. But as they're pulling away, the one of the ships of the other captains explodes. Kills everyone aboard. Oh my god, something is afoot. Dun dun dun.
There might be some kind of conspiracy.
And then Admiral Quinn shows up. And he's like, Picard, I need you to come to Starfleet headquarters on Earth. It's very important. And you're like, okay, all right. There's a line.
No. It's not.
Oh no, he goes back.
They go to Earth without orders to go to Earth.
Yes, okay.
Because Picard is so spooked by his friend on the other ship dying that he's like, we need to get to the bottom of this. And there's a panel of three admirals. It's two humans and a Vulcan, and one of the humans is Quinn. And Quinn is like, hey, weird seeing you back here already.
Yeah, hey, why are you here, Picard?
Can I check your ship out while you're doing this? And like, we'll catch up.
There's a banger line from Picard, actually, where he says, friendship must dare to risk, when he says why he does it. Because I think his friend is the one who exploded, and he's like, okay, I owe it to him to investigate what's happening.
And it's like a deep friendship that, like, we haven't met him before, but the characters have been like, he's who introduced Picard to the Crushers.
Yes, yeah. So they go way back, yeah.
And even Crusher is like, can I see him? I heard you guys were like, it's the Horatio, that's his ship out there. Can I meet him? And it's like, Picard's like, no, this is like, I can't.
Something's happening here. Yeah.
And like, I can't tell you about it.
So yeah, Picard goes down to the to Starfleet headquarters, and Admiral Quinn comes aboard. And he's all like, hey everyone, it's me, Admiral Quinn.
Definitely. Your good friend, Admiral Quinn.
How do you do, fellow humans? I'm definitely not a guy being piloted by an alien grub.
And Picard and Riker are both immediately like,
they're looking at each other like, something's up with this guy. And then Admiral Quinn goes up with Riker. They show him to his room. And then he's instantly like, let me put a bug in you. and he starts fighting Riker and Worf. And it's like this like schlubby, like elderly guy, like throwing him across the room. There's a great scene where Riker gets thrown through like a glass table, which looks great. He like punches the doors off the hinges. I'm not sure what his plan is at this point.
Yeah, right.
Really.
It just go berserk mode and hope it works out, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I don't remember what Picard's doing. I think he's just being kind of given the runaround while this is happening,
Yes.
like down on Earth. And they eventually overpower Admiral Quinn, and they see he's got a brain slug, he's got a brain bug in his head, which they look kind of cheesy, but I kind of like them. They're gross. They're kind of gross. They're like these purple bug things.
In a vacuum, they look fine. As soon as they start moving, it's like, ooh,
okay. I would say the ones that don't move actually look worse towards the end. Yeah, the ones that are like completely still, they just look like.
I could see that.
Yeah. So eventually, we don't know what happens next, but Picard goes down to meet with the admirals.
Yep, and Starfleet headquarters is quiet.
It's deserted. Like, no one is around. Yeah, and the admiral's like, "Welcome in, Picard. Do you want to be a bug?" And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, being a bug's sick. Hey, we all eat grubs.
They're better than us, you know. Anyway, would you like a bowl of mealworms for dinner?"
And okay, this is another time because Riker shows up. And he's like, "Hey, being a bug is sick, Captain. They got me too." He's like, "No, they got Riker." And again, Jonathan Frakes is up for fucking anything.
Yep, because these are real mealworms.
He picks those worms up and he brings them up to his mouth. And you're like, what? Am I about to watch Riker actually eat bugs on camera? But then it's a ruse. And he's like...
Yeah, because it's meant to be a misdirected that, like, I have been taken over by a bug, even though it was actually meant for Dr. Crusher, of all people.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And they say, like, you're not supposed to be Riker. And he's like, I had a change of plans.
Yeah, I did.
And then as he's about to do that, whips out a phaser and starts phasering the Admiralty.
Shooting the Admiralty board. There's a great moment where one of the bugs goes, "You're right, brother," which raised so many questions for me. It's like, are the bugs gendered? Do you take the gender of your host? Like, how does this work?
Yeah, it's a good question. But we also find out in this scene that one of the captains that we met with at the beginning of the episode was already
was in on it, and betrayed them. Yeah. So Riker and Picard gun down the entire Starfleet Admiralty board.
I think it's implied that they're stunned, but they never say as much.
As far as I saw them running away as they shut them down. It all gets a little pumped up kicks as Picard and Riker are walking through the Starfleet Academy, just shooting down admirals.
And at one point they shoot Quinn.
Yep.
Or not Quinn. I guess it's the other guy.
Remick. So they find out that
they shoot one of the admirals, and out of his mouth a bug climbs out and goes under a doorway. And behind this door, it's Remick.
It's Remick
from a couple episodes. The guy does show up a little bit earlier.
The guy that had like the sweet little moment where he said that he loved the Enterprise and he really wanted to serve on it.
He shows back up. He's been in the episode a little bit up to this point, but he's really just kind of there. And then he turns around. He has this big, slow villain chair turn in this swivel chair in front of a map of the galaxy.
Yep.
And he goes, "Hello, gentlemen," and it opens his mouth to allow this bug to climb into his throat.
It's so good. Yeah.
And he lets it's like one uninterrupted shot that is cut around, and then there's a point where he like mimes closing his mouth around it and doing a big cartoon swallow of swallowing,
and then his neck starts like bulging,
and then his neck starts bulging out.
He's full of bugs.
He's full of bugs, and he does like a very villain speech of like, you know, we all we want to do is seek peaceful coexistence, followed by what is one of the most wild choices of TNG season 1.
I love
where Riker and Picard line up, start shooting him with a constant phaser beam.
Before that, Picard has this complete look of disgust on his face.
Utter disgust.
He's just like, ugh. And then they both get their phasers and they shoot Remick.
And one phaser beam moves a little above the other and hits his head. and his head gets all of the skin peeled off of it and pops like a
His head
balloon.
explodes.
And it is one of the most so we in my Star Trek group, we watched this episode last week.
Yeah.
And I had to repeatedly warn, hey guys, I know some of you are icky about gore. This is about to be the goriest thing
This is
I've
the most
shown.
violent thing that's ever happened in Star Trek. Yeah.
And up to, from what I understand, I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard that something in season 4 of Strange New Worlds has now taken the crown
Oh,
for
really?
that moment.
Okay.
But like as of like the week before we recorded this, that was easily one of the goriest things to ever be in Star Trek.
Man. Yeah. Okay. So his head explodes, and the alien queen bursts out of his chest and goes,
like it's screeching.
She's
like,
like this screeching hand puppet comes out of his chest as his headless corpse is just lying there. Again,
it's smoldering behind it.
Yeah. Again, respected Starfleet officer Remick that we had a lovely emotional moment with earlier. Yeah, he's a headless alien-infested corpse. And Picard's just like, kill it, and they shoot it again and like blow it up.
Vaporizes under the
as like these like crappy looking aliens are like spilling out of his chest, and it's the grossest thing I've ever seen.
But the best part about it is because they had phasered him so much and so hard and then phasered the mother creature, all of the fucking bugs on the ground are like cooked shrimp. They're like pink. They've been like boiled. And it's so it's kind of like, I didn't notice it until my most recent rewatch, and I was like, oh god, that's kind of funny actually. They're all just like cooked on the ground.
Yeah, no one in Star Trek has ever been deader than Remick is at that point.
You are not getting him back.
Yeah, he's not coming back. And so like Picard's just like, I said like, oh, this whole thing about Jameson's gonna be really hard to explain. He killed like all the Starfleet admirals. The reason I think he killed them is because the bugs were fleeing the bodies after they went down. To me, that meant the body was dead, but I don't know. Oh boy, conspiracy should have been the season finale.
Easily, because it ends on a hook of Data goes, I've picked up that they've sent out a signal to an unknown region of space, and I believe it to be a beacon.
Yep.
And the episode ends with the Enterprise flying off screen, and the camera focuses on a patch of space with alien signal underneath it. And it's one of those things that the theme of the screening that I showed this in was, I'm sure it'll be fine, because this never comes up again over the course of the remainder of the show and franchise. It shows up in Star Trek Online, but that's not canon to the shows. It's just completely, they just move on.
Everything showed up in Star Trek Online. It's fine. All right, top 5.
Top five. My number 5 was Conspiracy.
Conspiracy, okay. Do you want to hazard a guess what my top 5 is, considering what I haven't put on my board yet?
All right. From what you haven't put up yet for your top 5, all of the episodes, I just need to sort the episodes. You still haven't put down The Last Outpost.
I haven't.
Which is concerning to me. We still have, you still haven't put down Heart of Glory. You still haven't put down Haven. We still haven't hit The Battle. And we still haven't hit, what am I missing here?
Arsenal Freedom.
Arsenal of Freedom. So if I had to guess your top 5, I don't believe that you put The Last Outpost at number 1. I don't want to believe that you put The Last Outpost at number 1. So I'm going to guess from 5 to 1, you've probably gone with The Arsenal of Freedom, Haven, The Last Outpost, Heart of Glory, and The Battle.
You're incredibly wrong.
Okay.
Number 5 is The Last Outpost.
Okay, thank God it's not number 1. I will give you credit for that. Thank God.
For any episode.
I like this episode. It's just barely outside of my top 10. I still think it's a bad episode. I just like it.
You know what? It's here because I like it.
Yeah.
Right. I will be the first to say it's not a perfect episode, but what I liked about it overrode a lot of what I didn't like about it.
Yeah, and
Um,
it is infamous, this episode, for many reasons.
yes. First Ferengi episode.
First Ferengi episode, the one
Mm-hmm.
that immediately they fall flat on their face as the replacement for Klingons.
Yes. There are some issues. You can see a boom mic or a studio light at one point in the episode. Um, is this the one where the captain is like, it's super zoomed in on his face and there's like a
Yeah,
white void
it's
behind
your
him?
FaceTiming your grandma who is holding the phone too close to her face because she can't see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they're introducing the Ferengi and they describe them as Yankee traders. And Riker's like, oh, well, I'm descended from Yankee traders. He's an all-American captain, that Riker. Picard gets misty-eyed for France. And Geordi makes a really cute woo-wee noise when he's like trying to think of something. But they're in orbit of a planet with the Ferengi. And I think...
Yeah, they kind of pursue them there, if I remember right.
Yes. However, they then... It looks like they're being affected by the Ferengi in a way like where the energy of their ship is being drained. Yeah. But then they kind of figure out, hang on, the Ferengi aren't attacking us. They must have the same thing, which means that there's a third entity at work here. However, you're in a spaceship, you need power, you need it for air, you need it for heat. There's a ticking clock. You need to figure out what the cause of the problem is. There is a part about 14 minutes in. Picard looks out the window in the conference/ready room. You can see all the grubby fingerprints left by the crew on the glass. There's some nice camera work in this one. There's a bit where Picard goes to address the Ferengi to bargain. It kind of zooms on him. Then there's a focus pull from like Tasha to Worf. Looks good. There are children in the ready room for some reason. Again, this is why you don't have fucking...
I kind of like that scene where, like, remember what I said about when we were talking about the neutral zone, how there's only as much security on the ship as there are people who care about it. And like, if you don't give a shit, you can just go anywhere. I like the idea of like kids, like, it's not like, I don't think you necessarily have to be on the bridge to get to the conference room. I think like there's some halls back there. Sure. I like the idea that some kids can sneak into there and play when nobody else is around.
I mean, the reason they're there is so Data can get the finger trap.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is one of the more bizarre parts of this episode.
You see, I thought there was going to be a thing of like, it's a visual metaphor where it's like they have to like bring the ships together and then pull them apart. But that's not what happens. Yeah, that's not what happens. They do quote Sun Tzu in this, and that does come back.
Yes.
But then they transport down to the planet because they figure out it must be something on the planet is draining all the energy from us.
And then as they beam down, it's Riker, Geordi, Worf, and Tasha, I think?
Data.
And Data.
Yep.
And all of them end up like scattered and in weird orientations. Like Geordi beams in upside down above the surface.
Yeah, Data's just like hanging out.
Stuck in a tree. Data's hanging off a crystal.
There's a great moment when Riker first comes down and he goes, anybody, and he like really sends it. Yeah.
This is a shot that is going to come back again in the season 2 finale, which is a clip show, and for some reason they use that clip.
Don't remind me.
It is one of my favorite shots in all of Star Trek, just because it's so weird. And like season 1 babyface Riker going, anybody, is like impossible to forget.
Anybody. Yeah, so he meets Data on a giant crystal, which wiggles like styrofoam when he jumps off it. And we see the Ferengi, played by Armin Shimerman, best known for Quark.
Do you know the story of his approach to Quark in Deep Space Nine?
No.
So Quark, one of the most famous Ferengi characters in Star Trek history, main recurring character in Deep Space Nine. Armin Shimerman plays one of the first Ferengi on screen in this episode.
Yes.
And generally people agree that it is a bad depiction of a race that is meant to be taken as a threat. Everybody doesn't take them seriously.
No, they kind of
They have
suck.
weird, inconsistent behavior. They act kind of like gremlins or like monkeys,
They do.
like half the time. They're like moving around all weird and animalistic.
They're almost like gang members in like West Side Story or something when they're like all they're missing is like snapping their fingers as they like
Yeah, they're
circle
real
around them. Like,
scuzzy and like, but not in like a Ferengi scuzzy way, but in like a weird, like I don't know. They're kind of like beastly,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Armin Shimmerman gets hired as Quark in Deep Space Nine, and he is on a mission to specifically redeem the race.
Okay, all
And
right.
he went into it as we are going to fix all of the problems with Ferengi that were introduced by TNG, and it is wildly successful. I do
Okay.
not know a single person that I have ever shown Deep Space Nine who has not fallen in love with
Oh,
Quark.
Quark's great. He's
Uh,
like the best thing about
and
DS9. Yeah.
there may as well be a round of applause from the audience every time he first walks on screen in an
Sure.
episode.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah,
Like a sitcom thing where he stops and waits for the applause to end before he talks.
exactly,
Yeah. Yeah.
exactly.
We get, of course, the Ferengi have to creep on Tasha. I'm so sorry, Denise.
You force them to wear
You
clothes.
force them to wear clothes.
Uh,
They're females. Yeah. Oh
Yep.
God.
Which again, they do run with that aspect of Ferengi society in Deep Space Nine, but they make it so much like less. You know, it's
Mhm.
just like ugh. They play it much differently where they're scuzzy, but not like animalistic. And I'm going to keep coming back to that word for how they played
Sure.
Ferengi in this
Sure.
episode because they're just so gremlin-y. I don't know.
But we do get a fight. I think it's the first
Yes.
instance in season 1 where Worf actually gets to fight something and not get
Mhm.
immediately rocked. There's a funny moment where Data warns Riker he's about to get punched before he gets punched. That's a great little Data moment. Meanwhile, the ship is running out of power. Everyone's moved to a
Yes.
couple of rooms so they can
And it is
conserve
rigid
energy.
on the ship.
It's free, like everyone's smothered in blood. It's like they're in the Donner Party or something, right? Like everyone's dying. This is why you don't have civilians on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Because Picard has to have the discussion with Wesley about what the most comfortable way for Wesley to die is.
Yeah, he for some reason like Dr. Crusher is like, "Ugh, I kind of wanted to give him a sedative so he wouldn't have to, like experience it." And Picard says the most Klingon thing that I think he's ever said in the show, and it's he's a man. He has the right to face death on his feet, or something like that. And it's like, oh my god,
Picard, were you in World War One? What's happening?
And then Dr. Crusher rightfully calls him out, but not as like a hey, that's weird. Dr. Crusher says, is that a man's perspective? And it's like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Again, it's like TOS writing, right?
Yeah.
And then a big spooky face shows up. It was like, stop
Yes.
fighting. It is I, Portal. I love Portal. Portal, I think, is what makes
love
the episode
Portal.
for me. He looks
Portal's
like
great.
he looks like he's a character from like a 70s or 80s like sword and sorcery movie.
Mhm.
He looks like
But
a
then
wizard.
But then he moves like he's in Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Okay, don't worry about that.
Because we do have one shot where he goes from being a big translucent face who says, "You must petition to enter our grand empire,"
Mhm.
and then he turns into like a more humanoid like body,
Mhm.
and he's got like a big spear with like a
Yeah,
long
it's great.
sharp point. It's like a spade, like almost like a playing card spade point on it,
Mhm.
and he's just grilling them about like, why, what are you doing here, what do you want? And then they have a whole misunderstanding where he's obviously from a past era of this dying empire.
ancient empire that's long dead. Yeah.
It's long gone, but at the time that he was put there had been like 3+ more ages to the empire
Yeah.
that he does not know about.
He's just been abandoned on this planet.
And
yeah.
and Data naturally tries to do his android thing and inform him of like, well, technically it's not that era anymore. There's been a bunch more eras, and they know all of this because this is a documented species that the Ferengi had stolen an artifact of at the beginning of the episode. That's kind of why we're here. Is that they were believed to have stolen something that like is linked to the Empire.
Given how often the original series would do the we went to a planet and met a godlike being plot, they only did it once in TNG.
They did, and
right?
it worked, I'd say,
It
because it's
worked,
not a
yeah.
godlike being.
No, he's just like a
Yeah,
projection, kind of.
he's a space receptionist, more or less,
Yeah,
for this empire.
but he's like this kind of ancient wise being that was kind of placed
Yeah,
down there by this race, and he is intrigued by the words of Sun Tzu. I think, right? Like
yeah.
he finds
Mhm.
wisdom in the earth
Yeah,
ways.
because immediately the Ferengi have the entire episode been trying to paint the Federation as like
Greedy
interfering with
and
them,
yeah,
being
yeah.
greedy criminals, but a lot of
Mm-hmm.
projection.
Mm-hmm.
And immediately the Ferengi try to like tell the portal, you don't want to trust these guys. You need to, they're lying to you. Their deception is
Mm-hmm.
very much like humans.
Mm-hmm.
And
Humans.
Riker doesn't really like buy it or like even go for the bait
Mm-hmm.
because like I feel like if he had been like, no, that's bullshit. You're
Yeah,
trying to throw us under the bus. It would have turned into a whole thing. But Riker just takes it very stoically, and I
sure.
think the portal recognizes that.
Mm-hmm. And Portal tests Riker as well.
Yes,
And Riker passes.
yeah. Riker does not need to get into a fight with him,
No. Mm-hmm.
and he chooses not to fight.
He chooses not to
And
fight, and that in itself is the test. Yeah.
yeah, and then the way the big shot of the episode with Portal is he demonstrates that he trusts him by doing a big over the top like Darth Maul style spinning
It's
the
so good.
scythe around him, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like sped up 2x so that it looks like he's moving really fast, but he's
Mm-hmm.
not. He's
Yeah, yeah.
doing a slow real time thing, and then he rests it next to Riker's head and
Mm-hmm.
goes, "You have passed my tests."
It's almost like a kind of it's like a Gom Jabbar thing from Dune, right? Where it's
Yes.
like an animal would react to defend itself, whereas a man would not,
Mhm.
right?
Exactly.
So Riker proves himself to Portal, played by a guy called Tracy Walter, most notably for being a friend of Jack Nicholson and being in a bunch of Jack Nicholson movies. There you go. But yeah, great episode. It feels like classic Trek to me, and I think that's why I like it.
Yeah.
It's not a perfect episode by any stretch.
There's a lot of TOS energy / negative in season 1. I would say this is TOS energy / positive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why I have a soft spot for it in my heart. That's why it's number 5. I can't, in good conscience, put it any higher.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, number 4.
I respect putting it in your top 5.
Okay, all right.
My
Yeah.
number 4. I actually have done a gentle reshuffle while we were talking because I was realizing that I have certain episodes in my top 5 I kind of wanted to nudge around a bit. Earlier I said it was my number 3. It's actually my number 4 is Data Lore.
Data Lore. Okay. How low did I put Data Lore again?
Yeah, your Data Lore was number 18.
18. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Look, we're trading blows a bit. In the top part here.
Are you mad that I put Last Outpost 13 places above Data Lore?
I will forgive you in time.
Okay. My number 4 is the Arsenal of Freedom.
Good one. I like this one.
I like this one too. The Arsenal of Freedom. The Enterprise goes to a jungle planet. I think a ship went missing there.
Yes, they're looking for a ship that was captained by a friend of Riker. And they understand that it went down on or near this planet.
Yes.
So they go and everything is just kind of like, again, very TOS-y set on this one. Very fake jungle. But it's fun.
It's the wasteland set with some potted plants put in it. Yeah, it's not great.
But it's fun. I like it.
After a certain point, I can understand why they just started filming in the Californian wilderness for every planet.
It took them a little too long to get into the van and go shoot in the woods in California, but they do get there eventually. But as they beam down, there's a kind of understanding that this planet was once populated by arms merchants.
Yes.
And there's still like automated messaging systems that are playing basically ads or you should buy weaponry from us. So they're like, okay, there's still stuff going on this planet, but like, I mean, let's go look for our guys and just hope that like, hey, if there's anything else going on, maybe it won't be too much of a threat.
Yeah, so I wanted to look a little bit into the term Arsenal of Freedom, by the way. And I believe that this, at the time, was a reference to FDR's Arsenal of Democracy.
Hmm.
The term has since been co-opted. There is actually now the Arsenal of Freedom, and it was co-opted by Hegseth.
Yes.
I don't think he's
I
a big
remember
Trekkie,
reading that.
but
No, I remember reading it recently, and
mhm,
I thought to myself, God damn it.
god damn it. Yeah, it's forever been tarnished. So yeah, they go down and they're exploring. They're like, and there are these drones flying around.
Hmm.
No, they don't even see the drones yet.
No,
But
yeah.
Riker runs into his friend, I think Captain Rice. I don't remember the guy's name.
Yes, that's right.
He stands at a jaunty angle, because of course he does. And
Hmm.
Captain Rice is acting weird.
Yeah.
He's like, "Where's your
Very,
ship?
very, very woody, very like,
How many of
very,
you
very
are there?"
wooden.
Yeah. And like Riker almost immediately picks up that something's weird.
Yeah.
And
One of the best little bits of deception in the show.
what is the name of your ship? The Lollipop. It's just been
It's
commissioned.
a good ship.
It's a good ship.
Which have you did not grow up with these ads on your television,
No, I didn't
but in
grow up with
America,
Shirley Temple either. Apparently
yeah, in
Riker did.
America, many of us grew up with ads for all of the Shirley Temple DVDs and VHS tapes for all of our movies. So as soon as I watched this growing up, it just beamed the commercial in my head, and I was like, get it
See, for me,
out.
because I didn't even know the commercial, it's funnier for me because I'm just like, wait, the Shirley Temple song?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Riker's an old
Riker's an old
soul.
soul.
It's
We
almost
got
like he's
over, like,
being
he's
written
the only
by.
guy.
It's almost like
Like
he's
a guy
being
from
written
our
by.
time.
Yeah, it's like he's being written by someone who was a young man in the 40s. That's crazy.
Mhm. I do like that he's weird for it though. Like he's the only guy who likes jazz.
Sure,
Like
yeah, yeah.
there's like 5 other people on the ship of 1,000 people who even know how to play jazz.
Hmm. Anyway, it's little floaty guys. Little floaty guys are floating around. Drones. Drone warfare. Oh my god,
Yes.
we're being shot at by drones.
What do you think of the design of these guys? They're like big, they've got like a big orb on top with a like a spindly curved straw connecting to
They look
another
like
one at the bottom.
AirPods.
They do look like AirPods.
Yeah, they're like flying AirPods. I think they're fine. The way they move is a little silly.
It is. You can tell they're on strings.
You can tell they're on. Yeah. Um, but Picard and Crusher get separated, and they take a tumble down into a cave.
Yes.
And it's a nice little reversal, actually, because this time Crusher's the one who's injured, and Picard has to look after her, and he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, apparently, Starfleet don't teach you first aid.
Yeah.
So he has to like follow her instructions to try and keep her alive as she's like gravely injured, and it's a nice little moment between those two. Meanwhile, Tasha, Riker, Data. I think it's just Tasha, Riker, and Data are trying to stay alive because the drones are flying around trying to get him. Meanwhile, Geordi is in control of the Enterprise.
Yes. For one of the first times in the show, if I remember right.
Yeah, genuinely, I think the first time. And
Yeah.
an evil greaser from engineering comes up to like yell at Geordi.
Who is again one of 3 chief engineers in this part of the show.
And he's just like, "You're not qualified. I'm the one who should be in charge." And well, Geordi's like, "Well, fuck you. Picard put me in charge, right?" So, and again, it's weird that like, I mean, these are Starfleet officers. It's not like you're not in like a Mad Max Raider war band, right?
Yeah.
Like where you're just like, I should be in charge of the ship. It's like that's not how command works.
Like I outrank you, and it's like it's technically like there's points where like O'Brien is put in charge of stuff on DS9, and anybody with a full pip outranks him technically. You know, like it's that's how the chain of command works. Somebody else was assigned to do this by the captain, and that's the orders, and you're going to follow them.
Sure. I mean, you know, at the end, it's meant to be a test for Geordi, right? Can Geordi stand his ground and take charge?
But it's, all I'm saying is it's no wonder this guy's not the chief engineer anymore.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Worf is on weapons for this one, and I wonder if they looked at that and thought, now that Tasha's gone, we should put him at that terminal more often, I think. But there is a drone in orbit shooting at the Enterprise, and they can't get a lock on it. It's cloaked.
Yeah, they're realizing that each time, especially down on the planet, while these drones are coming out, they're managing to get them, but every time a new one comes back and is a little better.
Yeah, they have like machine learning that makes them better at fighting. I love how animated Geordie is as he's like getting into it on the bridge. I think LeVar Burton is a fantastic pick for Geordie. Like,
I
I
agree.
know that he was one of the more famous members of the cast at the time because he was known for reading Rainbow.
He was also known for Roots at
Oh,
this
he was in
point.
Roots, really? Okay. I
I think he's, if I'm remembering right, he is like
he is
one
the
of
guy.
the main characters
Hmm.
of Roots. It's
I am thinking of the Eric Andre bit now, but yeah. I wish I was LeVar Burton.
yeah, he's playing. There's because there's a few episodes where it's a mini series,
Hmm.
and there's 2 episodes where he's playing a young main character in it. And so that's where, yeah, like you're saying, that one bit on the Eric Andre show, that's his iconic slave role. So at the time, he started there. And then Reading Rainbow is actually happening concurrently with Next
Really?
Generation.
Wow, okay.
I have something I have to send you after, and
Hmm.
everybody out there, I cannot recommend enough. There is an episode of Reading Rainbow where he takes you on the set of Next
No
Generation,
shit, really?
and he goes through the shooting of an episode and some of the post effects. Um,
Wow.
and it's really interesting because it's like you get there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff of modern media creation,
Hmm.
but not as much for like the 80s and back.
Hmm.
So you get to see behind the set, not only that, but also the editing room
Yeah,
for the
sure,
show.
yeah. Okay.
And like you see that they're cutting tape, and it's like it's
Damn.
great. It's
That's
really
really
good.
cool. Yeah, damn. And it's for
Mhm.
Reading Rainbow.
And it's for Reading
I mean, I
Rainbow, and
know
it's during season one
Reading
or
Rainbow
two.
was always LeVar Burton's like passion project, right?
Mhm.
Because I think he genuinely believes in like educating kids.
He does.
But yeah, we also do get the first mention of iconic Star Trek character Beverly Crusher's grandmother, who, as we all know, is a fart ghost.
Yep, a fart ghost who has an insane libido, as is covered in the show.
Oh god. But Geordie comes up with a genuinely good plan to fight the drone. Which is they separate the battle bridge from the saucer, and they pilot it down into the atmosphere. And then they
Yep.
know that the drone is going to pursue them, and the drone, even though it's cloaked, it shows up in the atmosphere, and they shoot it. It's a cool
Yep.
little moment. Geordie proves himself. Great Geordie moment.
Yes. And it's also just like, it's one of his first exposures to command. Jordy proving himself is always really fun. He has this great youthful energy to him, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
he also has the ability to turn on the like I am in command, and like I am doing this
Hmm.
because this is
Yeah.
what we're all supposed to be doing to follow that
He just
script
has to
left to us by the captain.
he just has to believe in himself to do it. Yeah.
Yep.
And meanwhile, Picard very conveniently finds a computer in the cave. Because
Hmm.
if I was going to put a sales computer anywhere, it would be a cave.
Of course.
And the guy's like, "Hey, how do you like our products? They're pretty sick, right?" And he's like, yeah, I'll buy them. Turn off the demonstration." And then the
Yeah,
drone
which
stops.
is the revelation that all of what's been happening has effectively been a demo
Hmm.
trying to convince them to buy the weapons
Yeah,
that are
and
being
and I think
spawned
it's
out by the
heavily
planet.
implied that this culture was wiped out by these drones
Yeah.
they created.
Yep, it's all automated,
Hmm.
and it's just they finally hit like a point where it's like, excellent, we can now send a representative to get all the sales done,
Hmm.
and then they
And then
never
it just
come because
ends.
they're
Yeah.
dead.
Hmm. Yeah, great episode.
I really like this one a lot. It's a classic. It's one of the ones where if I were to have to tell people to like do a shorter watch of season 1, like only a selection of episodes, this would be on there.
Hmm. Flicky with top 3.
We are into the
I'm
top
so
3.
excited. We're top
Now,
3.
now the insane thing is all of my top 3 is episodes we've already talked about.
Yeah, I know. This is where we really mismatched. So what's your number 3?
11001001 is my number 3.
Okay, my number 3 is Heart of Glory.
Okay. It's Klingon time.
It's Klingon time. I have said to you in the past, I cannot stand Klingon soap opera episodes in TNG.
This is why I didn't think you would have it this high.
I didn't think I would have it this high because by the end, by like season 5 of TNG, every time I saw it as a Klingon episode, I was just like, oh, God, right? Like, oh my God, I just have to listen to these fucking dipshits talk about honor again. Heart of Glory is great because it's a Worf episode. It's our first Worf episode, Worf centric. The Enterprise responds to, I want to say, a distress signal from a Klingon battle. No, it's a they don't know there's Klingons on there. There's just a ship.
Yeah,
That's
there's just
adrift.
a battle happening in the neutral zone.
Yeah. And they go aboard and they rescue a number of injured Klingons, one of whom is dying. And he passes away, and the Klingons do their death howl, their mourning howl. Although it's not really mourning, it's to like speed on his soul to whatever
it's to
comes.
warn the souls in Stovallcore that another warrior is coming, and he's gonna kick their asses.
And that's so good. And then he's like, really "What do you want to do with the body?" And the Klingons are like, "We don't care. That's not him. Yeah, that's just an empty shell. Do as you see fit." And we really get a good look at the Klingons for the first time in this one. And they quickly find out that these are Klingon fugitives, right?
Yes.
They're like Klingon hardliners, I want to say.
Yeah. Because the ship that they found was explicitly stated not to be a Klingon ship.
Yeah.
And so all of them are on the ship for some reason. And we learn that they are effectively like on the run from the Klingon government.
Yeah, and so this then leads to a diplomatic incident because the Federation and the Klingons are, I think, allies at that point. Or
yeah, they're not. So early TNG gets it a little weird sometimes, where I think on at least one occasion they say that the Klingons are part of the Federation. They're not. They're allies.
They're not. They're a separate entity. Yeah. But the Federation is on good terms with the Klingons at this point, or as good as they can be with the Klingons. So obviously Picard calls through and he's like, "Hey, I got these guys. Do you know what's going on?" And he's like, "Yeah, they're dissidents. They're like terrorists. Just lock them up and we'll come and get them." And he's like, "Yeah, cool. All right." So they then throw these Klingons into the brig, and these Klingons are like, "Hey, Worf, don't you think being a human is cringe? Don't you want to be a Klingon with us?" And it's really clear that they're just gaslighting Worf right now, right?
Yeah.
Like, they just want to use Worf to get what they want, which is another ship so they can continue going to wherever it is they're going. And they're all thrown into a cell together, which is a really bad idea.
Yes.
And they then build the doohickey that killed Shinzo Abe.
Yeah, they do.
Because it turns out that even just like their personal effects are like, you can build a phaser out of them, which is a great Klingon detail. They just build a phaser and shoot their way out, and they try and take over the ship. And Worf is conflicted because he's like, "Well, no, they're good. They're good men. They're honorable men. They should be able to die like warriors rather than be handed over to the government to be executed." And they're just like, "Hey, we're gonna take over the ship." Let me just check my notes quickly. I have here in parentheses, guy who just admitted to stealing a ship. Hey, can you show me around the ship? Winky face.
Yeah, no, pretty much.
And Worf is like, okay.
Yes, gladly.
Yeah. One of the Klingons picks up a little girl on the ship and takes her hostage as like a human shield.
Yep, and Worf basically like picks her right back up and is like, "Nope, not doing that.
Nope,
We're
not
Klingons.
doing
We don't
that."
do that.
Yeah. Again, this is why you don't have civilians on the ship. And then it's down to Worf to put a stop to them trying to take over the ship. And he does it. And he shoots the guy. There's a great stunt where he falls through the glass and he dies. And Worf does another... He, like, honors them. Because they die like warriors trying to take over the ship.
Yeah.
Everyone's happy. Everything's great. They crack some jokes. I think 4 or 5 people on the security team died. I guess they don't matter.
Yeah, they don't count. You know, they're not part of the cast.
Sure. Yeah. I have foibles about Klingon episodes. This one's great, and I think it's great because it's about characters. It's not about the society. It's not a Klingon episode. It's a Worf episode.
it is easy to get into the weeds when they do Klingon stuff of like
Yes.
building out the world prior to building out the people who live in it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I like a lot about this episode. It's in my top 10.
Mm-hmm.
But I just find that, again, I use it. I'm throwing this word around a lot today. Worf is like at this point to be a lieutenant in Starfleet. You've been in Starfleet for a decade, probably by
Mm-hmm.
now, maybe a
Yeah,
little
sure.
less.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he should know better than to go along with these Klingons taking
Yeah,
over the
but
ship
it
at
makes
this
sense
point.
with Worf because he's never felt because he was always raised human, right?
Hmm.
So he's never felt fully at ease, and he really wants to kind of get more in touch with his Klingon side. Like it's established later on, Worf is really try hard Klingon.
Yes, which in turn makes him like the best Klingon.
Yeah, yeah. So he really wants to be accepted by these guys, and and I find that an interesting dynamic because these are meant to be like honorable warriors who don't do anything
Mhm.
underhanded. They see Worf and they're immediately like, "We got to gaslight this guy to help us steal the
Yeah,
spaceship." Right?
we can convince this guy.
We can
Hmm.
convince this guy to help us out. Um, it's a fantastic character driven episode. We get Michael Dorn gets to do some acting, which is nice.
Hmm.
Um, got some action and some nice bookends with like the fact that even though Worf kind of stopped them, he still like mourns them in his own way. Um, there's some real stakes like when they and also the opening of the destroyed ship is really ambitious as well.
Yeah.
We actually get like Geordie vision at one point,
Hmm.
and how the fuck Geordie even manages to get up and like brush his teeth in the morning, I have no idea because it looks like a nightmare.
Every time they show the view through his visor, it is so oppressive.
Mm-hmm.
It is like you can barely make out what's going
Yeah.
on. And I'm sure, like, realistically, he has better control over it. He can figure out what's going on. But man, it is like you would think that they would have just like a a semi-camera mode on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That could at least kind of give like more than like three colors.
We do get a couple of good Picard moments in this, actually. There's a part where when he's looking through Geordie's visor, he spots metal fatigue,
Mhm.
which, again, I think hints at Picard being a science guy.
Yeah.
Um, and he also, when the Klingons are talking to him, he instantly smells bullshit.
Yes.
He's instantly like, I don't know, this seems a little fishy.
Mhm.
Like, and he treats them with an appropriate amount of skepticism. But the Klingons in question as well, I'm just reading from my notes here, they do a lot of breaking down and building up of Worf, which is classic
Yes.
manipulator stuff, which is, again, really good.
Hmm.
Because that's the thing is, like, when people want to manipulate you, they don't just build you up and they don't just break you down. It's a process of wearing you down, right? Which is absolutely what they do with him. Yeah, great episode. Fantastic episode.
I'm a
Love
fan.
this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, there are better Klingon episodes, but I think they could have fucked up the first Klingon episode, right? And they
Mm-hmm.
didn't.
Yeah. All right. Episode 2.
My number 2 is the neutral zone.
The neutral zone. I'm not keeping track of yours, so I don't know what your number 1 is yet.
Hmm.
Neutral zone. There's okay. My number 2 is, and for a while this was my number 1. My number 2 is the battle.
Hmm. Now, I give this episode a hard time,
You do.
but I also have it right in the middle of the
Mhm.
show. I like a lot about this episode.
It's a good mystery. Yeah.
It is a good mystery, and there are some sequences that are very like heady with how Picard is experiencing what's being presented to him.
Yes. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's actually why I like it so much, is because one of the reasons I like it is where it exists in the series, because this is episode 9,
Mhm.
right? We've had 8 episodes to get to know Picard, and we've got to know Picard the captain.
Yeah.
This is the episode where we get to know Picard the man.
Yes.
We get to see him when he's vulnerable for the first time, and we get to learn more about him. We learn about his foibles, his hang-ups. Like, it's really obvious he never got over the Stargazer, which is the
Mhm.
ship they find. We'll do a little plot recap. So the Enterprise runs into the Ferengi.
Yes. Again,
Damon Buck,
this is
I
our
think.
yes. is our second encounter with the Ferengi, and it
Yeah.
is Damon Bach,
And
who very funny note about Bach specifically.
Mhm.
Um,
Played by 3 different
he
people, right?
2.
2. Okay.
And he's a recurring character, and he does show up later, played by a different actor. Um, there is in the Netflix description of this show. This has always bugged the shit out of me. His title is Daemon, and his name is Bach.
Mhm.
But every streaming platform always captions this episode with Captain Picard is confronted by a Ferengi, comma, Daemon, period. It's like, oh, come
Oh,
on.
they don't know. It's
They don't know.
They don't know. Yeah. So Damon Buck shows up and he's like, "Hey Picard, I've got a gift for you. It's your old ship."
Mm-hmm. This
And
ship that was thought lost.
the ship that was thought lost after they had to abandon it after a skirmish with an unknown alien race.
Mm-hmm.
Picard won the fight, but he had to abandon ship. And then he was rescued along with his surviving crew. And he's always thought, what happened to the Stargazer? Right? It's just left drifting in space somewhere. They are instantly suspicious because the Ferengi don't give gifts.
Right.
There's a part
Why
where
would this race that is built on capitalism give something for free?
Yeah. There's a great moment where Damon Buck's number 1 goes, "For free? No payment?" Like, what? Like, the idea that they would give something away with no profit in return is completely alien to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first warning. But Picard starts getting, he starts getting affected by something. He starts thinking about the Stargazer more.
He starts getting these painful headaches.
Yeah. He gets these migraines, and Crusher's like, migraines haven't existed for 200 years. And no matter what they do to kind of do pain management for him, he still gets these headaches. So something's happening. And we find out, I would say a little too early in the episode, Damon Buck has a big funny sphere that is shooting evil.
Orb.
He has a big orb that is shooting evil brainwaves at Picard. Because
it's just like he's got this whole chamber on his ship.
He has an evil chamber,
It's got these pinhole lights shooting in through it.
Yeah.
And he's just in there consulting his big glowy red orb.
Ooh, yeah, what should I do to Picard today? Yeah, I'm gonna shoot more brainwaves at him. And Picard's like, no. Please. Stop. And it gets so bad he starts hallucinating he's back on the Stargazer.
Yeah.
In what isn't a great effect, but it's fine. And he could smell the smoke. It's like he's really there fighting this alien race.
Yeah.
And it
while
turns
it's visually not the most impressive thing, it is also one of the more like striking effects of the season.
It is,
where,
it really stands out.
Like,
yeah.
Force Ghost style like crewmen around him and fire breaking in, and he's like in his quarters as he's seeing all this.
And they're talking, but their mouths aren't moving and they're not really emoting. They're very ethereal. Yeah. And it turns out that the unidentified ship that the Stargazer ran into was a Ferengi vessel.
Yes.
Specifically piloted by Damon Buck's son.
Yes.
Who was killed in the battle. The Enterprise crew go onto the Stargazer, and they bring back like some luggage for Picard, and the fucking orb is in that luggage. They just didn't check. Like, Worf didn't think to check it before he picked it up. It's fine.
Is this orb yours? It's just like, no. It's like, what?
But there's a log. There's a personal log from Picard on the ship. Basically saying, yes, well, I found this alien vessel and I shot at it for no reason because I'm a big doo-doo head. And they're like, how could Picard say that? Did he actually shoot on this? Did he shoot on this alien vessel, like, unprompted? And Picard's, like, doubting himself as well. He's like, he's all messed up. And, you know, is it the guilt getting to him? It's like, no, it's Damon Buck's evil orb.
That's the big evil orb we've already seen.
Yeah. And it gets to the point where Picard transports himself to the Stargazer and takes it over He commands it because he thinks he's in the battle again. He's all messed up.
Yep. And
And
all the
he,
systems are coming back online. He brings up the shields and
yeah,
everything.
and he's hailing the Enterprise, and he's back in the battle game. He's like, "Who identify yourselves? Who are you?" And they're like, "Oh my god, he's reliving the battle." And the way that he won the battle was he did the Picard maneuver, which I think is like they briefly go into warp, right?
Yeah, so the way it works is the sensors on the Ferengi ship are older fashioned, and they can be tricked by doing a very brief warp jump into thinking for like a cycle of the sensors that there are two ships, and it can do anything from like convincing them that there's reinforcements or have them shoot at the wrong ship.
Yeah,
Or like
and that's the gamble,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And the thing is this is also a threat to the Enterprise, as Picard could conceivably destroy the Enterprise doing this. So they're like, well, we don't want to blow up Picard. I forget how they counter the Picard maneuver. I think they use a tractor beam, maybe?
They catch the ship with a tractor beam, but before that they try to like they like they run a scan against like rather than looking for the ship, they look for like space dust around the ship.
Yes, that's it. Yep. And then they know which ship to grab with the tractor beam.
Yep.
So yeah, it was Damon Buck wanted to kill Picard for killing his son, and he wanted Picard to get blown up by his own people as like a final humiliation. A scene I like in it actually is there's a scene where Riker speaks to the number one like Ferengi, like his counterpart on the Ferengi ship. And of course he's like a Ferengi's, what do you want, human? I'm not interested in you. But he's like, hey, look, commanding officer to commanding officer, do you think something's going on here? Like, your captain's acting kind of weird, my captain's acting kind of weird. Can you at least, like, you know, even if you do nothing else, can
I just get a vibe check?
Yeah, can you look into it on your end? And I like that because it's not a human talking to a Ferengi, it's a naval officer talking to a naval officer, right? And he's like, yeah, I'll look into it, right? Like he doesn't really commit to anything on like talking to Riker, but he's like, you get the impression he'll go away and investigate. And then they eventually imprison Damon Buck for, I think, unprofitable behavior.
Yeah, for letting his like personal vendetta get in the way of profit for the crew.
Yeah, which is like the most heinous crime in Ferengi society. So that's fun. Yeah, no, it's. I mean, let me just find my write up because I feel like I have to because you put this quite low, I think.
I put it at number 9.
Oh, number 9. Okay, so not too low.
We're talking about for our number 1, right?
We're not at number ones yet, but I just want to see what I wrote.
The battle was number 12.
Okay, right.
That's I can totally see why you would really like this one. I personally, it doesn't work as well for me. A lot about it I do like, but what I have pieced together is that your number 1 is an interesting choice.
Okay, I want to give a little bit of context for anyone still listening. Before we did this conversation,
yeah, go on.
Flicky was like, "Oh, I looked at someone else's rankings, and
no, it was a commercial for season 1 VHS tapes from the 80s."
Right, for a commercial.
And in it, they had people listing their favorite episodes.
Yes. And you were like an idiot. Some guy said Haven was his number 1. Like a fucking insane person, Haven was his number 1 episode. Flicky, Haven is my number 1 episode.
Look, I have to respect the choice. I don't agree with it.
What's your number 1? Run your number 1 by me.
My number 1 is We'll Always Have Paris.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
I liked it. I don't know if I liked it that much.
I'm fascinated by this choice.
Okay.
And I'm gonna kick back and I want to hear your take.
Two words for you. 4 words for you. Loaxana Troy, Mr. Hom. Talking Suitcase.
Mr. Hom especially.
Talking Suitcase.
Talking Suitcase played by
Armin Shimerman, yeah. Uncredited. Okay, alright. Hear me out. we'll run through the plot, and I'll talk about why I like it during this. Deanna Troi is in an arranged marriage.
Yes.
Her mother is coming to visit, played by Majel Roddenberry, Jean's wife at the time. Also the voice of the ship computer. She is a Betazoid, which means, because I think Troy is half Betazoid, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
and my favorite thing about just the background of it, Troy, played by Ernest Curtis, put a lot of work into a fictional Betazoid accent.
yes,
It's kind of a blend of she
like
based
Eastern
it off
Europe
of
and
it's Eastern European and an Israeli accent mixed together is how she described it.
yeah.
And she kind of fabricated and mixed this up and had a fun kind of like, she's got this kind of ethereal type of like foreign, but you can't really pin it down accent.
Yeah, it's just exotic. Yeah. Loaxana Troy makes no effort to do that.
Does not even try.
Doesn't even try. And you know what? Queen, slay, I love it. So, I like Loaxana Troy. She's like a force of nature. She's a woman of some years, shall we say. She's very in touch with herself. A widow. Her husband has passed away many years before. She has the fireman from Twin Peaks as her manservant, Mr. Hum. And she is there because Troy needs to get married to the son of one of her father's friends.
Yes.
The Millers. We get a little bit of comedy from Patrick Stewart. So Loaxana Troy shows up, Mr. Hum's with her, they have the talking suitcase and the luggage. And Picard obviously wants to greet her to the ship. He's the captain, she's like a guest of honor. And he's like, "Oh, let me get your luggage for you." And he tries to pick it up. It's like super heavy, right?
It's the heaviest thing ever.
Yeah, it's the heaviest thing ever. And like, there's a look on Picard's face where he's like, "Oh, I can't do it. Like, I'm gonna get a hernia if I try this." And then Mr. Hum just kind of like grabs it, I think. Yep. Then the Millers come aboard, and we quickly ascertain that Mr. and Mrs. Miller are not interested in being in the same room as Loaxana Troy if they can avoid it.
They are not vibing with each other.
No, and we quickly find out why. Then the B plot. An unidentified ship is approaching the planet of Haven. Cool ship, by the way. Great effect, great model.
Very, yeah.
Deanna Troi meets Wyatt Miller, who looks a little bit like Jerma.
He does look a little bit like Jerma.
His hair is about 50% hairspray by volume.
You could pick that thing up like a Lego piece. Yep.
And he's a little dreamy. He's a little dreamy. Like Troy at first, she's like, I'm not so sure, but then she meets him. She's like, ooh,
he's actually kind of fine.
Yeah, he's kind of fine. He's a sensitive young man. Unfortunately, he is dreaming about a lady every night.
Yeah,
that's fine.
The same lady every night.
The same lady every night. Yeah, he draws her constantly. Now, this unidentified ship is approaching the planet Haven, and they find out it is a Tyrellian vessel. The Tyrellians, as far as anyone knows, are a dead race. They were wiped out by a plague. So the planet Haven is like, hey, that's a plague ship coming for us.
Can you guys like blow it up?
Can you guys blow it up? Like, we have a ship filled with like space smallpox blankets coming right for us. Can you get rid of it? It turns out the Tyrellians aren't dead. And they're like, no, we're seeking... We want... Because they've heard that the planet Haven has, like, healing properties to it, and they want to go there, where they can either get healed or they can die peacefully, is what they're saying. We don't want much. Give us a little isolated island somewhere. We'll just go there. The planet Haven's like, no, it's way too much of a risk. We don't want this plague that they have. Right? So the Enterprise is in a ethical consideration. It's like, well... The Tyrellians are requesting aid, but Haven is kind of rightfully saying, like, this plague could wipe out our planet the same way it wiped out theirs. Right? What does the Enterprise do? Meanwhile, Loaxana Troy and the Millers are skirmishing over dinner.
It is like the stakes could not be more different.
The stakes could not be more different. It is a wedding, so everyone's drunk. Everyone's drinking. Mr. Hum has the appreciation gong. Boom! Constantly. Boom! And it's really annoying.
You may as well be doing the airing of the grievances during this dinner.
He might as well have an air horn he just fires up at random. And the thing is like, Loaxana Troy is like, this is an honored Beta Z tradition that I do this. Knowing Loaxana Troy, she just made that up to piss off the Millers. She
absolutely did.
And I love her for it. She's such a queen.
She is the messiest bitch, and it's great.
I love her. Nail emoji. And she is just antagonized. And Counselor Troy, like, just loses her patience with her because she's just like, Mother, could you just be fucking normal for like 1 second? Why are you antagonizing these people? Like, why are you being the way you are? The food that gets served is crazy. Like, the food served by, like, the Enterprise, it's like vegetables, noodles, there's like kiwi or cucumber chunks on Picard. It's bizarre.
Yeah. It's just bowls of, like, colored shapes, practically.
Yeah. It's like, Counselor Troy, please eat your slop. There is a fun moment where he's like, Mr. Data, you're circling the room like a buzzard. Because Data loves the drama. And he's like people watching.
Yeah, he's soaking it up.
Yeah, he
finds it fascinating.
Yeah, he loves it. He's like entertained by it. He has the line, could you please continue the petty bickering? I find it most intriguing. Deanna Troy, to get away from it, goes to the TOS planet that has bisexual lighting.
Yep.
Riker goes there, and then Riker's unhappy because, okay, him and Troy used to be a thing, but it's clear he's not fully over her. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a nice little dynamic there where it's like, well, okay, Troy's obviously potentially got something with Riker, but Wyatt's also kind of there, and she kind of learns that Wyatt also wants to be a doctor. He's feeling trapped kind of in the same way she is, and he's also like, his parents are kind of cringe in the same way hers are.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this beautiful romantic moment where they kiss on the holodeck and the music swells and it's like this big bombastic movie, like you know, back in the day. It's beautiful moment.
It's very and the entire scene on the holodeck is very like colorful and like you said, like you mentioned, the bisexual lighting going on.
Yeah,
but they also like play it where they have like the arch as like a feature of where they are. And it's honestly like one of the more like it's simple, but I would go so far as to call it a painterly shot in this part of this.
Sure, absolutely.
Like where they don't normally go for this degree of like color and framing.
It's such a lush moment, and it turns out that the Wyatt goes to I think he gets the impression that he has to go and see the Torellians. Oh no, he sees the Torellians, and he sees the lady in his dreams is with the Torellians. She just kind of stood there. And he's like, oh shit, I've been dreaming about her all my life. I gotta go. But if he goes, he can't come back because he'll be exposed to the space plague. He jumps over, or he transports over, and he sees that she's been dreaming about him. And she's drawn some really funny pictures of him where he looks really lumpy. It's kind of funny. Yeah. She's not as good of an artist as he is. It's fine. There is the line, those horrible lepers, when they talk about the Torellians. If the episode was gutsier, I would have the Torellians look more diseased, including the hot lady, but that's fine.
I think they needed the hot lady to be the hot lady.
They did.
The sensibilities of probably the audience, but definitely the production staff.
Sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I love how the Torellian ship looks. It looks like a TOS ship. It's great.
It really does.
There's all swirly things on it. You just know that Riker internally is just like, oh, thank God, when he sees Wyatt transport over to the space leprosy ship. But the Torellians are kind of under the impression it's like, oh, this is the prophesized doctor that's going to save us, right? and then they just kind of sail off into the proverbial sunset. Of course, the true OTP of Star Trek is Pixwana. It's Picard and Loaxana Troy. Um, but and I love how Loaxana Troy flirting with Picard, you can never tell how serious it is, or if she's just trying to get a rise out of him.
And I like the idea. I like either where I like the read that it's serious, and I like the read that she's just messing with him.
Yeah,
because either is fun, you know.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But for me, it's just a really complete episode. There's a decent little plot with the Torellians. There's an ethical dilemma. There's some comedy. There's some romance. There's some drama. It's just a complete package. It's got a beautiful soundtrack to it. It's got some weird Trek stuff. Loaxana Troy has like the vine that she uses to like freak out Mrs. Miller. And I have a little bit of a soft spot for it because I love Loaxana Troy. And even Picard gets some comedy.
She gets a lot of flack.
Yeah,
like she's great.
Picard gets some comedy moments without becoming a joke character, which is great.
Yes.
Like, Patrick Stewart has some comedy chops to him, as a straight man, but he does have it. And that's my case for Haven.
Yeah, I can buy it. I said I'd never heard anybody pick Haven as their number one, and it's so funny I bring up that story hours before I hear somebody pick Haven as their number one.
As soon as you said it, I was like, oh boy, mentally.
It's a fascinating pick. I've never heard it picked as somebody's favorite before.
But for you,
aside from that one guy from a commercial.
But for you, it's We'll Always Have Paris.
It is. I love that episode. I find it really interesting that they do such a deep shot into Picard's past for it. And they humanize him a lot. Like you said, humanization is really something that the season needs a lot of, and we can kind of cling on to, like, Klingon's a bad choice for this. We can really hang on to for any time it shows up. And I think it's very effective. I really find it charming. And I have a personal bias toward one tiny factor of it, which nobody else in the entire world cares about. One of my first video games growing up was a Star Trek real-time strategy game called Star Trek Armada.
Yep.
And time is a major factor of it. There is the Federation's special weapon is that they can cause time distortions.
Right.
And to make those, you have to build a Mannheim research facility.
Oh, okay.
And I find that very cute. The idea that he would go on to, make great strides.
That's his legacy.
In temporal science. Yeah. But that aside, it's a really sweet episode.
Sure.
And I like any time we can get some actual good characterization and humanization of Picard in the early show, because we went over it, kind of robotic a lot of the time. He's kind of like no nonsense. They deflect to a lot of the other characters, develop them. I think as far as developing Picard, We'll Always Have Paris is a really good outing for it.
Okay. Well, there we have it. Very different lists between us.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the fun of it. Season 1 of TNG, like we said earlier,
uneven.
It is, and it gets recommended to be skipped over a lot, but I don't think you should.
I don't think you should either.
And everybody's rankings are different because everybody has a different way they experience these episodes and a different intention or a different taste behind like what they do and don't like out of them. And there are some stinkers that everyone can agree on. The bottom of our list is the same for a reason.
But bottom 5 are almost identical.
But I think it's I think it's a case that I would make where it's like, if you really don't want to, if you try it and you don't like it, there's a really good guide that you can read through. If you look up Let's Watch Star Trek, there's a great site that has a TNG how to get into it guide. And they also have like a list of like episodes that you can afford to skip or episodes that are important for continuity. So if you really want to skip around like that, you can with guidance like that, but it is by no means, I would never recommend anybody skip the whole season.
Yep. Well, I did have a thing where I wanted we could brainstorm a hypothetical, like, archetypical season 1 episode. We've been going for a while. I'm willing to give it a shot. I have like an idea. Picard gets taken over by the ghost of Napoleon.
Oh no!
And tries to take over the Enterprise, and they have to stop him.
Starts trying to speak French, and that's the first tip-off is like, Captain, Why are you speaking in this
This
antiquated
dead
dead
language.
language?
Yeah. Computer, identify language.
Uh, it is an
So,
antiquated language known as French.
French. And Napoleon Picard like bristles at that. Right. He's like,
and and Worf is in the corner like, I'd find your tactics intriguing, Captain.
well, no. So he'll go into his conquests of Europe, and then Worf will be all like, "These French sound interesting.
It sounds like they were very honorable.
They sound like a warrior culture."
Just completely like skewing everybody's view
Well,
of like we all like
yeah.
Americans, especially that this is going to. They see the French as being like the surrender thing. Like that's
Which
still very.
I will say in the grand scheme of French history, France was a military superpower for much of its history.
Oh yeah,
But
they got a bad hand with recent views of their historical past.
In terms of what would play to a TV audience in the 80s, they would find that joke funny, right?
Mm-hmm.
The French sound like quite the warrior nation, like oh ha ha ha, because they surrendered. I don't know. I don't know how you would fix it. They would have to do some. I think there'd be like a techno.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have to be a case of like it's not actually Napoleon. It's like when Abraham Lincoln quote unquote shows up in the original series, but it's actually aliens showing up as that because it is a form you are familiar with.
They scanned Picard's library and they found a book on Napoleon and they were like, oh, this figure is meaningful to him in some way, and they kind of took him over with that. I don't know how you would defeat him.
You have to call Q on your phone, and you have to be like, "Hey, look, you got a whole French thing going on earlier.
Yeah.
Do you know like the deal with this? Do you have to? Can you like unplug and plug back in Picard for us real quick?"
For me, I think it would have to be they raise the shields and they reverse a tachyon coil or something, and that creates a frequency that knocks the ghosts out of his brain. I feel like that's an archetypical season 1 plot for me. Because it plays up how French Picard is, and he gets taken over by something, and he acts out of character, which is weird for a season 1 plot. Yeah, man, I need to stand up.
I'm trying to think of if I think for me, if I were to do anything like that, I think it would have to be some kind of like going against the rules that Gene set out. I think it would have to be a Vulcan thing, I feel like how TNG season, I don't even have an idea for this beyond just, I would love to know how TNG season 1 would even handle a Vulcan episode.
Oh, yeah. Because we get some banger episodes.
Like TOS's Vulcan episodes are all pretty good,
and also TNG's like the Sarek stuff is great.
Oh yeah, And it's like we could have had if they hadn't done that, do you think we would have had a season 1 Mark Leonard? We could have.
Ooh.
We very well could have had Sarek.
If they were gonna do it, they would have had Mark Leonard. Easy, yeah. Because the guy who plays Wyatt Miller's dad in Haven, the actor is Robert Ellenstein, who is a longtime friend of Leonard Nimoy. So a lot of those like old guard were still involved in the production. They would have gotten him back as well. So, yeah, but I'm glad we finally did this.
Yeah, no, obviously. I started this by saying, "What else is there to say?" And here we are, 6 hours later of recording.
Later. Oh my god, my back is killing me right now. Oh, thank you very much, Fletcher. This was.
Thank you for letting me open the pressure valve for a little bit and let some of my Trek knowledge out, so my head doesn't explode from holding it in.
Now, let's see if I can make something out of this. Then we have to do season 2, but I'm not going to do that until I make something out of this.
Yeah, in approximately 1 year when we sit down to do season 2.
Jesus, don't remind me. But no, I thought it was nice to revisit season 1, especially considering how maligned season 1 is.
It gets a really bad rap.
Yeah, I think so too. But yeah, thank you. I'm gonna end my. Yeah, maybe split it in half next time. That might be smart.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I'm gonna end my recording here. Thank you very much to Sushi for the raid, as well as Joey and JJ. Thank you D20 Thoughts for the follow. Thank you DV for the resub. Do you have any parting words, Flicky?
Star Trek is something as a person who is very easily affected by media is something that we should all strive to take bits and pieces from.
Mm-hmm.
And something that if you live by the values of can really make you a person who has more of a respect and understanding of the people around you,
Mm-hmm.
as long as you don't take cues from Angel One.
Yes.
that's my advice
Or
for anybody out there.
or Lonely Among Us.
Or Lonely
Don't
Among
kill and
Us,
eat people.
or Code of
Or
Honor,
Code of Honor.
or The Naked
Or The
Now,
Naked
or
Now.
Justice, or
Oh god. Just don't be like season 1.
just don't feel like season 1. Be like the later seasons. That's
Yeah,
the one
no,
thing
if I had some parting words, I'd say just watch Star Trek. Just give it a shot if you haven't already. If an episode sucks, just skip it. It's a syndicated TV show, right? Like, if the episode,
give it a shot first.
Yeah, give it a shot. If you want to start with a good season of TNG, start with season 3. I would say. Seasons 3 to 5 are like peak TNG.
That's the golden age of TNG.
That's golden age of TNG. But if you like those, give season 1 a shot. I think you might like it more than you think you would. Like, don't listen to people who say it sucks. Just give it a shot first,
Yeah, form your own opinion on it.
Form your own opinion.
You might be surprised.
All right, we are going to raid out. Let's see who we got. My body. My body is falling apart.
My audio file for that was 4 gigabytes.
Oh, shit. I need to before I forget, let me save mine.
Yes, don't close it before you save it.
Okay, I'm saving the project file and then export audio as a WAV. 48,000. Yeah, that's gonna take a while to buffer. All right. Denton's playing Dark Souls. We'll raid in on Denton.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much. I might stream
Thank you,
tomorrow.
everybody out there who listened through for us rambling for 6 hours about
If you
Star
listen
Trek.
to all 6 hours, you're a real one. Absolutely. Oh boy, I need to get up.
Yep.
I need to
eat something.
I need to eat something. I need to sit in front of like. I need to sit in like an ice bucket. I'm really hot. it's warm
oh my god, I can turn my fan on.
Yeah. Thank you again.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, be good to each other. Live long and prosper.
As Captain Picard once said, may Christ be with you.
He did say that. All right, I hit raid now.